We get rolling today. It's going to be a fun day indeed. We are going to introduce you to Brenda Cohen. She is this year's Dr. Dudney, Rick and Bubba Fix Mama's Mouth winner, and she's coming in for the big before-after interview where we talked to her about her new grill. Mama got a new grill, and so we'll talk to Brenda about that. We'll meet her. We'll introduce you to her. Why? Well, because you picked her. The top 3 finalists hit our website for a week, and you, the Rick and Bubba Army, voted for the top 3, and you chose Brenda, and now she's got a new grill. We have Fix Mama's Mouth, and it's a really cool story. Her daughter writing in, and that was the letter that y'all all read, and so we'll talk to Brenda, and that's going to be great today. Then later in the show, the Marshall Tucker Band. Did y'all know that they're on their 50th anniversary tour? And we're going to talk to lead singer Doug Gray today. That's late in the show. And then on RBU this week, we talked to none other than Ken Harrison. He is the CEO and president of Promise Keepers. He's got his latest book, A Daring Faith in the Cowardly World, Live a Life Without Waste, Regret, or Anything Unfinished. Boy, isn't that a great title, and we'll talk to him and dive into that book and catch up with Ken on this week's RBU. So a lot is there. We have not spun the wheel of meat. That's still on the table. So a lot happening today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's bring everybody in. To my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is one Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
I have an announcement, too. That was a lot of announcements and a lot of important stuff.
And I was kind of killing time, too, because it looked like y'all were too blocked in there.
Well, something was not like it normally is,
right.
So had to.
I was killing.
It's like I had a shovel and I was digging for gold.
Right,
kind of
right.
thing.
Well, I was waiting for you to. I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep talking. See you, Liam.
I got a SRA, not a PSA, not a public service announcement, but a selfish request announcement.
Okay.
So in between the show and molding young minds on the tennis court, I found myself picking weeds yesterday, as we discussed. But I looked up.
How those hammies feeling today?
I looked up, and I got a dead tree, and it is a big one, and it needs to come down.
Oh, no.
I was like, I was like, wow, so that tree's dead.
And it's right there up against the house?
It's huge. I mean, it's the biggest tree in our yard.
Oh, Helmsy.
And so I didn't want to, I told Amanda, I said, hey, do you realize we had a dead tree in the front yard? She goes, no, we don't. I said, yes, we do.
Oh, Helmsy.
And she got home, and, of course, she panics when it comes to storms and all the trees that we have.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to come down immediately. You got to say something on the show tomorrow.
Yeah. And
so I need a tree guy.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that these tree guys are amazing, but they're proud of their work.
They are.
Well, and, it's a skill that not everybody has.
That's right.
You don't want to hire the guy that thinks he's a tree guy.
No.
I've seen that go bad.
Right. Because I'm sure it's the kind that it can't just fall. So
No.
they're gonna have to go up and bring it down in pieces.
Correct.
You want the best for that.
Yeah.
Insured and bonded.
Yes. Yes.
So, no offense to Earl, but
Correct.
You won't because I'm sure he could do it too.
Yeah. I got a call one time.
You want a sure enough good company for that.
When I was with the power company, but many times tree people would fall in the power lines. That was common.
Oh yeah.
I got a call that one had got away, and when I get there, that was the least of their worries. He centered the trailer.
Oh no.
Right. I mean, and this was one of these gigantic trees. And it landed right dead center and cut the trailer in half.
Oh no!
Again, it was the guy thought he knew what he was doing. He got in there and he cut too much of the tree away when he was baiting it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he went to cut it, it went backwards. And I mean, luckily nobody was in the trailer.
Do you know that watching people cut trees down is a big part of my life?
It's a big part of your life. It happens a lot.
Well,
what you mean?
okay.
You got a YouTube
like
channel, or you got something going on in your neighborhood?
I love X-Men.
Do you know how sometimes on your Instagrams or whatever, if you watch one video of some type of whatever, then it's always on your popular.
It thinks that, hey, this person won't see a lot of this.
And so
I do like watch that.
Yeah, so it's in my popular choices. So every time I go on there, I see them doing it, and it's an art. I mean, they're like they go up and they tie off the part they're cutting, and then they cut it down, and then it slides down to where they want it, and then
he's all in it.
He is.
I mean, but that's what you want, and then before you know it, after the afternoon, you don't even know they were there.
I know.
Yeah. Cleanup's tough.
It is. It is, especially on that slope. That's
and
going
look,
to be
a lot of
handle.
them will give you two deals. Hey, I give you the price for us to clean it up, or you can clean it up yourself. We'll give you this price.
Yes, right. We'll just
To be honest with you, take my advice. Go ahead and pay it.
I'm not cleaning
unless
up
you need
anything.
firewood for your little pit.
No,
you
no.
give me a limb.
No,
you
we'll have
know, that
another
kind of
tree
thing.
fall at some point. We'll just use it. One that I can manage.
Yeah, that's the problem when you have old growth around your house. You know, if it's on the ridge behind the house, let that puppy die.
Yeah.
You know, but if it's close to the house, man, you got to take care of it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's,
keep
big,
them lessons going, buddy.
huge.
You hear me?
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
I know. Need some more kids. Anybody want to come out
What
to
do you
Pelham
think?
Racket Club?
Let me ask you a question. What do you think your ballpark is? Because I know you.
I think it's going to be $10,000.
No.
Did you see? I love how you.
No.
But
No,
you see where
well,
he goes on
good
that.
Let me say
You
this.
see where he goes on that?
Let me say
I
this.
respect that.
Let me
because
say
because
this.
anything below $10,000, he's
Hey,
like, yeah.
he just messed up because somebody
I know.
knows it's nowhere near. They go, I can double.
hey.
Y'all,
Yeah.
y'all,
What,
y'all
you getting every tree cut
let-
down?
There's two more trees.
Oh, well, you
That
didn't tell
why
us
it's-
that.
Well, that's why I'm saying there's two more out there.
Good night.
That while they're there, I'm gonna say, why don't y'all? What would it take for y'all to go ahead and remove these
I'm
two
just
as
glad
well?
it's early and nobody's
And-
listening because he's messed up.
And
Yeah, I
there's a
well, don't.
there's
Somebody's
another.
listening going, I'm listening.
Do y'all remember? Y'all know the swing?
Yes.
That was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's not going, is it?
No. It's the,
That's at the front door.
but it's bigger than that one, but
Uh-huh.
it sits kind of up towards the. It's in between the road and the house.
You think us three can do it?
No,
yeah, I noticed how you hadn't
No.
called my tree service. Remember, I came out with my
You
chainsaw.
You did.
Oh, see,
Cut
Greg
yourself.
was nowhere to be found. Thanks, buddy.
So
I was
the
out of town, I think.
the swing
really got hot and sweated a lot.
the swing broke,
Oh,
and so the kids never get on it anymore.
yeah, a little big now.
But the rope is still hanging. That looks good. But there's a limb that comes out, and it actually went in the summer.
Oh,
the
no.
branches and stuff kind of lay on the roof and all that.
you
And
don't
I don't
want
want all
that.
that.
Who wants that?
So it's easy access
Yeah.
for critters and all that.
Oh yeah, squirrel
So-
loves to run that. and
So
jump in and
I
get
would
in the
like to
attic.
get that cut off, get the dead tree and two other trees.
Oh, good gracious!
Well, you
Yeah.
just keep adding to it.
All right, so and you want them all hauled off.
$5,000.
Well, no,
I don't-
hold on now.
No, I'm
So you want?
That may be wrong.
Can you hug the tree and get your hands
No.
to touch each other
No.
on any of them?
No, the one tree that I need major cut down, I don't think all three of us could.
Okay,
put
that's
our-
1,100,
I bet it's more than that.
1,200 maybe. Yeah, somebody give you a buddy.
That'd
deal.
be awesome.
It'd be 8 if they just want it down.
You can get it today like it sits.
And then the other two, how big
They're
are they?
small. They're small. Yeah, they're small.
Maybe they'll throw
and
you
they're
in
close to the road.
maybe they'll give you a deal, 2,500.
Oh, we can get those.
And well, that's the thing. If I can
Greg-
cut, if they'll cut those down, I could actually clean those up.
Yeah, why
See,
they're
but
there, though, I'd go ahead
be
and get 'em to
careful
clean it
here.
up.
I just get it out of there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, maybe cut the limb up they cut off, or something like that.
Yeah.
Just get it out of there.
And then that limb, that limb that's hanging off on the house, that'll be easy.
Yeah.
Somebody, get a rope, pull it away from the house.
Yeah,
you'll be
just get
fine.
them to throw that in. And,
Yeah.
all right,
I
Helms
need
here-
a tree guy.
Helmsy at
Helmsy.
rickandbubba.com, and consulting for him is Greg. So copy Greg at rickandbubba.com.
And
I'm
to
gonna weed
pay
out.
for this, I'll do more tennis lessons.
Yeah, you're going to
So
need
that's-
to.
So that's helmsytennis@gmail.com.
That's right, yeah. So it doesn't affect the budget. Let's get all that side money going. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We all care for the planet and want to take care of it. Our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and Clean Pods brings the clean. From glass cleaners to bathroom cleaners, multi-surface and more, these cleaners will defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, reducing cleaning frequency and the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. And you guys can get a 10% discount off their bundles with the code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find Find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Here's a question. Is there anything that matters more than the safety of your loved ones? That's why we use Simply Safe Home Security. Their security technology helps you sleep at night, and they always put you and your family's safety first. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in '08? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high-quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes, and it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial, delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba,
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba,
waking on the
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So we're getting all the companies and people that know people to email Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. He has a sure enough tree, as Greg would call it, that's close to his house that has got to come down. It's a dead one. He discovered it yesterday. And in the deal, he has 2 smaller trees up closer to the road. And so Helmsy at rickandbubba.com, we're trying to get to the bottom of that.
You know
No,
what would be
you know.
perfect if I could find somebody that has a tree service.
Yeah.
That has kids that plays tennis.
Yeah.
That'd be a good
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That
right
would
there.
be something.
That's a trade, my
I
friend.
think we ought to at least try to cut it down. That's 3.
There's no way, Greg. There is no way. This
look,
is, this
look.
one
Let
is
me just tell you, he already had some laying down. Okay, and you and I cut him up.
Yeah.
And when it to
The
get up
terrain there doesn't help the cleanup.
to pull him up that hill, we were tying tow ropes to my truck. If you'll
See?
remember,
Which I couldn't believe that you were pulling that off. By the way, it was pretty impressive.
and we were pulling him up the hill, Greg, that you weren't a part of. Because
Yeah,
I
something
think you
must
came
be-
up.
I must not have known.
You're brilliant when it comes to stuff like this. Of I'm busy, I got to do something, and you'll lean
don't
on it.
mind
I drive
helping.
an hour and a half every day,
Well,
and I
yeah,
get it.
I will use that. But I mean, I don't mind helping.
Yeah,
people.
but
I like
but
doing that
this
kind of
is
work.
this is when you look at a
I
job.
remember I was mad I missed it.
You were. This is when you look at a job and you go, okay, this is too much here.
Yeah, but let's just
Well,
okay. Let's take on
here's
those
what we're
other
going to end
trees
up
that he
doing.
wants down.
We'll lay a tree on his house. Is what we'll end up doing.
Possibly.
Yeah,
But that's what insurance is for.
that's right.
Did I ever tell you I laid that one on it wasn't the power line, but I thought it was because I didn't know the
telephone.
power was the tall one and the other was
Yeah.
below, and so it got caught up in like I notched and everything, and it started leaning, but it had
Oh,
so many
no.
vines on it
No, it wouldn't fall.
that
Pulled
it pulled it the other way and right on
Oh,
the
yeah.
lines, and so I had to call the power company,
Sure you
and they
did.
came out and laughed and said, "Hey, look, that's not us. That's
Yeah,
the
call the
cable guys."
telephone.
Did he laugh straight up?
So once I figured out that it wasn't power, I pulled it off of it
Yeah.
and got it off of it
Well,
without damaging
you
anything.
did the smart thing. You
But I was afraid to touch that
Well,
tree because I was
that's-
afraid that
you should
tied
be
to
that
power.
way. Yeah,
I really
you don't
did.
know.
Yeah.
Well,
don't
we'll
wanna
get
go,
to the bottom of it. Hopefully, you'll have somebody that you can come out and give you an estimate. Have about 3 companies come out and give you an estimate.
And I've got several emails
You ain't
already,
gonna
so
go.
thank y'all for that.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get 3 people.
Well, that's what you
a
should
smart-
do.
I agree.
Hey,
but
I've
I'm
already-
like you.
I
I'll just
have-
go with the first one.
You're here. You can do it now. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The good news is
And
I
I
have
didn't plan on.
Yeah,
talking
and then after you've hired that person, you'll meet somebody and go, "Oh, that's what you paid?
Oh, man, I
I'd
could've-
have done that for this much."
every time.
How are y'all on that? So I've gotten 3 emails already from different
3?
companies saying, which is awesome.
really?
Love that y'all
Okay.
are up and getting after it.
Oh, here's one that says, "Get your checkbook out."
So where are
Get to
y'all?
speaking is
How
what I
are y'all
saw
on
this one.
estimates? Do y'all do the hell get
you
2 or
should.
3?
Can I tell you
You really
something?
should. What gets you is they pay you. They make you. Some of them
I
don't
may
do
get
free
2.
estimates. Some of them say, "Hey, come out. We'll give you a small fee, or you'll have to pay a small fee for us to come out."
No.
Well, let me tell you something.
sucks.
I've never been the estimate guy. And
haven't either.
when we moved
Always
a couple of
plan
years
like a
ago,
pro.
when we moved a couple of years ago, we needed a privacy fence, with the dogs and all this stuff. What
I
about the
remember
dogs?
that,
What about the dogs? And everybody said, "Hey, these are some great fence companies in our area that does work." But hey, man, make sure that you get some estimates. And I'm like y'all. I'm like, man, I just want this done, right?
I know.
So I contact
smart.
3 companies. I contact
That's
3.
what I do.
Hey, I contact 3 companies, and I'd be dadgum if
Go
I
with the
didn't
first
hold. I ended up doing that because that's who I really wanted.
Oh, okay.
But I had 3 come out, and one of them offered a better deal on one of the sections that I needed done, like with one of the gates
So you didn't
and
get
stuff.
confused.
And so I was able to go back to the first person and go, "Well, now I got another estimate, and this is what he goes. Oh, I'll do it for that."
See, that's the point.
And so
That's
I'm
why you're
like,
supposed to do
okay.
that.
So I ended up doing that, and it worked
Okay.
out.
Well,
The
look
good
at you.
it saved me a little bit of
the
money.
good news is
First time I've ever done it.
They'll never do it again. But
Right.
The good news on this deal is I actually do have a little time because I'm not going to have it done until we get all this other stuff done with the house. It's going to take a couple weeks. And so I don't think. And so I'm going to have some guys coming out and looking over that. So I may be able to do the
you could
estimate.
do that if,
I've
if it's
actually-
not immediately,
Yeah.
something you need immediate. Like,
Yeah.
let's say your sewage is going up in your backyard. Well, you ain't got time to call
No.
3 different people.
No, you don't. And set them up kind of if you can. I don't know what the companies are. They might be busy, but try to set them up in one afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, and then
and-
if they could see each other there, like one's leaving, they're like, "Ooh."
Ooh, I got to get this job.
I've told Amanda before that I've gotten multiple estimates when I only did one
Yeah,
because I wanted it done.
Look, we've all
off
done
my
it.
plate.
We've all
Same
done
thing
it.
with buying a car.
Oh, babe,
Yeah,
hey, they
oh,
did it. Yes.
You're talking about Mr. Tough Guy? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. And
Tell
you
'em I
drive
got
off
this
with it
and-
to 3 hours later.
Yeah, man, I like his thing. How much? What's the monthly payment?
Look, I was at a
You
place.
get my monthly payment to this, you got me.
Yeah, I was at a place not too long ago. You want to go sit there? He goes, "Oh no, I'm not gonna go sit in that thing." No, I know what you're doing. Don't you
absolutely.
open that door?
I love
I'm not
this.
sitting in it.
You go, how much is this? I don't know yet. Why don't you drive it? No. How much?
How much like it's?
I'll have to check on that, but go ahead and get in it.
Oh me. All right, so we'll get to the bottom of that, buddy.
Yeah, I'll keep you
All right, just keep on teaching
I
lessons
thank
and
you.
speaking. Okay.
Thank
You
you
may
for-
hear a chainsaw. I'm out in the front
We
yard.
call that the
baiting
tree
thing.
budget.
6 speaking engagements? You kidding
Yeah.
me?
What in the world? Well, they are God's trees.
That's 12 lessons.
Yeah. All right. This is a bizarre story that we'll cover more. Adler's going to have video. This paraglider. Did y'all see this where he got tangled up and was falling to his death?
Oh, I did.
Yes,
see that.
I did see
And
that.
ended up getting his, I call it a backup
thing was going-
parachute. I don't know what it
Oh,
is.
see,
But
I-
with about
okay.
1 second to spare, he was able to pull his back up and saved his life. But there's video of him falling down both from the ground and from, I guess, some type of GoPro camera. And he is spinning out of control and tangled up like just wrapped all in the stuff. And
it
he
wasn't his
ends
time
up
to go.
no, it's not time to die. I think was what was trending on social media.
Good
But we'll have that today. But speaking of that, this is kind of weird, and we're going to break. But this North Carolina pilot
I
who
know.
died
I saw
when he it says fell from the plane. But now they were talking to the air traffic controllers and the FAA. They say he jumped.
Well, there was someone in there with him that actually
Right.
landed the plane.
Yes.
And surely he can give an insight on what was happening. But I think they were having trouble with landing gear, but the guy landed it.
Yeah, a
There's-
North Carolina pilot who died after
don't-
falling out of the plane actually jumped out of the aircraft, according to the recording of a 911 call his co-pilot made after he jumped.
Wow.
What in the world? I'm jumping out of a plane?
And the guy ends up landing it.
Golly.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. cents. Unlike other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2B.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top. 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hang on, Greg. Hang on. Let me get out of the break. You over there
I just
screaming.
noticed you look younger today.
No, shut up.
Shiny.
Today we've got.
money.
We'll introduce y'all to Brenda Cohen. She was Fix Mama's Mouth's winner. Dr. Dudney will be in studio with Brenda, and we'll do the before and after comparison where
Speaking of before and after.
she got her a new grill. Katie, her daughter, actually wrote in about her sweet mama, and it's a very touching letter. We'll bring that to light and kind of let you know how that played out. Y'all voted on her, and so she won. Also, later in the show, the Marshall Tucker Band, Doug Gray, lead singer, will be with us.
Doug Gray.
The Avondale Avondale Brewing Company.
Yeah.
Okay. They are going to be in concert Sunday. They're on their 50th anniversary tour.
Marshall Tucker.
Celebrating the 50 years of the Marshall Tucker Band. And at Avondale, they're going to be in concert. Their tour is out, and they're hopping all over the place. Tons of Rick and Bubba markets, but on Sunday they'll be at Avondale. And so we'll talk about that. But they literally are all over the Rick and Bubba map. And so we'll talk to Doug about that today. All right, so see, this is something y'all forgot about. And look, I'm gonna let y'all have fun. I'm gonna let y'all have fun with me.
I knew that you were glowing.
And here's what I'm not gonna allow y'all to do is fake care. Okay.
Okay.
Because y'all didn't check on me at all.
Completely get
And-
that.
And so I don't want y'all to even act like you care.
I thought about it,
Okay?
but I was on the other side of the wall, so I had to wait.
Okay. What? See, that's what you can't lean
And
on.
I'm
that
gonna be
on
honest.
everything.
I had such a busy day
But
yesterday.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't give
well,
me
no,
excuses.
I didn't. No, what I'm saying is
Listen,
I'm
you were getting peppered.
admitting I completely
He
forgot.
That's
acts
it.
like he was
Thank
out.
you.
He was
Thank
out
you.
cutting your trees down,
Thank
but he
you
was
so
getting
much.
pampered.
This is where he downplays what I was doing.
getting pampered.
And it's fine, buddy. Just say I forgot. Say
I
Daddy.
did,
Just say
but
Daddy
that ain't got
forgot.
nothing to do with it.
So let me take y'all back a couple of weeks when Dr. Melanie Petro came in, and she, comes on the show every now and then. And for some reason, bald, fair-skinned guy, I'm the guinea pig on everything.
She fired up that head with some Botox.
Sure did.
She did, and it was on the show, and Adler sent out, a little video highlighting
butt
it, and
implants next time.
everybody's laughing. And well, I was scheduled for a follow-up to that procedure yesterday. Which they just want to check. Hey, is everything going okay? Let's look at everything. Which really was very kind of them, to be honest with you. But I had to go back over towards where the old studio was yesterday, and actually drove by there and felt kind of weird. It's like, okay, I'm seeing everything again. This was part of our day, big part of our day, y'all.
Yeah.
I mean, that was where we were every day.
Yeah.
So I get over there, and because
For 15 years.
her office is right there close to the studio, within walking distance. I mean, really
it's close.
really close. And so I walk in, and I'm not really sure what is going to take place. I just know they said, you got a standing 11:30 appointment. Come by. We're going to make sure everything's okay and touch up a couple of
could be
areas
not
if
okay?
needed. Okay. You just want to make sure, is everything looking okay?
We
and
wanna
whatever.
touch up at Nog.
Yeah.
And so now this has turned into funny bit
I'm
to
on a
where
buffet.
now I've got an appointment. Okay.
Sure.
And so I walk out, and I'm having to deal with that, and y'all don't care. And you move on with your day, and I'm laying there.
I completely
Okay. And I walk in, and all of a sudden I hear hydrofacial.
Oh.
Okay. Now you walk in, and there's smoothing music in the background. There's
Smoothing or soothing?
Soothing. What'd I
Okay.
say?
You said smoothing.
I'm thinking of my skin.
I know it because
It's so
milky
smooth. Yeah. Terry was touching it last night. She said it was smooth, very smooth. What? I'm serious. My face is
Good. That's good there, shiny
Do you want to touch
That's
it?
it, smooth.
I don't. but
Okay.
I appreciate it.
So what?
So I
the
go
smoothing
in,
music
and the,
was going.
Yeah, and
Smoothing everything over.
and
What
and
qualifies as smoothing music?
it was soothing, smooth. It was soothing music for my smooth skin.
It is hard to say.
And you just put it all in there.
Sure.
And so I start meeting this bubbly staff. They're just so nice, and they're all just a grinning.
Yeah.
Because and I'm like, what do I do? And they're like, you can go in this room, and so I go in there, and this hydrofacial. Before I know it, they're on Facebook.
Excuse me, where's Speedy today? Well, he's getting a hydrofacial. He won't be available until after 2.
Well, before I know it, they're a Facebook Live in this whole procedure.
Oh my goodness.
And here come the comments, and then she's reading them to me, and oh, look at here, look how many. Oh man, we got such and such. We look at all these people logged in.
Were they
'Cause it's,
checking for monkeypox?
Apparently, if you go live on Facebook and Instagram, for people that follow you, they send out a notification that says, join so and so, they're live.
Yeah.
And then you can click on
Speedy's
it if
getting
you
a hydrofacial.
Yeah. So that's what
Come
it
on.
was. So that's what it was. And they were trying to promote that men can get hydrofacials too.
Okay.
And a great gift would be kind of like you have couple massages. You can have couple hydrofacials too. Where a husband can get it for his wife or girlfriend or whatever. And so I was just laying there.
Speedy can do it, anybody can.
And so they put this solution on. It doesn't hurt. It's actually just it's pleasant. It's smoothing. I said, and so I go through the process, and I got
Do
a
they have any
hydrofacial.
equipment involved?
Oh, but hey, they put, and we all love this, hot rag on your face.
Oh, yeah.
And then I guess that opens up your pores
Yeah.
and stuff.
Right.
And then they go to cleaning, and before you know it, they're putting this solution on, and then they put this little thing on, and it starts pulling out all the imperfections and blackheads and all that kind of stuff.
Here's what, look, Dr. Melanie Petro is brilliant, and her intelligence goes way beyond anything that I'll ever become. But here's what I will say. If you want men to do it, we're going to have to change the name. It can't be hydrofacial.
Right.
We're not going to convince men to go get a hydrofacial.
There's also hand facials.
We got to call it something else.
And back facials and all that.
We got to come up with a different name for men.
That's what they were saying.
Facial.
It can't be a back facial.
That's what they called it. That's what they called it.
wrong.
No, that's what they called it. They did. I
Really?
promise.
So
Yeah.
facial doesn't have anything to do with face. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right. I think
I
you're
guess
right.
I'm wrong. We just assumed.
I don't know,
Well,
but that's just what that's the
part of the
language they
confusion.
were using yesterday. But
Butt
so
facial.
so I.
Well, I'm sure it's in there.
I'm sure it is too.
You really?
Ah.
You really think it's in there?
It may be.
I got to look up the word facial and see if there's
Yeah, I
another
thought
meaning.
it
No,
meant
put
your face.
hydrofacial in there. Don't just look up that.
You want me to Google what Greg just said?
No, I do not. So next thing I know, I'm in there, and
You do look a lot smoother.
And then here comes Dr. Petro, and she's kind of looking over everything, making sure everything is good to go. And then she said that, and I didn't know this, and y'all have never told me this, that I had one eye that was a little bit more droopier than the other one.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess she just paid to look for stuff like that. Because
Yeah.
let me turn around. Let me see.
And I asked,
Which one
Now
is
that you
it?
mention it, I
Now
see
it
it.
is. You got
I
lazy
see a
eye.
little droop.
and so they put something on there, and then while I was
fix it?
sitting there, it's like my eyes was like opening up more. I don't know.
How about
And I'm like,
was that an eye facial?
I don't know what was happening to me. I just know that there was
So your
staff.
eye was-
At one point, I don't know why this happens.
droopy.
This happens to me, but at one
know
point, I had I think 6 staff ladies staff members all standing around looking at the
taking
procedures
notes on
of,
what they
yes.
need to do.
Yeah, and when I say it wasn't like a lazy eye, or like it was half closed.
It's probably from that
like
Bell's
see right
palsy.
now. I see right now one eye of your eyes is smaller than the other, just
Is
a
it?
little
It's
bit.
more closed.
Yeah, just
You
slightly.
think it's from Bell's palsy you had that time?
No, I don't.
Okay, I was just checking.
So anyway, and y'all forgot about me yesterday.
I did.
I
I'm so
completely
sorry. I
forgot.
didn't realize you
That was
had
my 11:30.
I
exfoliation
bet you
and
felt good
toning
when
and
you left.
nourishment going on.
That was my 11:30 to 1 yesterday. 12:30-ish, 12:45, something like that.
Well, look, like I say, now your nose looks good.
And I was talking about everything, and then I told Terry about it. I told Hannah Black, who's the sales rep for our flagship station,
Yeah.
with that, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, you're getting a hydrofacial? Do you understand
that's a
what the
big-
late?" And I'm like, "I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
So
I just
you
am
might
going
need
to do it."
appreciate it a little more than you did.
Right. And
Now,
they're
when's your
like, well,
pedicure? When's that going?
and they were like, well, dudes need to get this too.
Well, what can
Well,
I
that's-
say?
yeah.
I
Hey,
have laser light.
I do
on
think
air.
men would benefit from this, but I'm telling you, you're not going to convince men to do a
Does this
hydrofacial.
What should we call it?
I don't know.
Have
that's,
y'all ever
that's way
noticed-
beyond
What about if
my
we just
pay
said
grade.
Speedy Special?
And I may be
Now you got you something. Hey, come by and get the Speedy Special. Now that gets people there.
Does this help?
I want to do what Speedy did.
Have you ever seen?
You
when
got to
people-
keep it simple for us men. We're
Right.
not going in there for exfoliating our skin.
Especially when facial means more than face.
That was good.
Toning, nourishment.
Yeah.
We don't use those words.
You ever seen when men get older and their nose it looks like the moon? It starts getting craters. Was this this to help that?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's got like tiny little.
Oh
it's like a,
yeah.
It looks
Yeah.
like a I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah,
a
there
chewed
was
up
the-
roll or something stuck on your face. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
gross.
As you get older,
That's gross, Greg.
it does.
Yeah,
And
no, I know-
and
I know
I've
what you're
got
talking about.
potential for that because I got a big
Yeah,
nose.
yeah. Well, I'm fair skinned, bald
Oh, me
head,
too.
and so I've
Well-
really got to. I got to stay on this stuff, And so they
Go
go.
by
So,
and get
so,
the Speedy Special.
So a follow up on
The
what they
Speedy
did
facial.
here in studio when I was the guinea pig and they gave me Botox in my forehead. The follow up to that was I ended up getting a hydrofacial
that?
and hanging out with Dr.
What if we
Petro
say
and her staff.
Well, good
Speedy
for you.
Hydro? I want the Speedy Hydro.
There you go.
Something
All right.
like that. We
Speedy
got
That
Hydro.
makes it feel like
we
it's
got to
real
take
fast.
the term facial out of this.
Right. Okay. Speedy Hydro. That's fine.
Or Speedy Special.
Yeah.
I like it
How about
better
the
than
face
anything.
buffing?
Right. Okay. I don't know about that one, Greg.
They're buffing your face. kinda.
Right.
I'm
right.
so sorry that we forgot about
Yeah,
this.
yeah. I just thought maybe, hey man, how'd it go?
Again,
maybe
it-
that would
It
work.
ain't like he was in pain. He was actually enjoying it.
Yeah, but I think you and Lisa and you and Amanda, y'all
Okay.
need to have couple hydros.
Okay.
Does that
Sounds
sound
good to
better?
me.
That does sound better.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Supper time! Did you know that most commercial dog food has 50 to 64% processed cereal byproducts, even in some premium and organic brands?
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein, and I've saved dogs no one else could with proper nutrition, which led to my development of Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food made with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit that I created to support your dog's health, happiness, and wellness.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and contains organ meat, some of the most nutritious meat you can give your pet, and it has 0 artificial preservatives, additives, or fillers. For a limited time, save 50% off your first order and receive a free bag of dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Your dog will love the taste of Nature's Blend. Text free treats to 511-511 today.
Text fees may apply. You may receive up to 1 additional text. Text stop to opt out.
Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
This is a court-ordered notice. If you were subject to the data breaches of the United States Office of Personnel Management and you experienced an out-of-pocket loss after the breaches, you could be eligible for a payment from a class action settlement. To see if you're eligible, go to opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567. That's opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567.
They say to never mess with the classics, but Panera did just that and more with our new Chef's Chicken Sandwiches. By using pan-seared chicken, our secret garlic aioli recipe, Parmesan crisps, and pickle chips, all on a buttery brioche roll. Because if no one messed with the classics, you'd never have a chicken sandwich this good. New Chef's Chicken Sandwiches from Panera. Only $1 delivery fee when you order on our app. Restrictions apply. For details, visit PaneraBread.com/delivery info.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is Matt Crowder live at the gas station on 41st Street reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss. Are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods, and you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. And you can get 10% off their bundles with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. When you're running a small business or you're in charge of hiring, firing, all this kind of stuff, it's tough to find and grow the right people for your team. And LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you find the people that you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. It's that simple. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the right person that has just the right skills so you can quickly prioritize the person, the questions, and who you're hiring. It's why small businesses ranked LinkedIn jobs #1 in increasing the quality of hire. So to help you find the candidates worth interviewing, all you have to do is go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post your job for free today at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. That's free, folks. Who doesn't like free? I know I do, especially when it comes to help and who you can hire. Find that right person at LinkedIn.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, well, Dr. Dudney is here, and he has brought some casseroles, it looks like. I just know that he was carrying 2 plates of something or 2 platters of something. So we'll see what he's got. Brenda Cohen, who is the or is it Cowan? I think it's Cowan. Brenda is going to be here. She was this latest lender in winner in Fix Mama's Mouth. All right, I'm out of control.
Just put that down.
All right,
just put that down.
Hey, I do have a picture before and after that I would like us just to dig into for a second on you yesterday.
What?
If you can take a look at the screen.
Look,
behind
Jonathan
you.
Kirk, I'm gonna find you and
Look
get you.
at that.
It does look different.
It does.
Well, I don't know.
At the
how
top,
that-
you look surprised, and then down here, you look relaxed.
Yeah. Well, they did. They told me to do
Look how
this.
smooth he looks down there in the bottom.
Ooh, rumple smooth skin. That's what it looks like.
Okay, I got Adler.
They told me to do like, all right, raise your eyebrows, all right, make a mean face, all right, do this or do that. I guess they're trying to find all the imperfections. I'm just telling you what they're saying.
Who's the blonde in the picture
Yeah, what is that?
that likes
I think that's
Speedy?
just somebody that they're clapping maybe
Okay.
before after.
Congratulating
You know how they do.
Yeah.
You know how these marketing people do. They're cool.
That looks good.
That
Everybody,
does.
y'all calm down. I told
you
y'all not
what.
to fake
I'm
care.
I'll be honest, I'm a little hydrofacial jealous here. A little envy.
Yeah.
Hydrofacial envy.
Do you want to call it Speedy Hydro or Speedy Facial?
I just like the Speedy Special. I think they ought to go in
Speedy
and go.
Special
I
or
want,
Speedy
I want the
Facial?
Speedy Special.
Okay.
Speedy
and they
Special.
do everything to
Do what y'all did to Speedy.
to that Yeah, exactly.
I want my forehead slick.
Whatever y'all did to Speedy, y'all do that to me.
The bottom one kind of looks like a mugshot. Like
It
well,
does.
they
It
got me.
Plus a
It
smooth
looks like
noggin.
a DUI.
Smooth noggin.
Oh me, well y'all have your fun. So anyway, I mean, every now and then you just got to throw yourself under the bus because you know it's going to come out, and I would rather control, the narrative than y'all just bring it to the table.
That's probably the best.
Right. All right. I can move on now. I just want everybody to see.
Okay.
The before and after, if we're trying to sell hydrofacials and Speedy Specials, they got to know the end result.
That's right. We got to see it.
Yeah.
Before,
Right.
after.
Carry
Before,
on.
All right,
after.
everybody calm down. National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day. Who doesn't love a chocolate chip? Come
I
on
love
with
'em.
it, huh?
It's my favorite cookie.
Is it your favorite?
That's
cookie?
my favorite cookie. Right out of the oven with a big old glass of milk.
Woo! Come on, talk to me.
What was that noise?
I don't know.
That was a different, not that.
No, it's like it
Greg.
went. "Ding."
It was a different like ringtone.
It's almost like it was a cell phone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I thought have y'all changed your ringtones?
No.
Something different? Trying to be sharp?
I don't know. But
That
speaking
was
of
strange.
phones, listen to this. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
A new high-end Italian restaurant in Texas has a rule that diners are not allowed to have their cell phones or smartphones with them at any point. Any point.
Or do they put them in a basket or something, or you just leave them in the car?
You know what? I'm not really sure, but
Because those guys if you Uber in from somewhere, they got to have somewhere to store this stuff.
Yeah, oh wow, you're Ubering now. Here's the owner talking about it.
We wanted to make something that was special. If you can't possibly deal without your phone for 2 hours, this is not the place for you. I mean, people go to movies, they don't get on their phone. So then you're like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and enjoy myself. And that's what happens. It's been really refreshing.
I love it. I think it's a great idea. I think we should do more of it. But I want to know his plan on the phones because not everybody drives.
Right.
Yeah.
I will tell you this though. I have really tried to be intentional on. You can bring that phone, that photo down, Adler.
That's just she was sitting there right behind.
That's he's not listening. That's fine. You're okay. I was just telling you, you could bring my photo down if you want.
Leave it up. I'm sorry, I was doing show prep.
Oh yeah, it's okay, buddy.
Whole show, leave it up.
Yeah, if you want to, go
Entire
ahead.
show, leave it up.
Okay, got it. I've tried to be intentional with no phones at the table. I have.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, I've got bad habit. I mean, this is actually a bad habit of mine that I'll actually go hours and never even look at mine.
Yeah.
And people trying to get in touch with me, and and it's freeing.
Yeah,
it
really is. And I've done the same.
And that's not freeing for the contractor that needs me to make a decision immediately,
Yeah.
or the parent that's texting me telling me their kid's going to be late for tennis and all that.
Right,
And when I don't look at it, I don't look at it.
So during the Dr. Petro procedure yesterday, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb.
You're bringing it back up.
And I
just
forgot to take the Do Not Disturb off. Spent a good chunk of yesterday afternoon and then looked up, and I had missed a lot. But boy, it was nice.
I've done that a lot.
Yeah, I like
it. It was very, very nice. Very freeing.
It is freeing.
You know?
Yeah. It's no hydrofacial freeing, but it's freeing.
Right.
It's not smooth.
Yeah. I'm getting one suggestion here: Speedy Spa Special. That's
not bad.
Triple S.
Sometimes men hear spa and it kind of turns them off.
Right.
We got to keep it simple for us men.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. I get it.
You do.
All right. So this hour we've really hopefully brought a lot to the table. Your tree issue. I threw my procedure. Just threw that out there.
Greg, we'll get to your rash tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to get to your rash tomorrow that you're dealing with.
Get Speedy's monkeypox.
Mm-hmm. That the antibiotic that you're on. We'll get that done tomorrow.
Y'all, they're making that up.
Huh? How is it? There's Dr. Dudney right there. He's fired up. We can talk about your teeth tomorrow, Greg.
That's right.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Bless his heart, he just closed the studio door behind him. He's going to be locked back out.
Doesn't realize he's locked out.
No, it's okay. Look, this new studio requires a little bit of adjustments here. And when it comes to guests, it's tough to dial it in because if they come in at different times, it's tough. But we'll talk to Dr. Dudney next hour and introduce you to Brenda coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Football because of my love for football. I played football because the stadium was packed. The school made a fuss over it. There were pep rallies. If you wore a jersey, it was a big deal.
Yeah, I don't want
and then the football just kind of was. I wouldn't have gone through the crap you got to go through to play football. If all of a sudden I was going to go out there and when I walked up there were 3 people sitting on aluminum bleachers.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have gone through that.
There's a risk reward factor with football and the big three that draw people to it, and I think our sport needs some more of that. But that's a whole nother topic.
Well, it ties in because you got the famous Eddie Van Adler, a.k.a. Chris Eagle.
There you go.
To come out and DJ and bring some music out to the
Well,
tennis court.
Everything is entertainment and everything is promotion. And, we've tried to pick our game day experience up at Briarwood a little bit, where I'm a volunteer assistant, and we have a good time with it, have a lot of fun.
You talking about USTA Pro?
Yeah.
Wait, you're the assistant head coach?
USPTA.
Did
he look like an assistant yesterday?
I didn't. Okay, you're the assistant. Okay, that's news to me.
Adler said there was
I'm
only one
3.
person in charge yesterday.
I'm number 3.
And that was the
I'm
face.
number 3 out of 3.
No,
I'm
guys,
number 3, and just barely, quite frankly, thanks to y'all, barely hanging on to that spot.
Are you a tennis pro, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
He does.
USPTA
He does
certified.
hand the mic off, guys. He didn't get on the mic at all yesterday.
I
He
try to
takes
stay
a-
out of the spotlight.
He does. He takes a
Sometimes I get
backseat
thrust into
role.
it, but I try not to.
There you go. There you go.
He must have paid you a lot.
I
He
will.
did, he
I will
did,
say
he did.
this: there has been a funny transition because Adler has brought a lot, by bringing the jams and the pregame experience is real cool. And
Here comes the Eagle.
And now we do starting lineups, time permitting, just like you would for a basketball game almost, and trying to turn that up and have a little fun. And Coach Mears, who is our head coach, to begin with, did not want to do the mic work on that. But what is funny to me and to others is his transition from being kind of bashful about doing it to grabbing it and now loving it. And throwing in nicknames and rolling those R's into it. I mean, he is really into it now, and I love it.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Well, you know what that is? It's infectious.
It is. It gets people fired up.
I think we have your intro here.
Do we?
I think. Let's see here.
We want to welcome you to today's tennis match. Please direct your attention to court number 1 for the introduction and starting lineup of the teams.
Well, we have some audio we drop in for various things.
Was that real right there?
That's real. That's one
We
of them.
want to
We
welcome
have
you to
several
today's
different
tennis
things.
match. Please direct your attention to court number 1 for the introduction and starting lineup of the teams.
Is that the same woman that does RBTV?
No, it's different, but came from the same place.
service?
Yeah.
If I could interject something real quick.
And I
Is this
love
when
it.
you're
I
hopping
love
up there and getting the crowd fired up?
No, see, that's my whole
Raise
thing.
your rackets in the
I
air.
actually don't DJ anymore. I do not DJ anymore. I am selling off all of that equipment. That business is closed. I am closed. I'm liquidating that business because I did it and I got good at it for about 4 years, DJing events, weddings, benefits, balls, that kind of stuff. And I got good at it, and I got to where it's something that I can do easily, but it's not something I enjoy. And that's a big thing. You really want to start scaling back the things that you don't really enjoy to make money, and as you're trying to build a career and stuff like that.
No
And if I have to be the party, if I have to bring the party,
A lot of pressure.
weekend after weekend, night after night, it's just not fun. I don't.
You have to fake it.
And it's just like not everybody likes trap music, so that was that's kind of that.
I don't even know
that
what that
hurts.
is.
That hurts a little bit.
What is that?
Trap music.
What's trap music?
Well,
I know
since
Trap
y'all
by
aren't-
Bruce Springsteen.
Y'all aren't from the trap, so y'all wouldn't know about all this. But
No,
you
we
didn't even
wouldn't.
know. Y'all ain't even know it. But
Evidently, there's not a lot of demand for it out there.
I think I know what it is because I heard some the other night from a DJ and I didn't like it very much.
it's basically, honestly, it's like music from the lower socioeconomic neighborhoods of Atlanta, and that's kind of what is now taking over all of mainstream hip hop.
Okay, well that's I don't even now I have it wrong.
Y'all know what I'm saying.
The thing
These
I was
people read. These people in the golden ticket seats, they read, so they know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking
no
about.
idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I've never heard of a music that was a neighborhood.
So please stop emailing me and saying, "Can you DJ our kids' party and can you DJ our prom and stuff like that?" I just don't do that anymore. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Why
But I don't do
why
that
don't you
anymore.
why don't you forward that to whoever you sold it to? That ups the price of what you
There you
sold
go.
off.
Well, it's just
Customer base.
It's a lot of
I'm sorry to
work.
go Shark Tank here. But
I know. It's a lot of work, and you have to think
Ran that
about
boat
the
down.
time involved. And
What
all
about
the
selling
emails.
it to Cletus?
Honestly, I was trying to build up
Cletus
Cletus
ain't got no
as my
money.
guy. I was trying to build up Cletus as my replacement guy. He was going to be my go-to DJ. But Cletus, if you got, I know you're listening. You're running the board at ZZK right now. You didn't get after it, buddy. You didn't get after it when it comes to
this segment was not supposed to be for you to eat Cletus up on
you
the
gotta
air.
be motivated. You gotta be self-motivated. You gotta
Hey,
make yourself.
calm down.
And
He
that's
just
fine.
texted me and said, "This is where I can step in."
Maybe he wants to do other stuff. That's totally cool. So I want to do other stuff as well. So
Eddie
I'm
Van Adler's
liquidating
growing
this.
up.
I'm liquidating this company, Shark Tank.
Okay,
Boom.
wait a minute. But you're going to finish our season, right?
I will.
Because we contracted for the whole
But don't
year.
you want him to
right?
hype the crowd, though? He claims he's not hyping
this
the
one-
crowd.
this
I'm
one
not a
you-
hype man.
This one you don't
He
have to
doesn't
bring.
have to.
You don't have to bring the party.
I just bring the sound, and I can hang back because it's just a part of
Not
it.
the party,
it's
just the
not,
sound.
It's not the main attention focus, and people aren't giving you looks like this song sucks, man. People are just warming up doing tennis.
Yeah,
that I
just,
can handle.
We're just glad to have music. We don't know what to do.
You've had a
You
tough
play
run
any
out
trap
there.
music while you're there?
I do get to see. I get to play trap music at these things.
but
It's
have any
awesome.
lyrics with it?
Well, instrumental.
All right, we'll come back and
Very
You'll
instrumental.
be in a trap.
so so did he bring it yesterday?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
he loved it.
Had the crowd
I'll do
start
like-
into a frenzy.
I'll do instrumental versions of very popular rap songs, so the kids do know the words. Like if you know the words, then you know the song.
Well,
so
let's
they'll
not
sing-
tell all our secrets.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour as we start anew. The whole team now coming onto the field, and another Rick and Bubba Show is out in front of us, and we'll begin to walk through it. But first, we start this hour with our national anthem. Hour is underway from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. The gang's all here. Kickoff hour is done. That's hosted by Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. Eddie Van Adler settles in to his magic booth, and he's ready to show the tubers, get his robotic cameras ready to go. He's creating content. He's throwing it out as a sower throws the seed. It's out there. Find all those details at rickandbubba.com. Well, we got to fix Mama's mouth today. We'll meet somebody with a brand new grill. Another Mama and has finally looked after herself, thanks to a great letter from her daughter. Dr. Dudney and the gang are here. We're ready for that. Also, later in the program, Marshall Tucker fans, we talked to Doug Gray, still doing it. And they're out on the road, and we'll hear from them and talk to Doug and find out, the history of the Marshall Tucker Band and what's going on with them now. But first, we want to bring in the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Wrong. I mean, if that song came out today, it'd be on country. I mean, it's one of those things.
Rick, celebrating 50 years?
50 years of Marshall Tucker Band.
I thought 30 was a long time.
Heard it in a little.
What about 50?
Well, I will,
a long time.
I will say that I played
shows in 50 years.
I played that song, and that song was a good big hit, and it's well known, and it serves its purpose. It would have taken too long to build up to what I think They may have written, in my opinion, and I know that really goes a long way with a lot of people, but
Yeah, there you go.
one of the greatest Southern rock songs ever written is that's "Can't You See."
Well, yeah,
Can't you
that's a
see?
good one.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
you're not going to get much better than "Can't You
It's
See."
been covered by many other bands.
My goodness!
If we were still doing this show 50 years in, the year would be 2044.
Well,
I would be 80 years old.
Oh,
well, I want to tell you this.
I know I feel
80,
and
yeah.
act
Right,
80
right.
at times now.
Yeah,
but,
well,
welcome back.
I will tell you what.
But
But
that
listen,
used to be a funny bit. It's not anymore.
No,
'Cause
no.
we're acting like that a whole
Country
lot.
songs.
I'm lost in a parking deck.
I'm going to tell you this, Bubba.
What's
Somebody,
that S stand for?
you know, you can go get
Subterranean, but it goes straight up.
you can go get our old segments everywhere, including there's YouTube channels that play them and all this. So somebody sent me the very bit that we're talking about right now. It was on our 10th anniversary. Now, keep in mind, we're 28 and a half now.
Yeah.
It was on our 10th anniversary. It's on the CD. How about that? We're sitting there holding the Roman numeral 10, okay? And you and I get into a conversation about how we'll never see. I mean, and we literally are saying that we guess the show might make it 10 more, maybe.
Right.
And Speedy is screaming in the background, guys, let's don't talk like this.
Yeah.
And you know, and
Right.
and you know how old we're 39 at the time, and we're talking about you turning 40 in March. And how and we were talking about the state we were in now. I just didn't see,
Yeah.
and I declared 10 will never get past 20.
Never.
Well, never go past 20 years. And here we are at 28 and a half. When you go back and listen to that bit now, the things we're saying we're a little prophetic on some of it, but I mean it's
sadly so.
Right.
I'd like to be more prophetic on, you know, how long we would get to go and how we would get to leave, and you know, get to just give out gifts everywhere when we go, and it just be number one.
Oh yeah, it's we were talking about changing our bumper sticker logos and all this kind of stuff. No, we were talking about us just turning 50, okay?
Right, or 40.
Yeah, well, we were turning 40, but we were saying in 10 years we'll be 50.
Okay.
And so we started doing things like, you know, honk if you know your name, as opposed to, you know, if you're listening to
We may need to listen to that bit.
Yeah.
That may be a flashback.
Right, yeah. Have you seen my grandkids? You know, this kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we're doing the show now from Spring Hill in the lobby.
That's good stuff right there.
So, somebody sent that to me. When you listen to it, it's weird listening now.
Yeah, it is.
28 and a half years. Good night. Here we are. So, I told you we've got things that we're going to do today, including talking to Doug Gray, who is still standing there on lead Vox with the Marshall Tucker Band.
That's amazing.
Still
amazing.
belting it out.
Yeah. Do you remember, Greg, when you and I went to the volunteer jam and they did Can't You See?
Yeah.
And they kind of brought out everybody. Including, that was the first time Leonard Skinner had played without Ronnie Van Zant.
It was.
And so the debut of Johnny Van Zant on lead vocals. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
I remember Great White was there.
Yes, they were. And
it was a good
remember,
show.
for some reason, the guitar player had a cord that was too short, and he had to stand by his amp and his speakers, which was weird.
Yeah,
and they kept trying to bring him out a longer cord. But I don't know why I remember that, but I
know
do.
you forgot the late great Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. First time I'd ever seen Stevie Ray Vaughan in concert, and our guitar player, the late Chuck Mason, was with me, and he kept telling me I should care about Stevie Ray Vaughan, and I didn't. And then after he performed, I was like that.
Suddenly you cared.
Now I'm embarrassed for everybody who's coming up next.
You realize what you were seeing then.
Oh, buddy. Wow. Unbelievable. So we'll come back, and we'll jump right into it. We've got Brenda Cowan here today, and she is our latest winner in Fix Mama's Mouth. And we are going to see the incredible work that Dr. Dudney and all these extremely talented people who put these veneers, they're artists is what they are.
Yep.
And we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Need to breathe. Washed by the water. Bubba, how are you, sir?
Good stuff. Good stuff. I am Dan Dio. How are you doing?
Well, much to do. We go forward on the program. We had a very, very active weekend within the show, outside the show, and, of course, around the world, and we'll unpack all of that. I sadly have to report for you, and I know you'll just sit quietly. There seems to be a number of celebrity deaths
I know.
over the weekend, which I know you are not able to speak on until they're solidified and make sure they are correct. But I've heard some of those. It was really weird on the Bill Paxton one, too, because I just read an interview with him last week.
You know, not that old by today's standards, 61. He was best known for his roles in blockbusters Apollo 13, Titanic, and was in Twister, too. Remember?
But I just saw an interview, where they were talking about him and him talking about what he was doing, him and his wife.
He loved
those kind of interviews where they go, all right, if you got a day to yourself, what do you do? And he's sitting out there on the beach just talking.
I think he was kind of semi-retired, living in looked like the Fort Worth area, and he would like to work on these low-budget movies now. Trying to really launch them.
So
anyway.
he was currently in the CBS series Training Day, which aired February the 2nd.
That's what they were talking about.
And they're not really sure what they're going to do with the rest of the episodes that they've already recorded and
What is
taped.
that? What is that show about? Training Days.
I'm sorry, I haven't
If
seen
it's based on the movie,
Yeah, that Denzel Washington was in.
I don't know if it is. Where the police.
Corrupt cop and
yeah.
a trainee, that kind of thing.
Of course, Bubba, I've talked about it earlier, and I know you agree with me. I think his best role was Chet in Weird Science.
I was just thinking, you know what? It's funny because I was just thinking we haven't mentioned something he was in, and I just thought about the gap in the teeth, and I went, my gosh, that was the older brother in Weird Science. Boy, he terrorized him.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Rick, one of my favorites, Hatfield McCoy's. He played an excellent.
good,
He
man.
played
Yeah.
an
Him
excellent
and
part
Kevin
in that.
Costner.
They're really good. Now.
He's just one of those actors
good
you'd
series.
like for him to be in any movie because he was personable and you liked him.
And it was also, I never saw it.
Came through the screen.
Wasn't there some sort of HBO or something called Big he was into?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember what that was about. But anyway, it was a pretty popular deal for a while.
Yeah.
Helms, you okay, buddy?
Little red, little raccoon face today.
I mean, when
it's chilly outside and the sun's out, you'll still get sunburned.
Yeah.
And when the wind's up, it'll fry your face too.
Now you got two for there.
Yeah.
You okay over there?
Yeah, no, I really want to wear my
Red
sunglasses.
How tight is your face? Can you
It feels pretty tight.
Yeah.
Looks like I've been shot up full of Botox or something.
I didn't know whether somebody had pushed you face down on a frying pan or.
I think that's a good look for you, man.
Good. You misjudged that we had that much sun going on.
Yeah,
didn't
I did.
But anyway, so
7 hours. Wow, that'll do it.
That's a lot.
Well, if you got to get out in it, I mean, you got to get out in it. We're just not used to it this time of year. We've been inside so much.
You don't think hats and stuff like that right now, sunscreen, any of that. So
it's hard to put sunscreen on when it may be just even a little chilly. But like I say, sun and wind.
Oh yeah,
do that.
yeah. They're active. They'll get the job done, and the results are in. So we'll get into a lot of stuff to talk about. I know some of it we kind of touched on the kickoff hour if you got that, but we'll get a little deeper in that too as we continue to work through today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Also check our website rickandbubba.com. All the information about the show can be found there too. If you need to get updated, check those show notes too. Anytime we talk about a story, especially if it has a video or a link to it, we'll place those there too. You can stay updated. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we are back. Blackstone Cherries cover of Can't You See? All right, as we work our way back, we have Bubba, one of the traditions here on the Rick and Bubba Show that is always so much fun to be part of. Welcome back to the phones, to the show, and then we will get him screening phone calls before he leaves. Is Dr. Dudney? Dudney, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
Great, Rick. It's great to be here.
You mind screening calls before you leave?
No, I don't mind at all.
All right, so if you do that for us, I appreciate it. Christy's
thing.
here.
Christy.
From Team Dudney. Hey, Christy. Let me tell you, Christy, she comes in here fired up. She's already noticed the wheel of meat. She loves the wheel of meat. That's it. Christy, good to see you again.
She's been on vacation, so she's fired up.
Yes, she has. So let's leave the drinking back at vacation. So anyway, also we have Katie Huey. Katie, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Good. First time
Yeah.
back to the show.
Well, your letter was read on the show, so you're a star.
This is the first time you've been live.
Yeah. So really, so we all remember when we read your letter, and your mom was deemed the winner of Fix Mama's Mouth, and here she is, the lady of the hour, Brenda Cowan. How you doing?
Oh, good. How are y'all?
Look at that smile.
I love it.
Shining like a new dime. So Brenda, just talk about what this is like and what it's meant to you.
Well, like I said, it took me a while to get used to. I mean, it was a shock.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never had white teeth, and now people probably think I'm nuts because I can't pass the mirror without smiling at myself.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm loving it. I mean, just taking my phone is so full of selfies now.
Oh, yeah.
You can ask my daughter. I was a ghost when a camera came out. I was gone.
She's gone.
Right.
Yeah. So now my phone is just full of selfies. I just can't quit taking pictures of myself.
Look at the difference we're looking at here on the board. We got the
I
big
met
screen
Brenda
up.
when she first was having, maybe your first appointment down in Dr. Dudney's
Yeah,
office.
yeah, it was right after they did temporaries.
And I could tell that this was going to be a big transition for her, and she was enjoying. It's a little scary to begin with, but it all turns out good, doesn't it?
Oh, it was. It did.
So Dudney, just beautiful work. I mean, it looks great, incredible, and so for those that may be hearing about this for the first time, let's talk about veneers. What are they? How what it does? You know, I know Bubba, you've talked about it for years, and everybody that we know that has them. I mean, this is actually your teeth, and they become your teeth.
Yeah.
It's such a move forward from the old days of dentures and things like that.
Right. And when it's possible, obviously a veneer is a choice because it's non-invasive. It's a minimal preparation. It's a non-invasive procedure where you don't have to drill healthy tooth structure away. It's a very thin shell of porcelain that's just bonded to the front surface of the tooth. And in a case like Brenda, who had tetracycline stain, had really dark teeth, through no fault of her own, and so they have a lifetime of really dark teeth, and it's an unattractive smile. So you're able to do something conservatively that changes the appearance of the tooth by bonding these on. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my lab, Core Dental Designs in Roseville, California, that they do a phenomenal job of literally designing a small little piece of porcelain to go on the tooth that I couldn't do what I do without the collaboration that we have with our labs. So I want to give some credit to them as well. But Brenda's a great patient, and we just love doing this. It can change people's lives. It can, like she said, I was a ghost when the camera came out. I never want to have my picture made. I don't want to smile. There are a lot of people that go through life, and they're sad because people think they're not a happy person. And in reality, they're a very happy person. They just don't like smiling. So if people don't smile, people are going to assume, well, you're just not happy. And so the ability for us to have the ability to give someone the joy of smiling is just a very rewarding thing, something that I've enjoyed doing. And interestingly, we're about on a 40-year anniversary right now of porcelain veneers. They were first introduced in 1982. The first porcelain veneers were done. And the reason was they had to develop a procedure for bonding something that was non-retentive to tooth. Up until then, we always did crowns, and a crown's retentive because you drill all the way around the tooth and you just cement it on. But a veneer wouldn't stay on. It had to be bonded on. So about 40 years ago. So we've been doing them for a while now.
Bubba, another mark for the 80s. Another mark for the 80s.
I know, the greatest decade mankind's
I know
ever
Bubba
seen.
likes the 80s.
Well, and you talk about bonding. I mean, it does it on the molecular level.
It does.
You're not
it
just
is.
gluing. It
You're
actually becomes
right.
the same
It's a chemical bond on the molecular level. And you have retention that's created by creating a rough surface. So you have micromechanical retention and chemical bonding on a molecular level, just like you said.
Do you remember how long I've had mine? Did we say 20 years?
About almost 20. I think you're like 19 right now.
And I've never had any problem whatsoever.
They have you up on the board right now. Yeah. Look at you. Look how young you look right there.
Yeah, I know.
So
about 40 pounds ago.
Well, I noticed too, and you see this.
That's how I measure time.
Yeah, right. And Brenda, I don't know that this was your experience, but having relatives and friends who had the same situation, because we got a whole generation of us that we were given this stuff as kids,
right?
And we didn't know. Where literally, even though I would have family members and friends that were enjoying themselves so much that they couldn't keep from smiling,
right?
And they would literally take their hand,
right,
and put it over their mouth. When they were laughing or something, because they were so self-conscious about anybody seeing their teeth. And now it's like you've been set free.
I know, right? I agree. I mean, like I said, I'm still having a problem with the camera pointed at me. I still want to do the smile, but I'm getting better at it.
Did you have to learn how to smile? I did. I was not a good smiler at all.
Yeah. I mean,
yes, she did.
I think you're taking to it really well.
Yeah,
because you can smile resting now.
I know.
It's funny because when you take the before pictures, it's hard to get them to smile. You take the after pictures, and they're just beaming.
Because I work customer service at my job with the public every day, and now, I never really thought about my teeth, because it's been like that all my life. But now I know I look good. I look better. I look a lot better.
Katie, what do you think about it?
I'm tickled for her because. All my life, I'm like, Mom, me, selfie queen. Yeah. I'm like, take a picture with me. And she's like, no, not right now. And now I have a son and her first grandbaby. She's always like, okay, I'll take a picture now.
Yeah.
So it's just really nice to see her.
Well, you're seeing, it must feel great because the personality that she has. Mm-hmm. And you're like, now she can just freely show it. Yeah. Does it feel like to an extent her full personality just kind of came alive?
Yeah. She just seems more, like herself now, and it's not just around me. She can share it with everybody.
And we all love our mom, and we know we owe our mom so much. But when you're able to do something back for them, I know a lot of these pro athletes, when they buy them houses and stuff, they talk about what an emotional moment that is. Of course, that's a whole different league to what we're involved in.
Sure.
But to be able to do this and through Dr. Dudney and them, it has to give you a great feeling.
And I didn't really have to do anything. Y'all really helped me with that.
You wrote a great letter.
You sure did.
Don't sell yourself short there.
You tell the wide world you love your mama.
Yeah.
And it touched Dudney in the game.
It did indeed. It did, and these letters are incredible. That's why I'll as long as you want to do it, I'll keep doing it, because just reading the letters is just it just is worth it. I mean,
and it's funny because I was like, oh, maybe we didn't get in. Like, I was waiting for an email or something. I was like, well, better luck next time. Next year there's always next year. And then I went on y'all's website, nosy, see who got to be the contestants that were chosen, and then there she was, number 3, and I jumped up and I called her, and I was
she didn't tell me
I did not tell her.
I did not know.
No.
I was the finalist. So I was like, that picture with a trick.
Yeah.
Because she was like, smile, Mama, nobody's going to take
that's
this
true.
I cocked my baby out, and I was like, there it is.
She tricked her into the picture. She didn't know what she was submitting that picture for.
How many of these have we done now, Dr. Dudney?
We think yours was first, so about 18, I think.
Man, that's awesome. You've changed a lot of lives out there.
I'm telling you.
Including mine.
Brenda, it's just so good to see you and see Katie. So glad you are our guest today. So there she is. You've seen the before and after, the latest winner. And Fix Mama's Mouth. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She says she can help us a little bit. What we were trying to figure out on this debacle with the Academy Awards last night is, had they not given Best Actress yet? Why was there another card still sitting around with Best Actress on it? How did Warren Beatty end up with it? And how did the announcer go along with what Faye Dunaway read? Did she just adjust or whatever? But anyway, Nancy says she can help. Nancy, go ahead.
First of all, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad you. So try to help us with this.
Okay, so when Leonardo DiCaprio gave Emma Stone her Oscar, most of the Oscar winners took their Oscar and that red envelope, and
Right.
Leonardo DiCaprio held on to her envelope. And I was watching thinking, well, she's going to want that, but he was holding on to it, and he never gave it to her. So she got her Oscar, but not the envelope that had her name and the fact that she won the Oscar.
How in the world did that end up? But if the envelope, well, I guess you can shut it back. It looks like it's not as. I guess you could seal it back pretty easily. How did Warren Beatty end up with it?
I don't know, but when Leonardo DiCaprio walked even backstage, he still had it in his hand. He didn't hand it to her. And if you watch all the others that won an award, got the Oscar and the red envelope. And she just walked back, and then she came back because she was up right after the Best Actor. So I think that it got messed up backstage.
So he carried it backstage, laid it down somewhere, and it got mixed up in the pile.
Probably.
So then okay, so that's good that you saw that. That's a good catch. So they had already given that award. Best Picture is the last award, right?
Yes.
All right, so then I guess the announcer just goes, well, undoubtedly the notes I have here are incorrect. I'm shifting to what legendary actress Faye Dunaway said.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess, right?
I guess.
Yeah,
I guess.
Wow. They were the stars of Bonnie and Clyde. That's.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate the call, Nancy.
Mess.
So it's Leonardo DiCaprio's fault.
What a mess.
Hey, you didn't give her the card. He's walking around with it, toss it backstage on the table. Somebody put it back in, and Warren Beatty ends up with it thinking it's Best Picture.
What a mess.
You okay, Speedy?
I know.
That's got to be.
This is awful.
All right, so anyway.
Well, usually if there's somebody that's quote a star, you're gonna have some handles with that anyway.
You're gonna have it,
and look at all of them. You got the top, echelon of the A list there. And can you imagine how many handles, if you try to tell somebody, put envelopes here, put them here, it's amazing they pulled off what they pulled off.
Are you saying prima donnas don't exactly follow instructions?
I would say it would be tough, and none of them go to a walkthrough.
I mean, you can't even get nobody here for a sound check.
Can you imagine getting Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway there for a walkthrough sound check?
Nah, not going to happen. Not going to happen. They might send somebody.
The Oscars version of a sound check, since they're not performing. But
look, they're now showing everybody's faces, figuring it out, standing around up there. Look, there's Emma Stone back there, and you see her go, oh, my gosh. And now they've got the whole thing where they bring everybody out and watch everybody shuffle.
This guy here takes charge.
Yeah, look, this is a guy who says, I'm going to get this right. I'm not going to be called a racist for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this right.
Good gracious.
Now, I did not see the movie Moonlight. I didn't see La La Land either.
I saw La La Land on a date night. It did its job. But it's a great chick flick. They love it. Oh,
what was it about?
They love it. It's just romance and a bunch of dancing, and some singing in there too. It's like a musical kind of thing.
Right.
Sort of.
That's Greg's favorite. He loves musicals.
Yeah. But they don't sing every line.
Yeah.
Just songs break out from time to time.
I was kind of pumped to binge watch Timeless last night and get caught up. So.
Okay. All right. There you go. But Moonlight,
I love it.
I actually saw the trailer for Moonlight, and I had not heard of it. Mm-hmm. And I watched the trailer, and here's my only problem. Some of these, not in every case, for all of its chickness of La La Land, and it's not a dude movie or anything like that, if it's a great date movie, but at least you kind of go, there was some laughter in it and some fun. Some of these critically acclaimed movies, it's like critics think if a movie is just tragic all the way through,
it's good,
then you have to love it. I have a hard time just sitting down in a movie. The scenery is sad. Everything about it's sad. Nothing good ever happens. The tragedy of every human possible problem could ever happen. There's violence. There's people being abused. There's people being mistreated. There's all kinds of strife. Yeah. Those movies just kind of drive me into a bad place.
You know what? I don't want to go to the movie to have that. Life has that.
Right.
So I want to go to. To me, I want to go and have a Dumb and Dumber, and Napoleon Dynamite, a Chevy Chase. I like.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, I know exactly.
Even the way they shoot it looks
it's dark. It's high contrast.
Yeah,
they can control that.
And the whole thing is to show you human tragedy. 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Relief Factor teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show years ago. When you hear these partnerships that have gone on for decades, there's a reason for that. Number one, it means that the sponsor is getting results. Number two, it means the audience is loving the product. And I take it every day. And so just took first pack this morning. We'll take another before I go to sleep tonight. And if I got something bothering me, I'll take another one in the middle of the day. It is all natural, 4 botanicals, and almost everyone over 40 or 50, and we can speak to that, has occasional aches and pains because of aging, exercise, overexertion, everyday activities. But let me tell you, if you want to get back to doing the things you love, Relief Factor may be the answer like it is for so many. You need to be moving. You need to be active. But sometimes you're like, well, Rick, when I do, I just, the pain, well, let's resolve that. Get a 3-week quick start pack. Why 3 weeks, Rick? I'll tell you why. Because research has shown that inside 3 weeks, you'll be able to tell whether this works for you or not. That way you can make a decision if you want to go forward. And we have the majority of the people that order this go forward. We're talking about $19.95 for you to hopefully find the answer, as it has been for so many of us, Relief Factor, and now it's all natural. You know, when you're popping that over-the-counter stuff, and it's not a dig on these industries. They were designed for short-term help, not to be a supplement to take every day. That's actually bad for you. And then we get into the opioids and the addictive properties of that and how many lives have been ruined by that. This is all natural. ReliefFactor.com. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com. You can find it under the sponsors button. Bubba.
Oh, my gosh.
Bubba, today.
Is it time?
Here they come. Here they come. Everybody say Will of Meat.
Will of Meat's got me yearning.
Look at it lit up and ready to go. And hey!
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful Will of Meat has been illuminated. We just let you meet Brenda Cowan and her daughter Katie Huey. Brenda, the latest winner in Fix Mama's Mouth. Dr. Dudney and Christy from Team Dudney is here. Christy, go ahead.
Christy, you got to get in line. We're going to have your enthusiasm over there.
You know you want to spin the wheel. So, Christy,
fresh
Katie,
off vacation, she's wound up, Rick.
Yes, she is. She brought vacation with her.
I'm not sure what you were showing there, Christy. What is that? Oh, you got to pull your hair back. We can't see what it says.
She's got the Rick and Bubba
Jesus
shirt
loves
on.
you and I'm trying.
Yeah, she's got the Rick and Bubba shirt. Jesus loves you. And I'm trying. It's an honest shirt. Some people take it the first time they see it, but it's honest.
It is.
You know, he loves you, and the work, and through him we can love you too.
That's right.
But it's a process.
Yes, it is.
But Katie Huey, the daughter who wrote the letter, will be spinning. Brenda Cowan, our winner, is there. She is standing by the Will of Meat, and if she wants to take a spin, she can. And of course, from Team Dudney, Christy,
Christy the Screamer.
Christy from Team Dudney. If you want to know Christy's personality, vacation never ends. She's always got the vacation spirit. All right, so we've got Rock and Roll City. You can hear them warming up in there. Greg on the drums, and of course Adler on guitar and lead vox. He's in there ready to go, and we have the wheel illuminated. It's brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They have been cranking out delicious meat. They'll deliver it right to your door. That's on the wheel. 1-800-Flowers.com is on the wheel. Bubba from the Rick and Bubba store, all kinds of items on the wheel. Blaze TV subscription, Cord Buddy. We've got a little bit of everything, but you know what? It could hit on Can't Have Nothing. You won't win. It could land on Pippet. Eaten by Jaws. And then, of course, if it lands on Henry the Horse, you don't win, but we do.
Yes.
Yes. So there you go. Yes. All right, so let's get started. Mayfield, Kentucky. Stephen, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. Katie, you know what you're listening for, right? Okay, all right. So let's go to Stephen. What do you say to Katie to get her to spin that wheel for you, buddy? Go ahead.
Wow, fix Mama's wheel.
That's good. All right.
Now, don't be afraid of the wheel. You can spin it hard.
That wheel ain't going to hurt you. All right, so let's... yeah! T-shirt, wear it! All right, so congratulations.
We need to go.
Hey, how about a go for Stephen, Greg? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There they are. Stephen, you can pick the Rick and Bubba T-shirt of your choice. I'm going to put you on hold. if you have an idea, you could have the one that Christy has on, Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying.
Not that particular one, but one like
Yeah,
it.
no. Unfortunately, I think she might be willing to give it to you, but I don't. So, Stephen, we're going to put you on hold and tell us what shirt you want and your size, and we'll ship it right to you, okay?
Sounds good.
Hey, Stephen, thanks for listening
Thanks,
to the show, man.
Stephen.
We'll put you on hold. All right, let's go.
Hope you're on high ground there in Kentucky this week.
Oh, man, I'm telling you.
Wow.
Jonathan Daveville, welcome to the program. Jonathan, what do you say for them to spin that wheel for you? Oh, we got Brenda up there ready to go. Here's Brenda Count. Brenda. All right, what do you say to Brenda? Jonathan, she'll spin the wheel for you.
Well, what a win.
Let's go, Brenda. Hey, yeah! All right. Just smiling ear to ear, Bubba. All right.
Well, why not?
Yeah. Jonathan. Yeah! Flowers. Smell it. All right, Jonathan, you have just won some flowers, and you can get 24 multicolored roses and ship it to whomever you want, or 24 red roses. Which one would you like to have?
I'd like some red roses, please.
Red Rose, he likes the classics. All right, Jonathan, let me put you on hold, buddy, and thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go to Judith. Judith is out of the great state of Mississippi. Judith, we've got Christy on the wheel. What do you say to get her to spin it for you?
All right, Christy. Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go there.
Rick, that's what we call an alabaster spin right there.
The intensity.
Man. I hope they win something.
Oh, look at here. What is that? I don't know where our chat is here.
What is that? Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Well, let me tell you what this means. This means you can get anything out of the Rick and Bubba store you want, Judith. So if we have it in stock, we will send it to you. So I hope you have in mind what you might want. If not, you can pull up the website real quick and take a look. But I'll put you on hold and just tell Helmsy what you want out of the Rick and Bubba store, and we'll ship it right to you, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
How about a go for
Yeah,
her?
you got to have a go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! So there we go. Nothing but winners. All right, we got Katie back up there. All right, let's go to Stuart, Florida. Do you know where that is, bro?
No, I don't.
So, John, where is Stuart, Florida?
It's right above West Palm Beach.
Right above West Palm. How do you get the show there?
YouTube.
Let's wave to John down there in Stuart. Hey, buddy, we're waving at you on YouTube right now. All right, what do you say to Katie to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Katie.
Reverse.
Reverse spin! West Palm gets a reverse. All right, let's see what happens here, Johnny. Let's see. Rock and Roll City is thrilled. No!
Can't have nothing.
Can't have nothing. Can't have nothing. John, I'm sorry, buddy.
That reverse spin didn't work.
Man, John, that stings. You realize the odds to even get through on the phone? Man, John, we love you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, you see our sadness. Just look at the TV.
Yeah.
I think we can do one more.
One more.
Brenda, wait, hang on. Here we go, Brenda.
All right, Brenda, let's end this thing on a high note.
High note. Let's go to Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. Reed, are you ready? I mean, you're the last one. Brenda is ready to spin for you. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Brenda. Let's go, Momma.
Finish on a high note.
I got to keep on smiling. All right, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Topaz, Topaz, Topaz. Hurry. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? You just picked up the Rick and Bubba shirt. What about a little Topaz? We'll send that to you. And you talk about a conversation starter.
Yeah.
So let me put you on hold.
A lot of Google searches.
Right. And let's get your information, and we'll ship it right to you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Well, Bubba, there it is.
Great job, Bubba.
There it is. Willie Meeks put up for another week. Congratulations to our winners. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Katie. And thank you, Christy. And also Rock and Roll City for you YouTubers. As we go to the break, Rock and Roll City is ready to play for you. Watch it there on the YouTube channel. Thank you, Dr. Dudney.
Pleasure to be here, Rick.
Keep us smiling.
And thanks for the sausage
Do our
balls
best.
and the brownies. We'll be
You're
back.
so welcome.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Check. Can you hear me, Greg? Check. I got it. Okay, here we go. I broke a string when we were playing during. Yeah, it's broken. So that's how you know we're rock and roll. Here we go. Yes, I broke a string on my guitar just now, and that's how you know that I'm rock and roll. Oh yeah, I broke a string on my guitar just now, and that's how you know that I'm rock and roll. Rock and roll. I'm rock and roll. Or it could be the fact that I haven't changed my guitar strings in like a decade. It could be that too. And now it's time for a drum solo. Yeah, we're Rock and Roll City. Welcome to the city, y'all. Yeah, I broke a string.
For 2 hours, and I just have a hard time. You know, I struggle with that. You know, now if, you know, you take a movie like Fences, you know, where the acting is just so good and everybody in it just is incredible. I know that one, you know, had a little bit of that, but overall you still kind of have, it's still at least shot sunny and bright in times, and there's some people laughing from time to time in it. You know what I mean? I just can't take one of those things where he goes, well, this is dark. Oh my gosh, it's getting even darker. Oh, and I'm not talking about scary and all that and murder. I'm just talking about just some people's lives are just so, you know, they're at a job they hate. They're in relationships that don't work, and it's just those. I have a hard time with those. And when I watched the trailer of Moonlight, it looked that way. So I was just kind of like, oh my gosh, I just don't know that I can sit through a movie that doesn't seem to have much uptick to it. Now I understand the art side of it as we're showing you human struggle, and I got all that, but I've had enough of that in my real life. I just from time to time, and I'm not saying I never watch a movie like that, but I gotta be in the mood for it.
Yeah, it needs to be a sunny day.
Yeah,
and you got shrimp.
You're sitting there going, all right, this person's life can't get any worse. Oh my gosh, it just got worse.
Yeah,
you know, and they always show them in a job they hate. And their
relationships are crushed.
They're always living in subpar housing. You know what I mean? The place they live depresses you. The way that cot looks over in the corner depresses you. You know what I mean? It's just everything you see. The sink depresses you, and you're just like, man. So, but you know the critics, they love that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. I mean, they'll take spoonfuls of that. Sure. If I see that Sundance logo, I know I'm in trouble.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you know,
very few are big there that I like.
If it was beloved at Sundance, I'm in trouble.
I'm out.
Oh, they loved it at Sundance. Watch this thing. I know exactly how it's going to look. I know what it's going to look like on the screen. The way it's going to be shot. I'm going to spend my time in a lot of alleys and government housing. It's just going to be bad. You know it.
Yeah. You're depressing me talking
well,
about it.
Well, good. I'm glad I got it because I was. You never had one of those things you think, can I communicate this well?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, good. John, go ahead. You got 30 seconds. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Boy, it's fun watching you guys chow down there. Boy, y'all really eating a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, man. You must have RBTV.
Hey, I hope it's not fake news. I checked two sites, but the official report from the Oscars, they make duplicate envelopes. The accountants, they have one on each side of the stage.
Okay.
And that Emma Stone says she had her envelope with her the entire time, was her quote. But they feel like what happened was one of the side that Beatty walked in on, the guy handed him, he still had his Best Actress envelope, and he handed him that one instead of Best Picture.
Because he came in from that side of the stage where the duplicate was still there.
Okay. They have one on each side of the stage
Got
with
it.
duplicate envelopes. So that's their official report, and you guys enjoy whatever you're chowing down on.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks. And that's one time out. Speedy allowed that, so we're only down to one now. D in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. D, go ahead. D.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Is this not a perfect example of the intelligence of Hollywood on the political views that they can't even conduct their own award show without screwing it up like they do everything else.
Well, let's face it. When you're dealing with a bunch of actors and actresses, let's not make it too complicated. We continue. Let's
follow the script.
We're going to talk about Tony.
Follow the script.
Yeah, we did. Let's go to Tony in Georgia. Tony, we're going to talk about this story more in depth coming up. But go ahead,
fellas. It's absolutely sickening that a 17-year-old boy went undefeated and.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thanks for being with us today. So the Wheel of Meat has just been spun, so that is behind us for the week. It'll be back again next week, Lord willing. We told you Doug Gray, Marshall Tucker Band, is on their 50th anniversary tour, and lead singer Doug Gray will be with us later in the program. Ken Harrison will be with us on this edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. You know, Ken was led the way, an incredible story, which we have already talked to him about in the past, about bringing Promise Keepers back. But this week will be focused on a book that I just finished reading that is timely, and it is taking on a topic that I think will be intriguing and probably in some circles be controversial, but it's called A Daring Faith in a Cowardly World. And we will talk with Ken Harrison about this book. It was just released, and you'll hear that conversation coming up if you so desire this weekend when it is published on our YouTube channel and, of course, wherever you get podcasts. So, Bubba, another Fix Mama's Mouth is behind us.
Yeah, that's great. What a deserving young lady, and you see how that's going to be life changing for her, and that makes me feel good. We could partner with Dr. Dudney and help do that. It's a wonderful thing.
No, there's no doubt. I will tell you that we have a lot of things to update today, and we'll go on and hit those. But I couldn't believe what happened yesterday at the house, and it was something that I knew it would just be a matter of time. You know, you can feel something closing in on you, and I don't know whether this is going. Many people tell me it'll be a great thing. I don't think I would have ever turned the corner on it just because of my weird, quirky personality, and that's not, by the way, that's not a positive. The way that I do see things, I'm not a real big, as you know, Bubba. You've been with me for many years. I can actually, if something becomes too popular and too trendy, that's actually a push away for me.
Yeah, you'll write it off.
It doesn't draw me to it. Greg, you've got a little bit of that in you. That must be just.
Greg's got a whole lot of that.
That must just be a Burgess thing.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, we're not real trendy. It's not really our thing. And if something's working for us, we can't seem to understand why anybody would want to make us do something else. You know, So
when I got a little of that too.
Oh yeah,
I do that with my meal choices.
Right, and unfortunately, we're having to do that with our whole company. But anyway, so it's like it just came out of nowhere. Do you when you're living in the world of being someone's husband and this ongoing wonderful relationship between husband and wife, but and most of the time when something happens like this, you got some sort of heads up that it might be on the way, but this just came out of nowhere. So I come in yesterday and I look and I see Sherry sitting in a chair and she's got some sort of manual out, and of course this is going to fire Helmsy up, but. And possibly Speedy, and I think Adler's one of these too. You may be even, Bubba. I think that maybe it's happened to you already. And it's almost like when the pandemic hit. I remember the first time the doctor texted me back and said, "I don't know how to break it to you. It's just a matter of time."
Yeah,
it's not
a good feeling.
Yeah, and this, I guess I felt the same way about this on a much less serious topic. And I look over on the island in the kitchen because, you know that in the modern times we're living in, if your kitchen didn't have an island, you're a loser.
Yeah. Well, I don't know of any that doesn't have one.
Yeah, there was a time, our mamas, I don't even remember if there ever been one island anywhere we ever went. But if you don't have an island kitchen set up, you ain't got the island, you ain't got nothing. If you're going to design, and keep in mind this house we're in is 20 years old, but the island has, every time somebody remodels, there's always island.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, and I look over and I see this thing sitting on the counter, and I'm like, she goes, "Got us an air fryer." And I said air fryer.
I've always been
Let's
kinda-
go.
I've been intrigued.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I've heard about this from the kids. They're all fired up about
and
it.
I'm like, why do we have an air fryer? And here's the thing that's weird. You know how sometimes words don't go together? See, I thought anytime in the world of healthy, if you say the word fryer or fry, people just lose their minds and start screaming end of time. That'll clog your heart. You know, undisciplined, fried food eating. And I said, what? And you know what she says? She goes, oh yeah. She said, there's. I talked to a lot of my friends, and also, she goes and some like Sherry goes and where she exercises, and she said, oh yeah, she's raving about the air fryer.
Oh yeah.
And I said, wait a minute. And then all of a sudden, the guy that we had on the podcast that's a friend of mine that is at Godspeed, Blake Prime.
Yeah.
He's all about an air fryer,
Okay.
and I'm like, what are these healthy people doing using the word fry?
Well, I think
Yeah,
I think it doesn't have the grease though, right? You just do it with hot air.
Yeah, they just say fryer just to make people like us.
Yeah, you can do things without frying.
Make people like us want to use
And
it.
Oh, Rick,
That's all
there's
it is.
like recipe books that come with it, and all.
I hear a lot of good things.
We
about
we
it.
get busy in there doing stuff.
Adler, are we still talking about air fryer?
We are.
Adler,
We are.
are you, what? And I know Helms, you are all in on air fryer. Well, I thought you liked it. I thought you
like it,
yeah.
but I'm not all in.
You're all in.
It's basically just
I
like a
am.
mini oven, right? With like a high-powered fan
You can
inside.
put
Yeah.
fish in it,
Now you can make some shrimp po'
chicken
boys
breast.
that
But it
just
doesn't have
stop,
to be.
stop
it doesn't
everything.
have to be fried.
I mean,
No,
but,
it doesn't.
But I'll just ask you this: is it overhyped?
I mean,
Because there are.
it's good, quick, clean up.
It's almost like there's an air fryer
Like,
cult
perfect
out there.
example. So
Yeah.
the kids, I'm in that chicken finger fry age with the
Oh,
kids.
yeah.
That everybody loves it. So I can take bags of fries and chips. I mean, chips, anything like that. The tots and chicken fingers that are already cooked that come. You put them in the and just throw all that in there together. Turn it on, and every once in a while, I'll shake it up, close the lid. And it's an easy
Now,
clean
how does
up.
Ryan
Everybody's-
Valentine feel about it?
I hadn't asked Ryan about the air fryer, but I will ask him.
What is the advantage over
Yeah.
cooking those in the oven?
Yeah,
Is it just crispier? Or?
I think it is. I think it's
think
better.
it's
I don't know.
crispier.
Yeah.
But
And
we're doing more. It does more than just heat stuff up.
It does.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like
You
cooking
cook
them.
stuff.
That's
in
what
it.
I'm
They got all
saying.
kind of things
The-
to cook and the way you
Oh,
prepare them and
yeah.
all that.
The
you know,
cookbook,
it's a
the
whole-
recipes
whole other deal.
book that we have, you'd be surprised what you can make out of it. You're like, oh wow, you can make that.
yeah.
Now here's what I'm for.
I think it's perfect for like college kids
Yeah.
and high school kids because like Caroline can manage that. I don't really want her working an oven with nobody home.
Yeah, I got all that. Okay.
Certainly don't need to be a grill. I don't want her burning herself trying to get something out of it.
Yeah.
It's an easy deal.
Well,
to
see,
do.
it almost feels like, that's what it felt like to
Yeah.
me, that it serves a purpose there.
It does.
Is it something that serves a purpose for two empty nesters that don't have any problem preparing meals?
But
I think it's.
I think it will.
Am
Yeah.
I stepping
You'll
up?
use
I think
it.
there's
You'll
a
use it.
healthy component to it, Rick, that I'm really not familiar with. But I hear Betty and Caitlin talking about it a lot.
Right.
They're all into air frying because they can do a lot of the fried foods we used to do, but do it without the oil and the grease
Right.
and all the,
So I
the bad
understand
part of it.
Well, and then this is one, and you've heard this. We've all heard it too. Convenience and all that.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
But then you've heard these people, because no one ever knows when to stop. Well, they'll claim that it's the best steak they've ever had. Or they'll claim, oh, you're gonna like chicken in there better than the way your mama used to fry it. I mean, now we're going too far.
Well,
Right.
look,
So
any-
that is too far. Right.
is too far.
Yes.
Look, any attempt to make it better, that's fine. I got that. Now, what I don't like is when they try to convince me that noodles should be out of some, melon or something.
You talking
What
about
was it?
cauliflower rice?
Yeah, all that.
None of that.
Cauliflower.
All that.
Look, cauliflower has no flavor. There's just no way to make it good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of melons, and I even like broccoli, but I don't like cauliflower.
oh, you can do broccoli in the air fryer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can do hamburgers in the air fryer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Where does the grease go from? Does it drip out?
Yeah,
or
there's a thing in the
Catch pan?
bottom.
Yeah, I saw that, by
Easy
the way.
cleanup.
Rick and Bubba.
Beat 30 girls to win the Texas State 110-pound wrestling championship. He's a boy.
Well,
a
he's
boy
not.
all the way through.
He's really not.
He may identify as a girl.
No.
but he's a boy.
No, you got it backwards. See, the headlines, this is the problem with the fake news days. We thought the same thing. That's not the story. We'll actually unpack that for
Well,
you.
at
man.
least the version we've got.
Unbelievable.
It's very confusing.
I'm reading it right here.
The guys, it's not up for debate. This is a female who's transitioning to a male, but she is taking male hormones and testosterone. And so the story isn't, as the headline reads, that some guy declared himself a girl and went and beat all the women in Texas in the women's division of wrestling and went 56-0. But what the story is how come if you're a female and you declare you're transitioning to a male and they make you keep wrestling in the female division, how are you able to take hormones and testosterone that would disqualify a female wrestler who declares herself female?
Yeah.
That's what the story is, because the testosterone did make her stronger, and the hormones are making her stronger, and she's defeating all the women. And the story also says she desires to wrestle with the men because she says that she's transitioning to a male and is transgender, but the Texas authorities did not allow her to do that this time. So now the controversy is, what made her controversial is, we've got somebody wrestling, taking testosterone, still wrestling with women and beating them badly. Does this person just get to do that because they've declared that mentally they want to be a boy and they're going to try to transition to that, so the testosterone gives her an incredible advantage?
Texas rules state what your birth certificate says is who you are, and that's the holdup. Like I say, her family, he, her, they're calling him he. I don't know what you call him. Says that would be rather be wrestling with the guys, but the state of Texas won't let him.
So, but the point is,
him,
so
whatever.
This is the part I can't get out of the story.
But
can any female take male testosterone and keep wrestling in the female division who does not declare
I don't know.
they're transgender and it be legal?
Mm-hmm.
That's the
thing.
I'm confused.
That's the story.
I don't even think a male could take added, could he, and wrestle?
I don't think so.
Did she win?
They call. Here's where it gets confusing. They refer to him in the article.
That's why you're confused.
Mac.
It is a girl transition.
Her name is Mac, though.
Right.
Born a
well,
girl.
that may be the new name she's picked.
Did Mac defeat and win the championship in boys division or girls?
Girls.
So she was a souped-up girl because of all the testosterone.
Correct.
Okay.
And they said
part of her therapy to transition is taking testosterone.
But if a
56-0,
if a girl was taking that, they would be declared ineligible.
I'm asking that question. I don't know.
If a boy was taking that much, they would be declared ineligible.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. The article doesn't explain that. I think that's the whole controversy. How does she get to get an advantage?
But she gets a pass because she claims I'm transgender and I'm changing.
And now you have the story correct.
And then he, she, whatever. Mac claims would rather be wrestling boys, but the state of Texas says what your birth certificate says is what you wrestle.
And the reason why is they go on to say if Texas says we're going to start saying birth certificates don't matter, now we're back in the bathroom situation again.
Right.
Which is what they're trying to stop with the birth certificate.
I do remember in the Olympics.
Think about what we're talking
years
about.
ago.
Right.
They banned a sprinter not for steroids or growth, but because he had taken some allergy medicine that had, and it may even be as simple as Sudafed type stuff in it, because it, to some degree, it did alter your body's chemical makeup for a period of time. But so if you're sick, you can't take certain drugs that will put you over a limit. But if you're transgender, it's okay. So the politics is overriding the science.
That's exactly it. That's what this whole story is about. Can politics and the political correctness of the transgender movement, does that supersede the rules of wrestling on what you can take as far as supplements and hormones? Because they're saying she gets a huge advantage when she says she's a he. Because she says she's a he, she gets to take the hormones and the testosterone, which makes her bigger and stronger than the other women.
Right.
But yet she's still wrestling women because Texas says birth certificate rules.
Right.
And then they're saying, well, birth certificate rules, we got that trying to keep chaos from happening in the locker rooms and the bathrooms. But now we're letting someone wrestle taking supplements and hormones that we would ban people for.
Right.
And that's where the whole that's the heart of the story. Now, I cannot believe that we've gotten to this point of confusion. Well, I think you can come back and say this. Look, and this I'm going to go as political correct as I think we can. Let's take out the confusion part. Let's take out whatever your view is on the morality of it all. I think you have to say these substances are banned, and you have to make a choice. If you decide you want to transition to a male,
you're going to have to wait till later.
You're going to have to. You can't wrestle,
right?
Because you've sacrificed wrestling because it's not fair for you to be able to take things we won't let the other wrestlers take. And then, of course, her family's saying, well, then let us wrestle in the men's division. And Texas is saying, well, we don't allow that. But see, this is that thing again where I want to make these choices in life, but I want to suffer no consequences for them. Well, if transitioning is the most important thing in your life, then there's going to be some things you're not going to get to do. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day, and we are thankful that you are here as well. Willamette did spin last hour, so if you missed that, gone for another week, but back, Lord willing, next week. As we move forward, looking forward to seeing the men of Crestview, Florida, Saturday night. Fire up. Man Church will be there. They're doing steaks at 5. They need to know if you want one of those. But if you're coming to the service, that starts at 6 as they continue to roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Find a man church near you by going to themanchurch.com and look at events. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we prepare people for that empty feeling of shows that don't feature Bubba. Tomorrow, Bubba, you will not be here, but it is for a good reason. I, too, had to miss a show back in, was it May? When Big Love graduated from college, as we've said many times, these colleges, when they start doing their ceremonies and are sending your kids after you have been devoted to them for 4 to 5 years based on the length of time your kid was there. For some of you, based on the degrees they need even more, they do not work around work. They tell you we're doing our things when we do it. And if you want to be part of it, you got to be there.
Well, that's it's a big weekend. We have several events planned.
It's a celebration, Bubba.
My daughter Caitlin is going to be graduating Auburn University after 4.5 years.
Congratulations!
And very excited for her. She's worked very hard at it. We're very proud of her for her accomplishment, and it's not easy for all of us who've worked through it. And would have got done in 4, but she changed her minor and added political science, which, was kind of strange because she really didn't have a lot of interest in that until about the last 5 or 6 years, and she got very interested in it. And she's actually going to be going into that world. She's moving to Washington, D.C., and going to be working in the political process there for one of our I'll just tell you, it's the Republican National Committee. She's going to be working there, helping them to put in some good candidates in the midterms, and we're looking forward to hopefully that making a big change for a lot of people.
Well, I remember when we did the podcast with her, and it was obvious that this was a passion that she had, and so that's exciting. Congratulations.
Yeah, we're very excited for her, and this weekend's going to be fun. And in honor, I'm wearing one of Caitlin's ribbons that she used to make when she was about 4 and 5 years old and sold everybody. So, Caitlin, that's for you this weekend. I'm going to keep that on.
How about
and
that?
I've always keep it in my desk drawer to remind me, and we're just real proud of you. And we got, Rick, we got folks coming in from different states and some of her friends, and they're coming back to visit. That was this past summer. She was an intern for Representative Barry Moore out of the Dothan Enterprise area in D.C., and she loved it and wanted to go back up there. I know for a lot of us, when you say Washington, D.C., it just, you think, my gosh, who wants to get in that mess?
Yes.
But, I'm glad
I'm thankful people do.
Yeah, I'm glad that there's people that are energetic and excited about the process and want to go and make a positive change. And, a lot of times when your kids go to college, you worry about them getting too liberal. We've not had that problem with Caitlin.
No.
She has held her conservative views and stronger and a deeper belief in them than ever. And we're proud of that spirit, and we're looking forward to her going to Washington and hopefully make a difference for us hardworking Americans out here paying taxes.
Come on, man. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it is. I'm glad for the Caitlins of the world that feel called to it and will do it, and because it is important. and I'm thankful they're doing it, and we don't have to.
Yeah, we can stay here and do what we need to do.
Right, yeah.
And I'm always, and I know you guys are too. You're always inundated with emails. What are the kids doing? Because we've talked about them so much over the years, and then when they get in college, not as much, and then out on the job thing. And Hunter is also working. He works for a national electronics retail outlet, and I won't go into a lot of names here, but it's a lot of times where you go to get your Best Buys, and he got a little step up at work this week, so we're glad of that. I never. It's funny because I don't know all the inner workings, and maybe I shouldn't be talking about this. I don't know, but different color shirts mean different things.
They're really,
I didn't know that. You got a rookie color, and then when you get up to a certain point and you've achieved certain goals in training and production, you get to change shirts. So he got a shirt upgrade this week.
Oh boy,
I'm excited about that. So proud of you, buddy.
Yeah,
that color shirt means business.
That's right.
Got
That's right. I know my electronics. I know my
Put
connectors.
the rookie shirt up.
It's like in NASCAR they have the rookie bumper. On the car.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the yellow bumper.
Yeah, you get to take your yellow bumper off.
So what's
kids are doing good.
Yeah, what's the big extravaganza for the weekend? Do you have? Are you just like me? Somebody tells you where to go?
Yeah, Rick. I've tried to keep up with this, and a lot of family events.
It seems to be ever changing.
We become the bus driver. We have to tell everybody where to be and what time, or as we joke in our family, I'm the colonel. So I have to tell everybody where to go.
Correct.
This event, I have not been the colonel on because it's changed so much. So I'm just kind of taking orders where I'm supposed to go. And I know tomorrow we have a luncheon in Auburn with several families that are coming in. Some of them are staying with us, some of them are not. That a lot of the girls run around together, and they were in sororities together and different things. And we're going to a place in Auburn. But by the way, I've been trying to get into for 4 years and never have been able to get into.
One of those.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. You ever heard of Fox and the Hound? You ever heard of that?
I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have heard that name.
I said for the longest, I thought it was named after me and Betty. She's the fox, and I'm the hound. That's her. And
yeah,
Fox and the Hound.
But I've always, I've always heard great things. So we'll get to sample that tomorrow. So
that's good.
Well, then we have a commencement tomorrow, which is the speaker.
I've never heard it done this way.
And then we come back the next day and we actually walk.
That's something over the years they've changed because I guess it's gotten that university has grown so much.
And they're doing it inside, thank goodness.
Yes.
It'll be inside.
You don't want any part outside.
Arena there, the Neville Arena. So that will be. I'm sure they're having to do several of those, but we've got some things around campus we're going to be going to and visiting during. Like I said, I have no idea.
Oh, she's got to take pictures in front of all the things.
I'm just told that I have to be somewhere tonight, and that I will be released sometime late Sunday night, and then I can come back and be ready to go to work Monday. So that's all I know.
Well, if you think about it, and look, your daughter is of course very smart and is on top of things and is a go-getter, but there's just a feeling when you're a dad and a husband on these kinds of things, when really all your information is coming from a newly graduated college student, to your wife and then to you, and that isn't always the best place to be, But by the way, our quirkiness is that we want to know, we want to clearly understand what we're doing.
Right.
Well, see, at some point though, you just give up.
You have to,
and you go, okay, I will be available after 12 o'clock today.
I'm here,
and you tell me where to go, tell me what to do, and we're shipping a lot of things to DC, and we dropped a lot of that off yesterday. Much to the dismay of the poor guy running the shipping place, who looked at me like, "Say what?"
I know,
and so no, they do a great job.
Well, it's one thing to move somebody.
We unloaded 2 cars full of bags and just dumped them and said, "We need these to be in DC next week." Yeah, that kind of thing.
Well, like I say, moving your kid to somewhere, either the very city they grew up in for a job or somewhere near, but moving one when they graduate to DC, that's a much bigger endeavor.
Yeah, and she, even though I guess she probably has finished her finals, I assume.
Well, let's hope so.
But she walks this week. She's already actually working for the RNC remotely. So
how about that?
She'll have to report to work next week. So she's jumping right out of the fire into the frying pan.
There you go.
I remember,
or either out of the frying pan into the fire.
Right.
I guess it would be.
I remember telling Big Love that it was going to be impossible for us to attend the time he actually graduates if he can't figure out when that is.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing. I think we're just going to be on
That
call and wandering around Auburn, and if it's our time to go, we get
the different schools graduate at different times.
I know.
Son, if you can't figure out when your bunch actually walks, it's impossible for me to be there.
Yeah, it really is.
It's just lucky. If I change this invitation one more time, you know it. That's
so
great.
anyway, proud of you, proud of both kids. You're doing a great job. Caitlin, congratulations on your graduation.
Amen.
There you go.
Congratulations. Well done.
Get your ribbons up.
It ain't easy. That's a lot of work.
No.
They don't give degrees away.
Looking forward to how she'll be used going forward. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The sun, just like anybody who makes a choice on something, right? But what we're trying to do, and now see what you go, well, let's just let them do that because we can't say they can't take these things because they're transitioning. And now you got a 56-0 wrestling championship that's tainted. You know, because you allowed her to take testosterone, which gives her an unfair advantage against women who don't. So They
basically had a situation here where the rules of the athletic governing body was in conflict with the laws at the time.
Right.
Now, here it says the law in Texas allows for a student who is being administered steroids or testosterone by a physician to compete.
So you can't or can?
Can. That's what it says here in the
if it's by a physician.
You're right.
So they put this person under that.
Yeah.
And said, well, she can do this. She's under a physician's care, and she's transitioning. So in her case, taking testosterone does not deem her illegal, which is obvious because she got to wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the conclusion they came to. But you see where this is causing, you know,
and the confusion too, Rick, on the him and she and all this. You got to get on in the story because they're calling. It's saying him the whole time, and
which
boy, whatever.
Wise way have
That's why
confused.
the caller was so confused, and
well,
rightly so.
Well, you can't even have journalism.
No,
I mean you can't even because the journalist has to call it a him the whole time, which makes the story seem like it's saying something that it's not. So all of you that are sending that telling us that a male went and declared himself a female and beat all the women in Texas in wrestling, that's not the story. The story.
But that's coming, don't?
Oh, well, sure.
Well, we had that in MMA. There was a fighter.
Now, that did happen in MMA. It sure did. Come back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey,
Bubba,
I'm at it.
Good. Hope you had a good weekend. How about I
Rick, I did. I had a busy weekend. I know you did too. We were all going in different directions.
Oh, yeah.
I managed at one point to get a Jeep stuck, a tractor stuck, and I walked up a mountain that I've only looked at and said would be impossible to climb, and walked it with a bad ankle.
Well, how about that? But other than that, how'd it go?
Other than that, it was pretty good. You know, you get out. I love this time of year because if you have a little property out somewhere, hunting club, camp, whatever, it's not snaky yet. It's not ticky yet.
Yeah.
Everything hasn't come out. You know, you still can see real good, but it's warmed up a little bit, and deer season's over, so you don't have that pressure. So I like to get out and explore this time of year. I mean, it carries me back to being a kid playing. You know, we had a blank lot behind our house growing up, and you know, I went back and you look at it as an adult, it's kind of funny. It's just a little yard, like. Right. But when you're a kid, you think you're out in the jungle.
Oh, I thought the woods behind our house went on for 400 acres.
Oh yeah, that's great.
What did it go on? What did it go on about 3?
Maybe.
But you know what? I still love just getting out in the woods and walking around, and you know, of course, you know, the curse of Adam. There's briars galore. Sure. But man, it's just fun to get out and scout a little bit.
So did you learn that no matter how many wheels you got, if you can't get them to grab, it doesn't matter?
You know, Rick, I made a couple of foolish mistakes. So, but you know what? It's part of the training process. You get better, and I had the equipment to get out if I needed to, but we were able to work our way out finally.
Okay,
with some good help.
Got stuck up a little bit.
Yeah.
Who got you out?
No, we were able to get out, but you know, if you're on, I think ice is even more this way.
We learned that the hard way.
If you don't have some wheel on something solid, it don't matter if you got 4-wheel, 8-wheel, 9-wheel. They're still just going to be sliding.
You could have 12 wheels if they're all spinning. It doesn't matter.
You got to be on something solid.
One's got to grab.
Yeah.
Well, I took John Thomas out.
John Thomas
down did the same thing, but this time, you know, we did not have the women. In the past years, we've had the wives with us, and we did not this time. So it was just he and I. and to take John out. And so I got to do some things with him that in the past that have either it was freezing cold in the past, or we were under a little tighter window than. And this was still a tight window, but it really allowed plenty of time because we got out of here pretty quick, and the weather was beautiful. So he's never been four-wheeling. With this type of, did you see the picture that I sent y'all of his happy little face on that four-wheeler? I sent it to Adler. First of all, the four-wheeler. When he's on that four-wheeler, I mean, he is so happy, and I mean the grin on his face is so big, it's almost like he can't contain it.
Yeah, it's like his smile is about to break off his face.
Right.
Because it's just all it can take.
And so this time I said, John, this one has just been serviced. I want to put you on the one, and he said, do you mind if I take, look at his happy little face, if I were to take the four-wheeler and go here on the dirt road? And I said, well, sure, let her eat.
Let her eat.
He went flying by me in his little body. "21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today as we roll on. So as you heard, another Rick and Bubba kid graduating from college and working for the RNC and heading off to D.C., Caitlin Bussey. So Bubba will be out tomorrow. He'll be back, Lord willing, on Monday, and I'm sure toting some stories. So
can I tell you what's funny about that, too, when you go to D.C. and the intern she was involved in.
Sure.
And we went up and got to see a lot of the happenings there in the Capitol, which is so strange when you see it on TV and then you're there in person seeing it.
It is.
But Caitlin's roommate is a friend of hers she met while she was interning, and she's from Troy, went to Ole Miss.
Okay.
And, but it's just so
it's okay,
common.
Speedy. You don't have to respond to that.
No, I said okay.
I know. I heard the tone.
Right.
It's so
Hope
when
she doesn't influence her in any kind of way.
They all work in these places, and her roommate, and I won't give her name at this point, but
I was just kidding, by the way.
She's working for Ted Cruz.
Oh, really?
You just I'm with Ted Cruz. I'm with
Sure.
In their circle they run, you think. Somebody works for them.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they have big staffs, but you don't think about knowing somebody that works for them.
And
so I thought that was really.
And as a
cool,
dad,
too.
everybody's thankful.
Proud of you too, Daisy.
Everybody's. You just said her name.
Well, I know it.
And if your dad,
she's a sweetie.
If your dad's sending your daughters off to Washington D.C., you're glad Clinton's gone. But
you might have looked at it different.
But all right, so. We're going to have to take issue with the audience just a little bit, and maybe it's on us.
I hope it is.
And it could be. Maybe we didn't understand. You know that Bubba and I, and everybody knows this, we love food. We appreciate food.
You're foodies.
Those who prepare food, you have no bigger fans than these two sitting right here. For years, we've been loyal. And we had a setback that a restaurant that we enjoyed in our city where we live, is closing down, and we lost it. And some of you, I know, coming from a good place, you wanted to put salve on the wound, and you wanted to direct us to somewhere that would be comparable. And you built us up that another restaurant that we like had opened a second location, and many people that were at the restaurant that shut down have now gone there and come here, Bubba. It's going to be okay. And you attempted to go, right?
Well, let's just put some names with this so we can be clear here. Okay. So and this is local, but you can relate to what's happening no matter where you are.
Sure.
We had this restaurant, it's called Superior Grill, closing. We were very sad about it. We couldn't believe it because there's always a line to get in. How in the heck can this be happening? They're closing, so there's a panic on our part of town, down our highway.
Total panic.
Well, from over on the other side of town in the Pelham area, there's a restaurant there that we like, and the two guys, the brothers that run this, are super guys. They've been big fans of the show and have been very supportive of us, not only as a show, but when our tennis teams would go there to eat over the years, and it's called Margarita Grill.
Oh, you're my area now.
Matter of fact, it's not far from where Rick and Bubba's lasted for one glorious year.
Yeah, right down the street. And so
but what a year it was. It was a great year.
Yeah, we got very excited when we heard that they were going to open a second location over here to kind of fill the void of our Superior Grill.
Right, back on our side.
And we'll just call it, for lack of a better name, because I didn't know what the name was, Margarita Grill 2.
So you came up with that?
That's what somebody in the email
You're right.
said.
I saw that. You're right. You're right.
So we got emails saying, hey, good news. Margarita Grill 2 is opening right close to y'all's studio at Tattersall Park, which is right across Highway 280.
Do you think you're saying that right?
It's close.
You're right. Right.
Tattersall.
I wouldn't attempt it. I would not attempt it.
Is that how you'd say it?
I say
Tattersall?
it. You don't know anything about it, Greg.
But it's a new shopping area. It's close to the entrances of Greystone and all that. And there's just all kind of places over there.
Sure.
And a lot of places we already eat.
Oh, Drew Brees' place is over there.
Yeah, that's
Walk
good
on,
food.
Oh,
Fish Market, all that stuff.
What's that one that's opened up? I mean, go ahead.
Okay.
So anyway, now Rick, tell me, did I get this wrong? Did I dream this? Did I just in a mad panic read something into this? Did we not get emails that said, good news, Margarita Grill 2 is open close to you, and most of the staff from Superior Grill is going there to work or already working there. Y'all will love it. It'll be a great fix.
Let me say this.
Did I misunderstand?
Maybe that means it's going.
100% that happened. Now, I was not part of, or maybe I missed it, and you know me with emails, that's very common, where it was located. You're the one who told me, based on information you got from the emailers, hey, Rick, it's right over there. And when you told me the location, you kept giving me things to make me understand it. And then finally you had, and I said, oh, you're talking about over by Walk-Ons.
Yeah.
And you said, yeah, I remember that conversation vividly.
Right.
And so I thought it was handled. And
so did I.
Yeah, I thought note taken. And then what happened yesterday happened.
I went to look for it yesterday, and I couldn't find it. And Betty was driving around also. I was meeting her there, and she was driving around. She goes, I can't find it. Well, sometimes Betty can't find things, so I was, looking too. But neither one of us could find it.
Well, let me look.
So I'm like, what's the deal? Is it there or is it not? Apparently, if it's not, because I couldn't find it, and I looked pretty close.
Were you going there intending to eat?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, now Bubba's credibility's hurt after he got stuck in the parking deck.
Yeah,
I get that.
Right.
So you may have misunderstood this.
Look, losing a car in a parking deck and me finding dinner is different.
Boy, Greg.
I agree.
Hey, Greg. Yeah.
There's different motivation there.
Good point.
You're professional here.
And so somebody tell us what the heck.
All right, well, I'm at their
RJ,
website.
One of you brothers, let us know. What's
I'm
going
at their
on.
website. It says they only have one location.
But I saw those emails.
Maybe
We've
it's
had
going
emails.
to be there, and they haven't started.
It's not like our listeners to be wrong. Now here, to my credit, I may have misunderstood. I may have misread it out of me just wanting something to be there.
You were excited.
But you read the same thing because we had a conversation about it. We even talked about going to lunch over there.
I started.
We said we got to go over there and try it out.
I started drafting with you.
So
though.
you thought it was there too?
Well, I will say most of mine came from your enthusiasm, though. I jumped in.
Clearly.
He did. I got caught up in it before I know it. I was
So
there.
did I just totally,
no research.
Did I just totally misread that?
You'll never get the time
But
back.
I think I got
multiple.
multiple emails that said that.
Multiple.
All of my information came from one email that I did see.
You did see that one.
And then your hype. I got caught up in. I mean,
Maybe you just have the location
Bubba, you're
wrong.
way.
Can you find that email? Because I want to look back at it now.
Maybe you just have the location
It'll
wrong.
be about
It ain't
2,000 back, but I'll have to find
I think
it
you
here.
got the location right. Here's what I think: you got the timeline wrong.
Maybe
that
that's
it's
what
not
it is.
open yet.
I even went and said Margarita Grill
I don't know how to
near
spell
me.
margarita.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness! It
That's
says
a tough
I'm
one.
Baptist.
That is a tough one.
That's good.
Hobba Valley Road,
All right,
Pelham, Alabama.
Here we go. All
I'm
right,
sitting here looking. At
listen to me. Listen to me.
Coming soon.
All right, now this person's just telling us to go the one that's always been there.
Well, thank you for that, pal. We got that.
Here, okay, wait a minute.
Here it is, Tattersall.
No, Bubba, but you were the first one that mentioned that to me.
Okay, this email says with the closing of Superior Grill, you need to try Margarita Grill. Well, I already know about.
Yeah, that's the one I just found. That's the one that's talking about the old one, and you quickly said, "Oh, we know about that."
Yeah. Well, nowhere in either one of these does it even say they're opening one.
But this is almost celebrity
Where
deaths
did you
all
get
over.
this?
all over
Because
again.
you told me and got me stirred, and I'd seen a couple of emails that had the word the words Margarita Grill in it, and then you said, "Hey, they got another location." You even said some of the people from the Superior Grill are going to work there.
They even got them working.
See, that's not in either one of these, so there's another email out
Somewhere.
there. I got to find it.
All right, we'll take your.
Or have I seen the future?
Take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
On that little four-wheeler. And I mean, the wind blowing through his face. And
What's it go, $130?
Oh, it may be. Yeah. When I went at one time, just sat up on a hill and watched him ride in the pasture and just watched him. And I was just so happy
Do
for
they
him.
not have ATVs in South Africa?
Well, I do not. I want to go forward. So then this time I said, John, how would you like to fish? And I said, have you ever fished? I have never fished in fresh water. I fished maybe 20 years ago. And I said, well, look, John, just take this little spinnerbait here with a little bass jig on it. What do you mean, a bass jig? And I said, well, it's just the name we use for. Roll it out there, and how about this? He took to the rod pretty good. His casting was better than I expected. He figured it out pretty quick. I just gave him a little open face. You know, didn't want to go crazy with the bait caster.
I don't.
And all that.
My thumb ain't fat enough for
I
those.
was wondering, where should I throw it? And I said, well, John, why don't you take it? I see you see that tree sticking about there? If you could get it. I was wondering, why are you catching fish? I am not. And I said, well, it's presentation, John. I said, so just take it. I said, if you can drop that thing right there, you're gonna catch fish. If you'll come on, and don't, just
on the far side, drag it by.
Right, and look, and finally he did. And all of a sudden I heard, Rick, I have one. And here he comes. And look at it. Now he would not touch it. I was trying to get it. You see my thumb? It was so bright I couldn't even see if I could even see out of the camera I was taking the picture. But he would not take the fish off the hook. He did not desire to do that. But see, I had to take the picture with it still on the hook. But he caught a fish or two and had a great time.
Good.
And
I'm glad he had a good time.
And then when I caught this bigger one, that one, how
much that weigh?
That's probably what you think. 4?
I was gonna say 3.5, 4.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Like
it's a little
fish.
Yeah, when it hit, and I'm kind of mad at myself.
I like to hold them out far enough to the side. It looks like it's eating my head.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I really want to beat myself up for this because he wasn't that far from me, and there's nothing better when you go good fish.
Mm-hmm.
And so I same thing. Found a tree, came off of it, finally got to come by, and it dropped down in there, and then I came through, and as soon as it hit, I said, "Hey, good fish," and so I should have handed him the rod.
Well,
because I thought
you don't think to do that to a grown man,
right?
You know,
I thought to
I
myself,
get it, but
he was.
Well, he's the size of a child,
right? But he was like, I see now why they call these largemouth. Wow, that's a Rick. Come here. You can stick your fist in there. And so he loved the bass. And how long could? And his questions are I was wondering, how long could it survive out of the water? And I said, not very long. I mean, it would be. Are you going to throw it back? And I said, yes. Why?
Why?
Rick, no. He almost got, you must eat that fish. I said, John, what are we going to do? We're going to clean it right here. I'm about to go to Albany, Georgia.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a little tough to clean fish.
And I was like, no, we're throwing them back. And then I showed him, some of the ones that we take out. We caught some small ones too. But so it was a big day when he got, and he saw some deer. And you talk about, you would think a guy from Africa seeing some white-tailed deer, who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
We saw 3 deer. Rick, look. Did you see them? And I was like, I did, John. They were, and then he starts chasing them on his 4-wheel. And I was kind of like, John. Man,
well, they're used to herding things over there.
And then one of the funniest.
Tell him they're big mouth deer.
One of the things that I did just too is this time I went and put him in a tree stand. If you could have seen his little stuff sitting up in that tree stand looking around, and Rick, tell me what this is here. Well, that's a rub on a tree. And then I described the scrape to him, and he was just his mind on the scrape.
Yeah.
They do this with what? I said, with their hoof, and I said, and then they do what? What do they do? Why? Did you say they urinate? And I said, yes, right there. Anything he says, even if you're talking about something. And what is its purpose? Well, then the female comes by. Yes. And then he will follow after her. Yes. Amazing. God's creation is amazing. And I was like, yes, it is. Well, Rick, would you mind if I climbed and sat up and looked around? I was like, no, that'd be great. Climb right up there. And so he went up there, and at one point, John Thomas from South Africa sitting in a tree stand.
Did he have his Mexican Coke with him?
Oh, sure. I am enjoying this view. Rick, how much longer do we have? I'm like, we're in pretty good shape. So what I did is I kind of cut a little close. So I did end up in Albany, Georgia. When you've been fishing you can wash your hands all you want to.
You still smell
You know
like
what I mean?
fish.
And but that was still actually kind of a cool thing, to go. I just came from bass fishing, and here I am.
Yeah.
So anyway, but and had a great time with that too. So anyway, we John got to fish a little bit this time.
All right.
The full weed.
I wish he'd come and stay longer.
LearBubba.com. By the way, we're going to phones now at 866 We Be Big. LearBubba.com. No matter how the Biden administration wants to come up, whatever definition they want to come up with a recession, is hey baby, we're here. And we've been warning you that there was no way around this happening. It's irrelevant about how we're playing with words and phrases. You know that we are in a recession, and even prominent Democrats of the past used the definition that now the Biden administration won't use. But what are you going to do? It's here. It has been confirmed. The policies of this administration not going to change anytime soon. They're even raising taxes during this, or wanting to. Runaway inflation, record high gas prices. The war continues in Europe. We got all the problems going on, supply chains, labor shortages everywhere we go. So now more than ever, it is time for you to maybe diversify with your retirement. Lear Capital is going to help you to learn how to invest in precious metals. It's a great strategy to combat a recession because smart investors buy gold and precious metals as a hedge during a recession, and you can do that too. And as the worst things get, more, your gold could be actually worth more. So you see how this can work in two different ways. So don't let your retirement take the hit that it did back in 2008. Washington, I assure you, does not have the answers. Precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And to make it extra important right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. So go to Lear Bubba for more information or call 1-800-707-4575, learbubba.com. Do this today. You will not regret it, but if you don't move, you might. All right, so let's go to the phones.
Rick, I have to ask this question. Did somebody from the future send me an email? Was that why?
Yeah, I think
I've looked at every story I can, and I don't see anywhere where RJ and Javier have opened Margarita Grill too. Why did I get that in an email that now I can't find?
Bubba, I think that there's something that happened here. I think that
did John Teeter send me an email?
I think
from
either
the future?
either you're getting emails from John Teeter, or you took some emails about don't forget about this restaurant, which we won't forget.
Rick, I had one that said Margarita Grill 2. I know I had that in here somewhere. I'm going to find it.
I tend to think,
and I'm going to submit it as evidence.
I keep searching Margarita Grill 2 in my emails, and nothing's coming.
I'm going to
up.
say you misread it.
RJ called me and let me know what's going on.
I would be concerned. You know how things happen in threes.
Did you drink?
You know, you got lost in the parking deck. You couldn't find this restaurant. Be very careful, whatever else you do.
That's true.
Just be very careful.
That's two totally different things.
No, I'm just saying. It's really not.
That's like a lost dog and finding a pot of gold.
Right.
No, it's really not. You walked around lost, and then you drove around lost yesterday.
Yeah, but that was because I had information that I was looking for something.
Right.
That John Teeter apparently sent me in an email from the future.
And we're not.
If you don't know John Teeter, Greg can tell you all about him.
And we're not going to, tie the fact that you thought you knew your part. You actually said your
Rick,
car was parked on S something,
Rick,
and it wasn't there.
Well, again, then you start. Why subterranean floors from the ground up?
Right. Let me ask
subterranean means
that
down.
That doesn't make any sense.
Subterranean.
Is it possible that the car you look for in the parking deck is parked at Margarita too?
Greg, tell them who John Teeter is, because some of these people don't know.
Just don't open that John Teeter door.
Just tell them right quick who he is, Greg, so they'll know, so they think I'm not crazy.
He's got his mouth.
Oh, is this Greg's breakfast break? I forgot.
Yeah. Greg, who's John Teeter? Look, he's about to choke. Greg, tell us right now. I need to know who John Teeter is.
He'll be coughing.
John Teeter is a time traveler. According to On Coast to Coast, they talk about him. He supposedly traveled back in time to find some IBM computer that's take it back to the future to solve something. But anyway.
Now, Greg coming to us from the bathroom.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, we got a channel potted up in there. We need to get that.
Yeah. All right.
Legit.
Okay.
Greg not big on mix minus.
I tell you,
a little broadcasting term for
Greg
you.
right now is taking calls and eating breakfast. He does not want to be bothered with John Teeter. Let's go to.
I'm gonna search John Teeter.
Greg, you're owning me, by the way. All right, so let's
do it again.
Yes, you know how he is.
Good night.
Let's go to Shane in Georgia. Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing?
Starting to respect it now.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm great, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're great.
Fantastic.
We're great. A little confused, but doing fine.
Hey, I just want to know, and I'll ask one question to get off, because I really want to hear the story. I really like to know how you guys got started. What did you do coming out of college? Have you all...
Wow.
John Teeter just cut his phone line.
Shane, thank you. You must be relatively new to the show. We've covered that a number of times, but I'll get real specific to the point you wanted. Bubba and I first started dabbling as far as doing something together when we knew each other from college and both worked at the campus radio station in two different roles, but that's kind of where it established. Then Bubba went out into the radio.
Well, we were just friends.
Yeah,
then, really.
Bubba went out into the radio industry in the engineering management side. I went out in the programming on the air side. And then because we knew each other, when Bubba got an opportunity to bring me where he was, he took it. And then when I came there, we started interacting on the air together and then decided, let's just do a show together. I mean, I know that's terribly nutshell.
Very nutshell, but you're dead on. It definitely was a God thing, no doubt about it.
Yeah. So met in college, grew up in the same county, played sports at rival high schools. His cousins played football with me, so we knew each other for a long time, and then got in a Spanish class together in college at Jacksonville State, and that established a little closer friendship. And then that we kept contacting each other throughout our journey out in the radio industry, which eventually brought us together in the same place.
And that does bring up a point. I did get to speak on the phone with our Spanish teacher not too long ago,
you did
Mrs.
not.
Teresa Succo.
No, you did not.
And she said to tell you that she loves you and to give you a kiss on the forehead.
Did she really?
Yes, she did.
And where's my kiss?
Well, I never got to that part.
Thank you.
Teresa Succo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Succo.
Senora Succo. Boy, God love her. When I tell people that she said we made her want to go back to Cuba, God, that slays everybody. All right, let's go to.
We were a little more rowdy then.
We were. The funniest thing, and we've said it 1,000 times, is her English was pretty good, but
much better than my Spanish.
But when you're thinking in another language, to think quick is what's difficult sometimes. And she got mad at us and said she was going to treat us like children and put us in alphabetical order. And something in her mind just didn't click.
Right.
That BUR and BUS would still be by each other.
Instead of side by side, we were just front and back. So I got to hide behind you and say things and try to make you laugh while I was stooping down.
My favorite part.
She couldn't see us. It actually was a better setup for us as far as cutting up.
Well, when we would have to read things in Spanish, and she wouldn't always go down the rows the way we thought she was going to.
Yeah, because you count ahead, so you'd be practicing and then she'd change the directions.
And we'd read it anyway. No matter what direction she went, we read the one we practiced.
Yeah, like it would be my turn to read like line 12, and I'll just read line 17 because that's the one I'd been practicing.
That's the one we were practicing. Oh, that was God love her. Let's go to Ronnie out of Alabama. Ronnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, morning, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
Y'all were talking about Caitlin and Big Love finishing college, and I know y'all know how time flies. I was going to tell y'all, my twin boys starting kindergarten today, and me and my wife came to see y'all in the golden ticket seat. She was pregnant with them, and now they're starting kindergarten. I'm real proud of them. Big day for them.
Big day.
It
when,
is.
when do they start?
Take a lot of pictures and a lot of video.
Today they start?
Well, that's early.
Yes, sir. I don't know why they do it on
Good
Thursday.
grief.
They're starting today.
Well, why do they do it August 4th?
Yeah.
I mean, is it
I know why
4th?
they do it on a Thursday. I don't know why they're doing it so early.
Yeah.
Well,
wow.
let me tell you this. Take a lot of video, a lot of pictures, and then you'll have it to compare the day they graduate high school because that will happen very quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We were always told that, and you think, no, it's really dragging around here. But no, it picks up pace.
Once their 12th birthday hits, oh, my goodness.
I would say when they get, to
then.
me, I almost never saw them again after they got their driver's license. That was pretty much it. You know.
Bruce in Alabama. Bruce, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, just quick, wanted to invite you and your dad and Greg out for a hunt this deer season, if y'all would be interested. My dad's He's 88 and spry, in good shape, plays golf, fishes, does whatever he wants to, tractor, bulldozer. We're close in between. We're in Pell City.
Okay.
Actually, Ragland's where the hunting camp's at. And I would just like my dad to meet your dad and just sit back and listen to that conversation.
Oh, my goodness. Remember, sometimes things are called a tinderbox. Well, Bruce, that's very kind of you.
I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's very, very kind of you. Send me an email, rick@rickandbubba.com.
I did yesterday.
Did you? Okay, good.
Was I copied on it?
Yeah.
I found out today you usually don't get to it.
Yeah,
Not
well,
missing one or two.
yeah, I miss them sometimes, and especially if they're long. But I'll do that.
It was short. It was
Okay.
pretty short.
So Bruce, so your name's Bruce?
It is.
Just put it from
Friends
John
of Todd
Teeter.
Jones. I live right around the corner from him.
Yeah. Would you put in the subject line today? I found Margarita Grill too. Thanks, Bruce. That's very kind.
Somebody want to come work on his hunting.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, all right, I'll look at it and see if I can find it today. That's kind of you. There you go. That's great. What a cool idea.
I don't think I took advantage enough last year of invitations to go hunt.
I know.
Since I was freed up to get to go to other places.
Well, you remember when we were doing the one where we were all going to hunt together, and that day the bucks ran everywhere. You had COVID.
Yeah.
That's
right, the one at your place.
Yeah.
We need to get all that on the calendar here early.
I know. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I do say.
And just, get out in the woods a little longer.
Rick, may I ride one more time? Yes, you may. Let it eat you. So to this other deal, so we had spring fling kind of on Saturday involving the two boys. Where this is that thing where, they go to the dance, and it's what we used to call Sadie Hawkins.
Right.
Yeah, so
right.
We had that, and then Sunday we were all going to get together, and we were doing a combination in the Burgess family of Greg and Lisa's anniversary is this week. Greg, it's
Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Why are you so mad about it?
My dad just turned 76 at the end of January. Brooks just turned Big Love 18, and then my sister, and she won't me to tell what she's turning, is this week. So we just said we're going over. We're coming back home. We're gonna have a big lunch, and we're all gonna eat together at the big buffet there on back where we're all from, the old classic, which by the way has got everything you could ever imagine.
A lot of food.
What breaks your heart is when you see something on the way out the door you didn't see. On the way out, I'm like, I didn't even see this stuff.
Oh, I know.
Gumbo, are you kidding me? I didn't know this was even here. So anyway,
gumbo,
so the whole family had a great visit where we're sitting there talking about life and all this and having a good time, and all of a sudden, this April the giraffe conversation breaks out.
Oh yeah, Lisa's all about it.
And my sister-in-law Lisa's, and then she's, I'm just watching it, and and I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And so I remember the Eagle's Nest thing that everybody got upset
It's
about.
a whole nother one of those.
Is this Eagle's Nest giraffe
That's
version?
all it is.
Yep. Can I ask the people
Except the eagle was actually in the wild. Giraffe's in a pen.
All right, can I ask this question? Why do we desire to see a giraffe have a baby?
Rick,
who wants to see that?
I don't.
I
I
think there's some curiosity about how in the world does that take place. If you ever seen them try to get a drink of water, my goodness, it ain't normal.
Here it is live, Rick. We're watching it live.
What? So in other words, until she has the baby, you just watch a giraffe standing in a pen, right?
Yeah, she'll walk around. She'll stick her face in the camera every now and then.
Here's Oliver outside.
That's Oliver. That's the daddy. He's checking in.
Yeah. Now I also understand.
Does that window open? Is she got her head out and they're like talking or something?
I don't know.
Well, they did more than talking.
He's telling her to hurry
I mean,
up. Now, okay, I got you.
How about she's got something 6 foot, 150 pounds in her?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a huge animal.
Yeah. But how high off the ground is she? About 10?
I don't know.
Well, a lot of times they use that when they drop. That starts them breathing. Oxygen. They hit.
Yeah.
And they start
clear.
breathing.
Maybe so.
Look, I'll have a tidbit on stuff like this. But I don't want to see an animal being
But won't
hurt.
they record it and then you play it back? Are we expecting it to happen like right away?
I don't know.
Rick, I did good to stay in there watching my own kids.
Thank
be
you.
born.
That's
Much
my
less
point.
than
Guys,
that.
I don't really want to see it. I don't mind after it's born, watch her in there,
Yeah, guys, this is not eggs hatching. This is going to be a different deal.
Yeah.
Has anybody? Have y'all seen this? There's going to be moments you're going to say somebody help.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to.
Do they have to have help or do they handle it on their own pretty much?
On their own, unless you got an issue.
But now, have you seen where the animal rights people what they did?
They had
weird.
it shut down, right?
That's
Yeah,
weird.
but because they claimed under the YouTube's no nudity thing. Now, how's that?
Giraffes are always nude.
They pulled it down for a second and then put it back. I
Yes.
guess if you make a complaint, they have to pull it down, and then
That's
they realize that hey, it's an animal.
Can I tell you, animal rights people, this is what y'all strategy's not even good. This is the kind of stuff you live for. Human beings obsessed with an animal and can't wait to see her give birth like it's a real woman. This is exactly what y'all want.
Send
I
a
don't want
pen,
to see anything give birth unless I know them. Unless, it's like my wife. I don't want to see anything give birth that I don't know you. I mean, it's like I try to avoid being places where somebody's giving birth if I don't know you. You know what I mean? What do you always say? Oh, no, don't do it here, right? Let's get them to the hospital. Why are we doing that? Because you don't want to be the person that somebody starts having a baby in your car, and you're like, I'm here, I don't know this person. Well, it seems like we live our lives hoping we don't see a birth happen unless it's our own.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Why are we wanting to watch an animal give birth? I don't know. That's kind of strange to me.
It is.
Is it to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we've been watching April.
Well,
That's a long
she's-
labor right
She's
here.
looking right in the camera now.
Guys, there's going to be stuff.
Yeah, look at April.
Now, where is that from? Where is that
It's up
physically
New York
located?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Guys, I got bad news for
The
y'all. This
zoo.
is not going to be. It's going to be in stages, and it's not going to be pretty.
I know.
It's not going to
What
be.
if it goes bad?
Right.
Well, I guess they got people to
People coming there grabbing legs and pulling.
look
you
at.
nobody
Look
wants
at
to
her
see
looking
that.
at the. Can I tell you, giraffe is just a strange animal, and we
Yeah, it is.
don't give it enough props because I guess they're so docile for the most part.
Yeah.
Now you seen them when they get mad, start slinging that head around.
They hit each other with them hands.
Oh yeah.
Got their little antennas on top.
You realize
Pop each other with
if
it.
you want to have millions of people watching something,
Look
really
at the pattern on that.
all the
on
money
her.
you spend on trying to write scripts and trying to write and get on this
Yeah.
and get the storyline, just put your animal up on the camera. Everybody sit there and stare at it.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without
It's
a
8
brother.
minutes. 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Still to come on the program, 50 years of the Marshall Tucker Band. Doug Gray, lead vocalist, will be with us, and we'll chat with him. That's late in the show. Ken Harrison's brand new book, and if you haven't seen it, I would highly suggest it. A Daring Faith in a Cowardly World. He's the chairman and CEO of Promise Keepers, and has a fascinating story, which we've talked about before, but he has a new book out, and we'll talk to him about that for this weekend's podcast. Bubba, you have an update on your search for a replacement restaurant for the one that's leaving.
Yeah, I have a lot of topics I need to update people on today.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to get to several of those. But I got several emails about this. One, and it's titled, Rick, Margarita Grill, too.
Right.
Comes from Austin Scott. Said, I was told the same as you, Bubba. You're not hearing things.
Okay, good.
But Dad and I talked to RJ yesterday, okay?
And RJ
he's one of the brothers,
he's one of the brothers.
for Margarita Grill.
Was trying to
He
fill
said
the void.
he said they do have plans to be over there. There's a holdup with some of the plot of land
Mm-hmm.
and building in Tattersall Park. Still hoping to be open on 280 soon.
Yeah.
Soon?
It sounds like they haven't started yet.
Well,
but
then it
they're
ain't
still
gonna be,
trying
it
to
ain't
get
gonna be
here.
soon then.
Well,
if they hadn't broke dirt.
I think the idea is we're trying to get there.
So where the downfall was, somehow we were led to believe it was already there.
I could practically smell cheese yesterday.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
do you think possibly you misread it and it said Margarita Grill is awesome too, and one is going in on 280 soon?
Well, I saw that email, and no, I don't. I think it had Margarita Grill and the number 2 behind it, but I'll find the
okay.
email. It's just going to take me time to.
But it looks like what happened
It's
was
lost in all this other
I'm
stuff.
just thankful that we didn't dream of tatter or whatever.
Yeah,
And that was awful close to the word John Teeter.
Right.
So that worried me. But the tatter was not.
I thought it was Tattersall Park.
Because really, all we're missing now, Bubba, is information came that was correct. Our timeline was just off.
Right, that is
on,
correct.
on when it was going to be available.
Right. So you
So
know.
so it's not completely a miss.
Right.
Just we got caught up in thinking it already happened.
Yeah, and they're great brothers, and they do a great job, and I hope they get over here. We need them.
Where did you end up eating?
Walk-ons.
Man,
it was good. I love walk-ons.
Mm-hmm. What'd you eat?
Had the buffalo wrap.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, it is.
Why you didn't- well, woke Greg up.
Yeah, and I got part of it left for lunch today, so looking forward to that.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Good stuff.
Where you gonna eat it for lunch?
Probably at home.
Really?
Get you any beignets?
So I get ready to, get my assignments on where I got to be.
Oh my gosh! Are you gonna put it in the air fryer?
No, I'm just gonna warm.
Do
it
you
up.
have an air fryer?
Betty does. Yeah, we do.
Well, that
I
means
guess.
you do.
That
Yeah.
means you do. Too.
I don't know
She don't
anything
let you
about
use
it.
it?
I don't know anything. I don't do a lot of cooking. I eat. I work on the other
Well,
end.
that's
Right.
nothing
Well,
wrong. We
that's-
all have our talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to go where your talents are, Greg.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know where
I
I'm-
don't get to sing solos either, but
I like to see
I do
you.
what I
I'd like to
I
see
do
you
what
try
I
that.
do.
Yeah. I don't know where.
Not much call for rub it in church service.
Wow.
No.
That was a great performance. though.
It really, really was. It
Especially
really was.
laying down like that. It's hard to breathe.
If you're going to sing laying on a table, you need to practice laying on the table while you're singing.
Did you like that one better, or the time we did the one you sang the Partridge Family song? Remember that?
I woke up in love
Yeah.
this morning, or Betty Lou. You know, I had
Lou.
There's
several.
three songs. There were three times.
I like my bass line in Betty Lou much better.
Yeah.
So Bubba had three solos out of. So our first Fat Fest was 1999, and we ended in 2003. So you three of the Fat Fest.
Was that three? Was that all I did? Three.
You did the
We did
Betty
some
Lou's
comedy songs,
getting out tonight. Rub it in. No one will forget that.
Rub It In was the original.
And
I
then,
woke up in love.
and
this
then the
morning.
Partridge Family. I woke up in love.
Was
this
there one
morning.
You know, I can't remember. I have to
He might have
think
had
about
maybe a line or something.
I don't
That's
know
the
where
only
my
three
car was.
solos I remember.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we did some of the comedy songs.
Chihuahua song.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Now let's not forget
Remember
that.
he'd do that high step and kick.
Let me tell you, there's
on
a
ankle
there's
biter
a
provider.
picture of it. I don't know if it's up at the new place. There's a picture of him right in the middle of being attacked by the Chihuahua.
Yeah.
You think you can do that kick today? I say go for it.
I have to be
How's them old
careful how I
knees? Them old
land.
knees might.
Ain't no way. Bubba, let me tell you, right now, any quick move, I'm talking about like is instinctive, like you're pouncing.
Yeah.
Your move, be very careful of any of that.
Well, the last time
Well, I'm taking you back to pickleball.
well, that's what I was going to say. Last time I tried pickleball, Helms had to load me in the Jeep. I thought I was going to have to call an ambulance on the way home.
That happened quick too.
Rick, I've never, I mean, of all injuries, that was one of the most painful.
Well, yeah,
And I'm standing there thinking I'm bleeding internally, and people are like, hey, you want back in the game? No, I'm good.
Yeah, no,
Good,
no.
thank you.
Let me tell you, a growing going bad is awful.
Man,
Terrible.
tough right there.
So let me ask y'all this, because we love doing this stuff on the show. Would you rather have a pulled growing, quad, or hamstring?
Growing's out. That's the worst.
Yeah, I've
one
had
to
all
me.
three. So
To me, the pulled growing was worse.
yeah, you can't pivot and lift your leg.
Yeah.
Especially
bad.
if it's a good one.
And see, it was my right leg, so I couldn't drive. I had to drive left-footed home.
See, that was a
And that's hard to do on Highway 2.
Remember when we ran to 40, I blew my quad and
You
my
did?
hamstring out. It went pop, pop.
What was worse? In recovery, the hamstring or the quad?
The hamstring.
Yeah, that's a long way back.
Then I'm gonna go quad because I've never pulled any of them.
It was up by my the butt bone.
you don't
too.
want- you
gotta
don't
be
want
careful.
Growing's horrible.
The
So
growing's
quad. I'll
the
go with
worst.
quad.
I still got a hole
There's
in
a
my
little bit of
quad
downplay
right
of the quad here. I had a bad quad deal one time. It's one of those things where I, thought I was still sharp, and somebody asked me to play on a softball team for some tournament, and I thought, well, I play little ball,
Yeah.
but I had not worked out or done anything
Sure.
in years, and I hit one that I thought I could beat out to first.
Uh-oh.
And I did a quick move from home plate, trying to pick up speed real quick, and the old quad went south. Have you ever had something hurt so bad it gives you chills?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rick, yeah.
Start tasting metal and all
right.
that. You know, the
So
thing
it's,
with
it's not great, but I guess of the three, probably prefer it.
the growing pull to me was worse because of all the exam time, getting it checked. And that's not an easy
It's
exam.
uncomfortable.
Do you remember?
You remember I went to get the sonogram and got completely undressed and got a gown on, and the lady come in and said, you don't have to take your pants off for this.
I remember that.
And I thought, well, the gown was laying here. Of course, she does a lot of pregnancy things too,
Right, yeah.
so I guess it was for that. But
Yeah, and
that was a little uncomfortable moment.
yeah.
Well, my pants are off, so sorry.
Do you remember when I messed?
And that contact grease is cold.
Yes, sir. Do you remember that I tore my quad up years ago
Yes,
playing turbo
yes,
Nerf football
yes,
at the first studio we ever had out there by the AM towers? I bet that was good for me. And it's we get all that blue down your leg.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look
tell you what I
at that, look
don't
at that
get, though.
pattern, Rick. How complicated, and it all just fits right together. Isn't that cool?
You know, one thing we didn't
Like a cobblestone road.
I didn't know that Lisa Burgess had always desired to feed a giraffe, and at our zoo where we live, they do it all the time.
Yeah, she
Matter of fact, Brooks Big Love Burgess ran that one time when he was a kid
funny.
working over there.
How will they? Are they pretty good about taking food, or will they slop you with their tongue a little bit?
It's a lot of tongue.
It looks like it.
It is.
It
How
is.
long is their tongue?
Oh my gosh, it's like watching a snake.
Yeah.
They got a tongue.
Yeah, it's
2 foot?
It's huge.
It's no anteater.
It's
but it's
black.
close.
It's black too. It comes out. Look, just
Yeah, it's a big thing.
and grab something out of your hand, pull it in.
How about
Anteater's a weird one too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go, aardvark?
Hey, 20 inches long.
Yeah, they got a lot of tongue.
Talking about the anteater or the giraffe?
No, the giraffe.
That's a big tongue, a big one.
Let's see 'em.
Yeah, you know what?
How's it go?
Yeah, I mean it comes right out of there.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why we want to watch this.
How about they got Oliver out in the waiting room? He's just out there.
Yeah, Oliver.
Remember we
Well,
used to
Oliver's got an older woman. Oliver's only 5, and she's like 15.
right.
Should he be in there with her, or is that close enough?
He's looking at
Guys, can I
he's
give y'all
checking it
heads
out.
up on Oliver? Oliver is looking at the other females, waiting on one of them to come in here.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, he's not.
He's
concerned.
done with her.
He doesn't even know his kid's about to be
No,
married.
he's completely done
Right.
with that
You
whole
know
situation.
why he's not a human
that,
being.
He's working that straw or that hay, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Right there.
He's not a human being. She's not either. By the way,
Right.
these are animals, which is sweet. But I don't know. You know, I really don't. I can.
What a neck on that thing.
I can understand somebody saying, "Hey, the giraffe just gave birth. Let's look at the baby." I got that.
Right.
I can see that.
Yeah,
But having,
that'll be me.
Well,
I
I
don't
tell you,
wanna
you're
see
gonna
it
have a
anymore.
view of it right here.
but watching the birthing process, I don't know why we're doing this. I mean,
So they must think she's pretty close, huh?
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, no, you understand though. Since Thursday, I've heard about this,
Does she get?
and we were probably a little bit late on it. But since Thursday, we've been told, "Hey, are you watching this?" That's a long labor.
oh yeah, they ain't even started.
She's just walking around.
Just walking around.
Walking around.
Labor hadn't even begun. We're just walking around.
That's just a big old.
Look, there they are. There's Oliver. Hey, hon, how you doing?
We'll be back. All right, Steve Harvey is already tweeting about the Oscars last
Well, he immediately was drawn into the
Yes.
confusion. Somebody even mentioned him from stage. Rick, and I'm quoting his tweet. Good morning, everybody. Went to sleep early last night, so what did I miss? And that was quickly favored and retweeted thousands of times.
Yes.
Then he followed it up later by saying, call me Warren Beatty. I can help you get through this.
Oh, buddy. So that's
good.
Guys, I mean, are we getting to the point we can't even pull off award shows anymore? This is happening now. It's going to be the trend.
Also in media, we talked a little bit Friday about Mama June's new show, The Makeover, where everybody was just flabbergasted by her change and all this. I didn't see it. We thought Greg might have seen it. He did not.
Yeah, he's definitely
And,
our Mama June expert.
Right.
Now it's to the point where after this premiered or the new series or whatever or season, everybody's accusing her of she's been wearing a fat suit in previous seasons. And she really didn't lose the weight. She just took the fat suit off.
Now, where's that coming from? First I've heard of that.
Well, I've
Now,
sit here
why
been
would she need to wear a fat suit? I'm confused. She
but-
wanted to look bigger?
Yeah, for the show. It's you know how social media goes crazy, but we're doing some research on this. Those stories are out there, and social media was just going nuts over it. But that's her trainer there. This is a story on
Pumpkin is his name?
On what?
So
what
that's
all
not
he had
Honey
to
Boo
do.
Boo. That's actually her trainer, Pumpkin.
No,
Well, I thought the two girls.
This
That's her.
That is his trainer, and then that was her going through the workouts, and it basically shows how she did it. It's a little story about how she went through the
where's the
process of
finished
losing the
product?
weight.
Yeah,
have
that
we
was
seen
it.
that?
No, that was
No.
it that you're looking
Well,
at.
she's still big.
They say she's size 4 U.S.
That's the
size
finished
8
product?
UK.
Look at Greg. Y'all don't miss his look.
Did you see that her trainer is named Pumpkin?
You sure that's her trainer? Or was she giving their nicknames to the two girls? Because one said Boo Boo, one said
Her daughter's
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, I think
The
that's
orange hair girl.
Well, I thought they
which
had
would
the
make
trainer
sense.
named Pumpkin.
No,
No.
Daughter's
What's
Pumpkin.
his name?
I don't know. It's not Pumpkin. No,
No,
that's the two
no,
daughters.
no.
It's Boo Boo and
See,
Pumpkin.
I didn't watch the show. I don't. I'm out of the
And
loop.
there's
I
another
have
one
to
too. I can't think of what hers is.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying when they were showing right there, they had 3 people in the shot and only 2 names.
Well, where's
So
June?
did you
Which
see
one
it?
was June?
Did you see it?
No, I didn't. I was in there trying to fix that commercial.
No, I'm talking about it aired Friday night.
No,
right?
I didn't. Well, I didn't watch it.
Didn't it?
I didn't know
Friday
it
night?
was
that was
on.
your,
Speedy,
that was
roll
your
again.
area.
But I didn't know it was on. I
Roll
don't know.
again what you were showing.
This is just.
I'm trying to make heads or tails of this.
Let's see here. Hold on just a second.
Guys, I don't. This size 4 is really being thrown around a lot here. And look,
Guys, June she had to weigh 400 pounds.
Right. Have you heard all the fat suit jokes?
No.
They all say
Well, that
she
didn't
wore a
make
fat
sense.
suit.
For the show,
I didn't.
she didn't
I didn't
wear
say
no
it.
fat suit.
They're saying she didn't really lose the weight. She just took the fat suit.
Yeah, I'm going
That's
back.
not- that's
I'm going back
incorrect.
to this. You know, the Oscars messed up everything at the end on purpose. I mean, some of these theories we're coming up with.
Yeah,
She wasn't wearing
everything
a
is
fat
not a
suit
conspiracy.
on
I know
Honey
there's
Boo Boo.
conspiracies, but everything's not one.
Well, but let's go to this. Okay, and look.
Did it just show her now?
I can speak to this too. She's doing a good job, and she's getting healthier, and she is less unhealthy than she was and less fat. But this size 4 thing,
I don't know what a
I
size
missed-
4 looks like.
Yeah, I don't either.
Who's in a size 4?
I've heard them say that.
I
I don't
can-
know what that means
I need-
either.
I need to look
that
up
is what
size
they're
4.
saying.
Yeah.
I think is that small?
Is 4 small?
I would think so.
Yeah,
Especially when Big June was bumping around 400. She was big.
and she's done better.
Maybe
but-
not 400.
How about you can't if you just Google size 4? Guess what the first thing that comes up?
What?
Mama June.
This was just a
Really
story
had
I was
nothing.
rolling on.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. We got Speedy, real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, gang all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for spending a little time with us each and every day. It means a lot to us.
Yep. Don't forget, archive from yesterday's Bible study now available to you. It's on our YouTube channel. Our podcast audio-only archive, grab that. We did Genesis 29 yesterday. The old deceiver gets deceived. Jacob gets a taste of his own medicine. And you can find that at those two places. All right, so Adler, we need Adler. Adler, we know that you had the big announcement coming up. We're so excited that you and your wife Erin are expecting your second child and your first son. And I understand this is causing you to start maybe organizing and getting prepared for baby number 2. And are we about
becoming a real dad, Rick?
Yeah, are we about to play some sort of? Is this a commercial or something that you put together?
Well, guys, it's the end of an era.
Okay.
I intended to do this for a while now, but it's when
real.
pressure's mounting here.
Yeah.
I'm going to be selling my motorcycle.
And
Watch
here
out.
it is.
Which
He's a biker.
right. I took that famous trip to DC on it. Did
Sure
the
you did.
Dragon's Tail.
Yeah, you did.
Tail.
I used to ride it a good bit, but it's just hard. It's hard to find the time, and there's the risk level, frankly speaking.
I don't
yeah.
want that.
People depending
you don't
on
want to
you.
lay it down.
And this motorcycle is awesome, so it's real loud. And when you have to be at work at the time that we have to be at work, the neighborhood doesn't really work real good in the neighborhood. I would wake up the whole house. I would wake up the whole neighborhood, frankly.
Well, yeah, because it's awesome.
Right.
So, but it is a
BA.
hoss. It's a hoss. Yeah.
And you're ready to sell it.
I need to sell it. And so, if anybody's interested in buying the motorcycle,
Right.
you can email me, adler@rickandbubba.com. I'm going to ask $4,500 for
Or
it.
just
wow.
call in now. It's Rick and Bubba Swap Shop.
That's right.
That's
Bring
right.
it in.
Just like it sits.
But I've
Swap shop.
actually made I have a commercial that
Oh, really?
I've made for
promoting
it.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that I thought would be a good selling
love
point
this.
and to help sell this thing. I do cuss in it. Just if there's
Do
any,
you really?
any kids
Well, it's a
listening.
Harley.
trying to be
Motorcycle.
edgy.
Look,
Rick.
it's a Harley.
I'm trying to appeal. That's the demographic, guys.
Yeah.
We're awesome. Okay.
Okay, I
Oh
got
wait,
you.
no. That's
Right.
the wrong word.
I know.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to
Yeah,
say
he's
that.
awesome.
We're cool.
I knew you were going to say that.
So if you guys want to see it, here it is. Here's this is the advertisement for me selling my motorcycle. End of an era.
Do you hate your life?
Yeah.
Are you bored as p***s? Are you sick of the daily grind of existence that comes from living in a comfortable society? Well, it sounds like you need a motorcycle. This 2006 Harley-Davidson Sportster Custom is the motorcycle for you. This is a super clean and rare XL 1200C. The C stands for custom, and the 1200 stands for holy. That's a lot of power. After the year 2006, Harley-Davidson switched over to fuel-injected motors. But this baby, it's carbureted. That means you can work on this motorcycle with your tools, with your own hands, while drinking your own beer and ignoring your own family. You don't want some uppity mechanic plugging his fancy computer machine into your motorcycle, telling you your emissions are too high while probably giving your motorcycle some kind of woke virus. There's no computers on this baby, just plain old American badass. Plus, no computers means this baby will survive an electromagnetic pulse, making it the perfect vehicle for the upcoming nuclear apocalypse. And no GPS on this thing makes it way easier for you to escape from the government or your family. But wait, there's more. The integrated saddlebag mounts are perfect for storage during your midnight runs for water, fuel, or food. So let's make it happen. Email me, Adler at rickandbubba.com. And if your co-workers claim this motorcycle is a chick bike, ask them if they even know how to ride a motorcycle. And if they did, where they would find a motorcycle with a big enough seat to fit their fat ass. Harley-Davidson Sportster 1200 Custom. Get some! Motorcycle may not survive a nuclear attack or improve your life. Individual results may vary. So buy my motorcycle and get some!
That may be your best work yet.
Oh, that was good.
That's awesome!
Adler, that was so much more than I was anticipating.
Oh, that's good. I'll hold my chick bike statement. You answered the question.
Okay. I forgot to mention I do have a windshield for it too.
Is that the original one you had, or is that a different one?
That's the one I've always had.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the one you've always made fun of.
Yeah, it looked different.
You went ahead and addressed anything Greg might have brought up.
That was good.
Right. Yeah, that's good. So, it comes with a windshield.
Okay.
It's in great shape. Never been laid down. It is custom, like I said.
Been on the Dragon's Tail.
It's been on the Dragon's Tail.
You made that very clear.
I think it's got, what is it, around 30K, 30,000 miles on it. So
is that a lot for a motor?
Maybe 28.
What's a motorcycle? What is a lot of miles?
It just depends. And this thing, I mean, if you keep oil in it, it'll run forever. It'll run forever. It's a V-twin. Like I said, carbureted, so you can work on it with your own tools.
With your own.
No laptop, baby.
No computer geek near this thing.
and it's tickle the dragon's tail.
And it has. Yeah. I don't know if people say it like that, but it has.
Well, we do. We do, don't we, Bubsy?
That's right.
No, that's actually playing with a nuclear core, but I know what you mean. It's close. It's close.
It's a lot like
Yeah, tickling. Yeah, when they had like the nuclear stuff, and they're like, what does this do? And they're just like playing with it.
Yeah, when you let the screwdriver drop, you almost blow up all of the test facility. Yeah.
How's gas mileage on motorcycles?
And now Speedy's weighing in.
It's like 35, something like that, 40.
Oh, that's good.
Are they going to do battery motorcycles like cars?
Harley has I think it's called like a Shock or a Volt or a Charge or something like that. Harley has one, and it's a Haas. Zero is another company that makes all electric motorcycles. They go like 90 miles an hour.
So I'm going to ask another dumb question here because I saw something in a store about it the other day. Do we have battery-powered bicycles now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
With some with pedal assist, some without pedal assist.
The old moped.
You pedal a little and it rides a lot.
That's the ones that have charging downtown.
Yeah, they got some of those.
Yeah.
And then, you got your scooters, your boosted boards, electric scooters and skateboards, and then
there's 9,000 boards now.
What about that with the big wheel on it? I say
that's the one wheel.
Yeah. That thing is like almost like snowboarding. You got to really lean into it. You got to carve instead of like a skateboard where you can just lean. You got to carve.
Carve into it.
You got to carve. And it took me 8 hours to learn how to carve. By the way, I taught myself how to snowboard. I fell down a mountain for 8 hours, and then I was like, oh, if you catch an edge. If you lean on that edge, it will just drag you like a wakeboard. Yeah. If you catch your feet and you just stop, that's what happens on a snowboard. Okay. And I think that's what happens on a one wheel.
8 hours later.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive, Eddie.
I should have taken lessons.
Yeah,
you'd have got it in 3 hours.
I still have the original big wheel.
Is Aaron gonna miss
now
that?
Those were awesome.
With the power brake on the side.
Yeah, man.
I finally moved the seat back to that last slot, and then I couldn't fit it anymore.
Remember that?
The adjustable seat.
Remember, I had to start out way up there.
Oh,
sure. I was a little fella.
And if you start going down a hill, it's too fast. The pedals are spinning. And you can't do anything.
Nah, just get your feet off.
So Adler, will your wife miss this, or
No.
because she looked like she was enjoying that in those commercials?
I know.
She was hanging on pretty tight.
We had fun. Riding that thing around. We would do that in our first couple years of marriage, and it kind of fell off pretty soon after that.
Yeah.
I noticed. Yeah.
Well, there's so many
There you
more,
go.
so many more responsibilities now.
Yeah, and I'm like I said, guys, I'm moving into the adventure van world. I've been looking
That's
at
right.
I've been looking at van videos on YouTube for like a decade now, so I should probably if I could have a full-time job doing that if I had just
When you go shopping, can I go with you? Because I just want to look at them.
Yes.
I love looking at that.
They are neat.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cool.
Bubba, you're not a camper.
No.
I'm not getting a camper, Rick. I just like looking at the technology. See, I can enjoy it through him getting one.
Okay.
Feed my beast, you know.
Oh, and it'll be my daily driver too, so you'll be able to see it. Here you go. I ain't buying two vehicles.
No. And now with the second kid coming, you need the room.
There you go.
Will it have a bathroom in it?
It will. It will.
So we could go there instead of walk across the building.
We can go right here, right outside the window.
Yeah.
I will charge you guys, but
We'll mark you off the spot out there.
monthly fee. That's fine.
That's standard.
Yeah.
Adler at rickandbubba.com. You need a motorcycle.
We'll just charge the
So you
commission
can
for that
get
commercial.
some.
It will be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trainer
They don't show it
behind.
on. They didn't show her on the show. I haven't seen it. Well, shouldn't there be footage of her?
Well, we're looking at footage right now that looks like it is her. Yeah.
All right, I pulled up size 4 and hit images that nowhere close to that.
Also, this is
Is that the finished product we're looking at right there?
Mama June is on a serious weight loss journey, going from 460 pounds to a size 4 with some medical help and trainer Kenya Crooks.
When did you start working with her?
I started when she started plateauing.
Greg? I wasn't ready for that.
So I'm kind of like the closer. I'm the guy who helps her get over the hump so she's able to do
Oh,
her
my
thing.
goodness.
We've done a lot of weight training. We've done a lot of plyometrics, doing a lot of running. But, it's all about pressing past yourself.
As you can tell, King is loud, so I think him and Mama kind of connect through the
Meshed
loudness.
well
Yes! Come on up. No, that's okay. It's okay.
We're doing crunches. You can see all the hard work in a new
she's
WeTV
already thinner
7-part
there.
docudrama
Yeah.
From Not to Hot. Mama June will reveal her new figure at the end of the series.
I think the most important thing
Okay.
that she has to understand is, yes, you can blow back up. And what you don't want to do is basically take a vacation from yourself, because that's what you do if you have surgery. We want to create change that she can always maintain for the rest of her life.
Oh, boy.
I wasn't ready for that voice.
I wasn't either.
No, I
Didn't
wasn't
match
either.
the look. It
No,
really didn't.
No, it
No,
didn't.
no, and that's from a
Big
story
June-
from yesterday.
I thought Terry Tate, office linebacker, was going to talk to us.
Yeah.
So this series is going to show her working out. Then at the end, you see the end
So
result.
we don't
Makes
know.
sense.
So maybe she is a
That
4.
makes sense.
A lot of skin involved.
We're seeing her in the
That's
process.
not a 4.
No, now that is
a
not.
lot of skin
It's
involved.
better. It's better.
Oh,
It
it's
is
better than
I'll
she
give you
was.
that. Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
I understand. Look,
They said she had surgery too, correct?
Yes.
we got surgery involved.
Gotcha.
But if you go 460 to a size 4, we're going to have some surgery.
You better.
Well, there's got to be pictures of her out there. She can't hide from cameras and TMZ.
Well, we
and-
saw the promo and it shows everybody looking like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've,
but-
there's a
God
few.
almighty.
There's a few of her coming out of surgery.
She's
and,
much. I mean, just in that picture, she ain't like she was on the
We
show.
got national
No.
security intelligence going out. We can't even find this.
I know. We got leaks from the White House
All right,
daily.
guys, I just got confirmation of somebody that I know that who says that my wife is a size 4.
Mm-hmm.
Mama June, this is going to be a miracle.
I know.
There ain't no way she's a 4. No way.
No. Well, and
She's
a lot
a
of
four.
extra
That's one of the
skin.
greatest transformations in the history of mankind.
Well, again,
I put it right up there with landed on the moon.
Exactly. I believe the moon more than I do that.
do you think this is
I
also,
really do.
do you think also this is one of those things where, everything we hear today is exaggerated? Everything.
Well, yeah.
Like we were talking about Friday. We're in the era of post-truth. Nobody cares about being truthful.
No.
Look,
we can't just say that Mama June has done a tremendous job
Yeah.
of going from 460 down to something much thinner and much healthier, and commend her for that. We got to get her. We got to say size 4. Do you think that's just more exaggeration we always get?
Well, that's the line. You hear it over and over again.
I know you're right. And we haven't
Will
seen
she
that.
maintain it? No way.
So
say
what kind of surgery
Greg.
did she have? Because they do show pictures of her undergoing a surgery here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna bet. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, she's thin.
But I mean, there's different ways to go about it.
In my opinion,
gastric bypass.
Well, what
or
I'm
the
saying,
ring
if this
thing or
guy's
something?
working with her, and I don't want to be grotesque, and this is just part of it.
Oh boy,
When-
that means he is.
When you're 460 and you drop it,
460.
your skin's been stretched.
I was gonna say.
It has.
Yeah,
Oh, like somebody let air out of a balloon.
yeah. So there's gonna have to be some.
Like somebody cut the gas.
We're gonna have some excess that's gonna have to be dealt
What are they
with.
gonna do with that neck?
That neck.
we got to address
Which
that.
one?
Goozle.
Which one?
The,
They go if you squeeze it, they can freeze it.
Greg. I
Ain't
think
enough dry ice in North America.
Greg.
You'd have to head to Antarctica.
Greg. But no, I think that they can address that.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
You talking about that meat necklace?
Oh,
Yeah.
terrible. Terrible.
You stop.
Greg, June's done better.
Some of us are
Yeah.
wearing those, Greg. Come on.
Mama June's trying to do just a little bit better. And she's
Oh, mama.
What happened to the guy that rode the lawnmower? It was her boyfriend. What was his
Sugar Bear.
Sugar Bear.
I think she kicked him to the curb.
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot of you around the country have already met Jay and Catherine Wolfe. If you haven't, today's going to be a great day for you. And they have authored the book Hope Heals. It's a true story of overwhelming loss and of course, an overcoming love. A married couple that, was allowed to go through a very, very difficult time. And they have an incredible story. If you've never read the book, it's available really pretty much anywhere books are sold. You can grab them. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so we had one of these stories yesterday, and then the other has happened since the last time we were together. So we'll start with the one that we had yesterday. Bubba and I were even watching it, and we had it in our videos, but we just never got to it. And this is a paraglider in Spain that, thank goodness, escaped with his life. But, buddy, there's a GoPro shot of this. I guess he has on his helmet.
Rick, this is some of the most startling video you will ever see. It's one of those when you're watching, you're trying to do something. You're trying to help him out. It's just so rough.
Yeah. So, and he gets the backup chute. He gets it deployed in time to save his life. But
now I'm not a parachute expert, but I understand one of the problems is if you don't cut away the main chute,
right.
The
tangled
backup one will get tangled up in it, and this guy is
no. So I
fighting
gotta
for his
do
life.
that too?
He gets this out with 1 second to go.
Oh my goodness. Oh look, there's from his shot when it all goes bad.
Yeah, it blows back up into him and gets tangled up somehow.
Oh boy, what a terrible
And he can't get free
terrible
of it, so you
feeling.
cut it loose.
Now whose camera is this? Is that him? Like
It's on his head.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and that's everything we're seeing down.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second left. Well, you talk about fighting.
Look at
He
that.
still comes in hard.
Well, yeah.
But thank goodness he's all right. Listen when he hits.
Good night.
He's still like he's coming in hot now. Ooh.
But alive.
Guys, look at that mess.
Yeah, boy, it just
I don't
wasn't.
like
It
my
wasn't his
Christmas
time
light.
to go.
And look, and there's all of his friends.
They're
and,
sinking, boy.
See, it all started. The wind blew the chute. It got down. He got pulled up even with the chute, and the wind got over and pushed it onto him, and he got all tangled up in it. And then
I am confused about the camera.
Yeah, the
shot.
camera-
Where is that coming from?
Yeah, where's that coming?
Is that somebody else?
Isn't that him tangled up in it
It
right
is.
there, and his legs?
Guys, could you pot up Adler?
So yeah, who is
That is weird.
It's a 360 camera.
So where
Oh,
where
I
is
gotcha.
it though?
It's mounted on the top of his head.
I got
And
you.
what am I looking at here?
It's the 360 cameras. You don't see the pole.
Yeah,
Oh,
it,
okay.
it has the ability so that it just looks like it's
Yeah.
floating
Okay.
right here.
Okay.
And it cuts and you'll see snowboarders use this a lot. So when the camera's kind of just floating in front of them, you're like, how are they doing that? It's the 360 camera can cut the pole out of the shot.
Okay.
Which
but
is wild.
that is very cool.
It's wild.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like there's a camera just hovering over him. Yeah.
Okay, if you're him,
No, Greg.
do you ever go
no,
again?
absolutely not.
I believe he used up all of his luck on
Tougher question. If you're the people on the ground, do you shoot it all the way to the ground if he doesn't make it?
Well, it
Well,
looks
yeah,
like they were.
you shoot it. You may not show it, but you have to shoot it so you'll know what happened.
Yeah.
So
the next
has
time
any
he
of
goes
us,
and
have any
jumps,
of
he's
us skydived other than Speedy?
I have
have.
not, and really don't want to.
I have for the show.
Yeah, you went with the Golden Eyes, didn't you?
No, that's right.
The old.
Ever do that
Army,
again?
The Army. I didn't have kids at the time, you guys. I have to think about it different now.
See there?
Yeah.
I
It's
don't think
motorcycle all over again.
It is.
if I'm in a plane and they tell me it's on fire and we're about to crash, I could do it. I could jump.
chance it then,
But I don't think I want to do it just for hey fun. Do you?
It's just one of those things, and I like stuff like that to a point, but I've just never really said, "Hey, it's time to jump out of a plane." I just hadn't done that yet.
So
I bungee jumped and all that, but
there was a time I would have done it. That time has passed.
Yeah.
But let's go back to the what happened, because if I was going to do it again, because I know a lot of them that do this. This is what I do, and this is what I love, and all that, and if I die doing what I love. I get all that, but I want to know how I got so tangled up so it doesn't happen again. What happens here? I mean, how did it get so tangled up?
Was it the chute
was
being
it just
packed,
was it just a bad shift of wind? Because you see it come out then go down, and then it tangles itself up. Did he just pack it poorly?
I'm gonna pull up his Instagram page. He is a stunt guy. Like he was doing flips and stunts, and it's inherently dangerous. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is.
And he said in the story, it says it was an unusual incident that normally this paragliding is safe because you have multiple rescue parachutes and you're at a high altitude. He said in this case he had fallen into his lines and wing, and the wing twisted, which made him fall faster. And he noted that both his reserve parachutes failed, but he managed to get one to work, but he had to do it manually.
Wow.
And said by the time he managed to save himself, he only had 1 second, as we mentioned earlier.
Is he injured at all because he still hit pretty hard?
Probably.
Skin up, probably.
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
It looked like he was about to hit
His
the ground.
drawers.
I mean, that parachute came out
Thank you, Greg.
literally right before. I mean, it helped to break the fall, but it didn't.
Well, it saved his
completely
life.
slow it
What
down.
was the guy's name, Speedy?
Kevin Phillip. Kevin Phillip.
Okay. I'm trying to find. Okay, yeah, here. he is. I found him.
PHILLIP.
I knew I
He
followed him. I
posted on
forgot his
video on his YouTube channel as well.
Now, you
Which,
got
by
him-
the way, only had 440 subscribers, and by the time this had been on, 95,000 views had happened Wednesday morning.
That's Greg's
So
conspiracy.
that's what it's supposed to look like here.
Yeah, and he swings around and
does
stuff, and
stunts.
that's why he got locked
I
in, because
see.
his wing
It's
came
not
around.
just a parachute.
I see.
So he does loop to loop.
Yeah, I got you. I bet you.
Well,
got
that's bad when the wind changes on you.
Oh, baby.
All of a sudden you're wearing your parachute. That's not good. is it?
Okay, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get it. It's not just a regular parachute.
So we have, and
Wow.
we may have to come back.
Is that cringe worthy to y'all? When you see him about to hit the ground, I'm just drawed up. You
Right.
know,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
wow.
That's what led to my question. Do you keep shooting?
Well, I think you have to.
Yeah.
And you may not want to show it, but you got to know what happened, right?
Right. So then and I think we'll have to come back for this, but then we have this story that I heard you guys talking about on the kickoff hour, but I want to revisit it on the main show, and that is this bizarre thing where one of the pilots on a plane that had landing gear trouble jumps out of the plane.
Yeah.
And then the other guy lands it without any problems. I mean, it was intense because you landing
I
gear.
don't know why you jump out.
And one of the people jumped out.
Yeah, and it's an update to a story we had, and the update is that the air traffic controller, and I guess and through the investigation, they confirmed that he did jump, and that was the update.
And this happened, it was a North Carolina pilot who died after falling out of a plane, but they're saying now he actually jumped out.
Right. Yeah.
What is the guy who landed the plane saying? I mean, he's
He
got to be able to tell
confirmed
them,
that
hey,
he jumped. Yeah, but.
Is
I
it
thought
that
I
easy?
thought I read in the original story there was like a 15 passenger plane or whatever,
It's
but
10
was
passengers.
10.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's only,
But
they
they're
were
only
the
the-
but
they were the only two
two
on
on
there.
there. So I don't know. The
Any of y'all
Greg
want to
Emmy's
learn to
got-
fly? Any of y'all want to be pilots?
I always did.
I want to. I still want to. I wanted to one time. I never have. followed
Yeah,
up on it.
I'd
I'd love
love
to.
But I'm with you guys. So
If I could find where I park my plane, it'd be great.
that would help.
Yeah.
So I guess that we're just got to wait for yet another update, because if the update is 2 pilots, no passengers, one we told you fell out of the plane, now we know he jumped out of the plane. We now have, like you said this morning, Greg, we now have the other pilot who ought to tell us exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Well, Rick,
He should know.
And he is.
It's
He
pretty
is.
hard
He
to
just said
climb
he jumped. I don't know why.
into those cockpits. Is it easy to open the door and jump out?
I didn't think so.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And look for it, Hope Heals. And they've got some other things going on we'll tell you a little bit about. Jay and Catherine, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, thanks.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
I've had the pleasure of hearing them speak twice already, and a lot of you that went to the Passion Conference with Louis Giglio, you heard them. You said that was kind of I know that a lot of times when people hear us talking about this kind of stuff, sometimes you hear about these events, you think, well, if we could ever get to speak at that event, it would be something. So that was a bucket list.
Absolutely. It was unbelievable life highlight. I mean, even just being in that stadium with 55,000 people worshiping and just being together, it's unlike anything. So it was a life highlight.
It is very rare that you get to see, and Bubba, you would understand this, Rick, you would understand this, that the worst things that have ever happened to you could somehow be transformed into the thing you get to like celebrate with 55,000 of your closest friends. It's really, it's kind of a beautiful picture of how things should be, that our most terrible, horrible sufferings are used for something glorious.
Yeah, and I know you guys talk about this a lot. Anytime, even this past weekend, had a chance to speak somewhere, when somebody comes and say, hey, I want you to know this did this and this did that, and they'll say things like, well, you probably get tired of hearing that. I'm like, no. Anytime you've been through something that's horrific and you see God used it, tell me that as many times as you possibly can.
Because we forget. We need to be reminded.
Yeah, that there was a purpose. So some people are listening and watching. They do not know the story. So take us through the story that is chronicled in the book and has become a platform that none of us would ask for, but still at the same time, you've seen, as my wife said, I don't always like his tactics, but I cannot argue with his results.
Yeah.
Speaking of God Almighty, so tell us, tell the audience the story.
Sure. I'll start a little bit. It's great to be back in Birmingham because this is where we met, actually right down the road at Sanford.
How about that?
So speaking of remembering, anytime we get back here, it's really powerful to think where God has taken us in the past 15-ish years that we've known each other. And so we met and married after college. Moved out to Los Angeles. I was going to go to law school out at Pepperdine there, and Catherine was doing some stuff in the entertainment industry and just, living the dream. And real plugged into our church and even had a baby sort of along the way at the end of law school. And about 6 months after we had our baby, James, life changed forever just out of the blue. You know how life does. The reality of this world is not safe. And someday you have this dream of what everything's going to look like, and then in a moment it's just all falling apart. And so Catherine suffered a massive brainstem stroke out of the clear blue. Was perfectly healthy, 26 years old. And we found ourselves wondering if she'd even survive the day. I don't know if you want to jump in.
Oh, yeah, and I did survive the day. And it took about 2 years to even recover a baseline. I would spend 40 days in ICU, 2.5 months in a different phase of the hospital, another 1.5 years in brain rehab. But I would relearn to eat, to speak, to walk again, even though all are very different today. And my face is still partially paralyzed, and I am in a wheelchair and severely disabled. And yet, strangely, I would argue that I am, in fact, healed, shockingly, that even though my body is very broken, what was terribly hurt by the stroke was my heart. My feelings were so hurt. I wondered, how could this happen to me? God must have made some terrible mistake. I'm caught between life and death and should have died. And God really overwhelmed that sadness and despair with the reality that he is, in fact, not only deeply at work in my situation, but ultimately this was for my good. and God just transformed my feelings. And I would argue that that is the most dramatic healing one can have this side of heaven, is the healing of the soul.
Amen. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Anyhow, that's why I'm telling you that I just want to celebrate. Yeah, yeah. As we make our way back, one of my favorite new products, and I tell you what, fieldofgreens.com. This is a daily routine for the family now, and I'm telling you, I love this stuff. Really, it's an organic superfood. Energy, kind of just almost like if you're looking at something, sometimes you got a little bit of brain fog. It's almost like this is the tuning button that clears it up. It's so much more clarity, just feeling better and healthier. You know why? There's a reason that we've discovered that our human bodies need a certain amount of fruits and vegetables, but let's just be honest. We rarely get them in just our daily diet, just because of life. Well, this gives us exactly what we need, and you have it in a delicious drink that you mix with. I like mixing it with orange juice. That's my favorite, but you can find your own deal. But it's really, really good. It's just loaded with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It is proudly 100% made in America, and if you're out there wondering if you are vegan or whatever, there's no issues there. Fieldofgreens.com. Go there now. We're going to get you 15% off your first order with the code Bubba, then 10% off all your future orders. We have already ordered and reordered again. That's how much we are loving it at the Burgess house. So fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can feel years younger because this is what your body was designed to crave. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, you said there was one more story involving the last story we did. The hang glider, that one we got the video, whatever. This thing about a co-pilot jumping out of a plane that was landing, and the plane did have some issues, but the pilot gets it on the ground safely, and then they come back, oh, by the way, the co-pilot didn't fall out, he jumped out. We'll just get you that future information. That's all the information we have now. We do need to, can the pilot give us any kind of indication?
No, it was the pilot that jumped out and the co-pilot landed.
I thought the co-pilot jumped out. One of them.
I think it was the pilot.
Okay. Whichever. One pilot jumped out.
One of them jumped out.
Somebody said there was a snake in the plane.
And
Bubba's out.
Yeah,
Bubba's
I
out.
just don't know if I'm panicking. Let's say there is something wrong with the plane.
I'm not.
I'll give you that. Okay.
Right.
I'm above 3,000 feet.
Right.
No, I'm not jumping out, right?
No, because it's over when you do that.
Right. I mean, I'm not going to do that.
Did he think he had a parachute on?
I think his buddy threw him.
Yeah, it says here, and Bubba, you're right. It says here, the controllers made the call to police shortly after speaking with the remaining co-pilot.
Right.
They indicated that the co-pilot had told them that Crooks, the pilot, had jumped out of the damaged plane, leaving the co-pilot to conduct emergency landing, but he gets it down. Why is the pilot jumping out?
Why would you jump out?
I don't know.
I would like the story to say
this.
he had a parachute on that didn't open.
Yeah, or he thought he
something
did,
like
and he
that.
looked and he left it in there.
Well,
or a
that's something
story
you
that
don't
says
forget.
he owed the other one some money, and the other one threw him out.
Yeah.
Or something.
We're going to find out the pilot was seeing the co-pilot's wife.
What in the world?
Something strange.
Well, I'm telling you, this story's got more to it.
Now, I guess the way that the air
And
traffic
shove.
controllers are confirming this is maybe they were communicating and could confirm what
Well,
happened.
I think when the co-pilot called and said, "Hey, we're having trouble," and the pilot just jumped out of the plane, they took note.
Well, here's the line that threw me, Bubba, in the story. It says, "We have a pilot that was inbound to the field," a controller said, according. His co-pilot jumped out of the aircraft. So I think what he just meant the other pilot.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be the main pilot.
Okay.
So that's the line that threw me. And then he made impact to the ground, and here are the coordinates. Meaning we got confirmation from the other pilot that the pilot that was flying with him just jumped out of the plane, but now that pilot's on the ground in the aircraft safely, so they're interviewing him. Is this I don't think we can make it. I think my best shot is to jump.
What?
Is it hey, I'm committing suicide?
Yeah.
But the fact that it's tied to the plane being damaged in some way is odd.
That's a weird story, guys.
Yeah, and we'll get more on that.
As we continue our strange air segment today,
we got air
an airplane tug driver at LaGuardia Airport miraculously survived being trapped by a 737 jet and crashed.
Yeah.
Have you seen this
Unbelievable. I can't
a story to tell on that.
I mean, you.
Adler, do we have that video?
Thought you had me.
Yeah, it gets locked up under there. This is footage from inside the airport, and then it's going to go to some more footage that shows the cart kind of getting tangled up here.
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
Mm-hmm.
Everybody hang on.
What in the world is happening here?
Taking a hard right.
Oh man!
So it looked like he was pulling the plane, but the plane was still pushing, too, and he got buckled up under.
He lost control somehow, and
There he
Look
is.
at that.
Could have took his head off, Jim.
Yeah, it could have.
I mean, it smushed the thing.
Yeah.
It's like backing up a trailer and it getting all turned sideways.
Little jackknife action.
So how did he survive that? Did he?
I guess he bent
is that
down.
Him? Is that him still in it?
Yeah.
There's a leg right there.
Yeah, he's
He's bent over.
gonna take a minute and get him out of
Good
there.
night.
Good gracious alive.
And he's right back there next to the jet.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
the
is.
intake. Today's lucky he didn't
Bad
get pulled
day.
up in that thing.
What if you're in there and you're trying to get to your gate and you're like, hang on?
I'm sure they have radios. You think he's screaming, "Stop! Stop!"
No, yeah, I'm sure.
Somebody help me!
But why does the thing go out of
Like,
control?
well, it looks like he's latched to pull it, but the plane is still pushing, and it's like he doesn't know that it's still under power or something.
Did I start pulling too quick, or something? I mean, is it an unnecessary pull? I mean, I don't know.
And you probably have. It's a lot like we were talking about these mascot heads the other day. The pilots probably have the worst view of the ground up in the plane. As you can, I mean, you see a long way off, but you can't see right up under you. God, it's scary.
It says here the passenger jet was being pulled from the hangar to the terminal when it drove over the operator.
Wow. He's lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And the co-pilot jumped out right here. Oh, that's a different story. I'm sorry. Watch him.
Yeah, no. Well,
Watch him.
I'm going to say this too, Greg, and maybe I should cut your mic
Good
off.
night.
But on a much a little more lighter airline story.
Okay, let's lighten it up.
We were watching some of the other things that are on the TVs in here with us, and no shocker there, Garth's crying, but who cries more, the Garth Brooks or Glenn Beck?
Well, they're head to head.
but anyway,
Look at Pal.
So
good gracious,
can you imagine sitting in an airline, Greg? I'm thinking of you when I think of this.
Okay.
And we just saw the story, and I think I have it right. We don't have I mean, I'm guessing off of what the story I just saw looked pretty straightforward. That the announcement comes on, you are part of a historic moment for the first time in airline history. Your pilots are a mom and daughter.
That's who's flying it.
Yeah. So
that's all we got.
Yeah. So in the cockpit right now, we have two.
Hope they don't get one of them arguments, moms and daughters.
Right. We have two.
That can be pretty bad.
Yeah.
Greg, sit down, relax. Two women are flying you to your destination.
And their mom and daughter.
Hit that button. I am.
Is that? Are we supposed?
I
to
can't believe you wore your hair like that.
Greg, are we supposed to clap for that? I mean, wouldn't there be something? So what did that say?
Congratulations. Could y'all bump me to the next flight?
Right. You're part of a historic flight. The mother and daughter will fly you from here. Well, in a plane? I mean, it's.
I ain't believing you wore that.
Sure. I don't know. Is that supposed to be comforting?
No, Rick. It's historic. I'll give them that.
It is historic. There's a reason it's historic. But I mean, that's. I just don't know. That seems like there could be potential there for there to be drama.
There could be, definitely.
Well, you know, I never really thought about it, but I kind of thought there might be rules against family people flying together. You know, like you can't operate on your own kid or something, which we've always heard that. I don't even know if that's real or not.
Right.
Yeah,
you know, those kind of, that you just have some kind of separation there to make it professional.
Yeah, if either one of my parents.
It's kind of a cute story, but I mean, there's just.
Well, just. What would be?
I don't want cute in there.
What about historic? If we're going to go down this historic road, what about this? For the first time ever, a husband and wife will fly you to your next destination. The husband's the pilot, and the wife sits there and tells him how to fly.
I guarantee you, I'd pay attention.
The pilot will be asked all the way down the runway, "Why are you going so fast?"
Slow down! You're running right up on the other one.
If you keep going this fast, this thing's going to go off the ground. We'll be back.
I said, turn right here at this ramp.
Right. That's not our gate, baby. That's not it. Oh, yes, it is. I passed it already. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gary Wright, is he still with us?
I don't know. I mean, that was a while
there?
back right there.
Also
Gary
known
Wright.
for another smash hit, Bubba. What was the other one?
Oh, gosh, Gary Wright. What was that?
Smash hit. Huge.
Oh, Rick, let's see. It was one that I probably think Toto did, but he did it.
No, hell.
Let's see. What Gary Wright?
Dreamweaver, was it?
Yes,
Yeah,
Dreamweaver.
that's it. That's it. Thank you, Greg.
Dreamweaver, I believe.
He 73, Rick.
So he's still around. Sad, if you remember, Gary got a little weird on the Dreamweaver thing. He actually believed in all this, traveling outside your body and.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what that sounds about. Astral projection.
Yeah, that's what the song's about.
Watch your mouth.
Well, it's an interesting theory.
Well, it is, and I know you coming off binge watching Timeless. I thought almost ties in a little bit.
Well, there's
somehow I got Gary Wright to that show. I don't know how I did it, but
there's a big difference in out of body experience, time travel, and seeing time nonlinear. So,
right.
It's all three different deals.
It's all interesting theories.
It is. It is.
So anyway,
really can't use any of them today. But
now, and Greg, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because a lot of times in areas of music, you know more than I do on this. Wasn't there also like "Love Is Alive" was done by like a Linda Ronstadt or somebody did a cover of it too?
I don't
and
know
released it.
that.
Just
really?
blew my mind's racing. I just seems like somebody else gave us a cover of "Love Is Alive" too. Don't know who it was. And kind of threw out Linda. I kind of threw out Linda Ronstadt, a little reckless right then.
The song we were just playing.
Yes,
Really?
Yeah, somebody did a cover of it.
I don't know.
And released it.
You got me, Ricky. Stop the band.
How about this? In my opinion, released it a little close to the original.
Oh, really?
Well, to me, if you're going to redo one, it's got to be long gone.
I agree.
People even have to tell other people.
Couple decades.
People even have to tell other people. That was a song.
Exactly.
Somebody else's.
The young people need to think you actually wrote it.
Right.
Kind of like when Quiet Riot did "Come On Feel the Noise." I thought that was their song, but it was actually from Slade.
Yeah. Right.
And shocking as it is.
And I confused the band Slade with the band Sweet. You have to watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have kind of that same zany.
Sweet is Love Is Like Oxygen.
Did
they do Love Is Like Oxygen?
Yeah, that's
and Fox on the
Ballroom Blitz.
Fox on the Run, Ballroom Blitz.
Boy, that was some heavy hitters. I mean,
they were big.
Let me tell you, when Sweet came to the
when
plate,
they loaded one in the chamber, look out.
It's going to be a hit, bullseye. So we do have things to discuss on the program today. I don't know that any of it is really earth-shattering, but we will be playing a little country song or it ain't today, so we're excited about that.
Yeah, that's right.
So that'll be coming up on the program today. Somebody's going to possibly win something today if they can stump Bubba. We don't know. We don't get a lot of winners on that because it's not that easy. So we'll talk about this. I know one of the things that Bubba, you and I were discussing the other day, and I heard others discussing this too. I know that we know this is not a new thought. That that people can be inconsistent with what they claim they want, because what you really find out is most people just want it their way. They don't really want the general, topic that they claim to be. Like, for instance, Has anybody heard anybody even mention? I mean, just even mention that Kellyanne Conway is the first female to ever run a successful presidential campaign and get a president elected?
She's on the wrong side, right?
Has anybody ever even mentioned?
You don't hear a lot about that. You hear
Have you ever
criticism.
heard it even mentioned?
You hear criticism of her when she misspeaks or if she doesn't sit on the couch the way that everybody thinks she ought to.
Yeah.
So, I'm just amazed anybody can sit like that.
I mean, y'all,
with knees.
This woman made female history.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody mentioned it?
No. Don't hear it much.
No.
You don't hear her.
said,
You don't hear
wrong
her
side.
as being hailed as she.
So
and quite frankly, the campaign she had to work with. That's
my
incredible.
gosh! Well, you're talking about being part of a modern day miracle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you have to realize. And how about this? It's such a miracle. We're all having to learn to say President Trump. We just keep calling him Donald Trump.
Yeah. I know.
I mean, it's
because we knew him as Donald Trump before we did anything.
Greg, not just sort of.
Yeah.
I mean. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past. Oh, Greg and Muscle Shows knows who covered the song, I think. Oh, wow. Well, somebody from Muscle Shows.
You knew they would do it, yeah.
All right, Greg, I'll pick up the phone on the break. You can tell me. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Coming up, 50 years of the Marshall Tucker Band. Lead singer Doug Gray will be with us. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We're putting that together today. That'll be out this weekend. Archive of yesterday's Bible study now available to you if you so desire. And on the road this weekend, Crestview, Florida. I'll be there representing the show, First Baptist Church. Having Man Church, steaks are at 5. That would cost you if you want to have that. Need to let them know the service, you can just come. That starts at 6. All right, so Bubba, Alex Jones. Now, I don't know, you have to be careful when talking about Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a polarizing figure.
Oh my gosh, he is conspiracy times 10 on the log 10,
And his minions
Unbelievable.
are really more dangerous than Greg's.
I agree with you.
With his minions, if you remotely question Alex Jones, then you're a sellout and you're part of the conspiracy. And so I want some of you that are insert twist on Alex Jones just to settle.
Alex got a few products he likes to sell too.
Yeah,
he'll run the list.
Well, I kind of, when he first came on the scene, I watched a show or two of his, or I think he started with specials, if I remember right.
Right, yeah.
And I thought, there's some interesting facts, but then the next one, and then the next one, and then I started thinking, gosh, he's finding a conspiracy in everything under the sun. And it just seems like then there was a pressure to come up with conspiracies every time.
And they got real bizarre.
And it got so bizarre, I had to kind of veer out of it and went, this is now not in-depth covering. You just can't have a conspiracy on everything.
Yeah. Right. Well, the Sandy Hook thing is where I kind of got off the Alex Jones train. But I will go, Alex Jones people just settle, hold on. But what I would say, I can feel it. Stop it.
Stop typing right now. Stop
it. What I would say is when we talk about that there's organizations and groups in the left that always overplay their hand, I think on the right I would put Alex in the far right overplaying of hand.
Yeah.
He always goes too far. But he's in trouble. Does anybody know what he's in trouble for?
His lawyer apparently accidentally sent the parents' lawyer 2 years worth of text
What
messages.
is he in court for? That's what I'm asking.
He's in court for playing up this conspiracy theory with the Sandy Hook.
He's saying the government. He's saying the government actually did it.
Is it the group of the parents that got together to sue him?
Right, and so he appears to have lied on the witness stand by saying he turned over all text messages pertaining to the Sandy Hook Elementary massacre, okay? Well, now the lawyer is about to talk to him. He's on the stand, and he's about to tell Alex, I've got some information that's proving you're lying right now, so I'd be very careful. And that's setting up the back and forth here.
Yeah, because his lawyer mistakenly has sent a huge cachet of text.
Yeah, that's where they got him.
Which is in this video.
To the lawyers of
2 years worth
of the family. So because of these texts they have of his that were accidentally sent to them, they now know he's lying. They're trying to give him a heads up on that.
Right, like, hey, buddy, we know
well,
you're
I think
lying.
they're calling him out on the witness stand.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And so,
but now this will bring the question, were these texts accidentally sent, which I don't know how you would do that, or does his lawyer know he's crazy and he's turning this over to the other side?
That's a good question.
So you did get my text messages, and it said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones. Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone. And then,
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you know this happened?
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave them the phone over.
Just
and
answer the question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course. I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not why I have it.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones,
please just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You said that under oath.
Uh-oh.
Jones, didn't you?
I mean, if I was mistaken, I was mistaken, but you got the messages right there.
You know what perjury is, right? I just want to make sure you know before we go any further. You know what it is.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before or whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones. One more time. And please remember, if you need to assert the Fifth Amendment, you can. I need to know that you can do that.
Objection!
But you testified.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he was ordered to turn over all.
You can just look at his face and tell, he's in bad shape. So basically, he claimed he had never sent any text about Sandy Hook, and they have 2 years' worth.
Yeah.
It says he has.
Right, he was ordered to turn over any text messages regarding Sandy Hook.
And his lawyers accidentally sent it to this guy.
Correct.
Is what they're
Apparently,
saying.
they were sending something to him, but they opened up the entire phone and sent him the entire.
Oh goodness!
But did you hear what the lawyer said? He said, I told your attorneys what we had, and he did not object, or he did not say that was privileged. You can't introduce that in court. He just let it go.
He did say that.
So that makes me think that something odd's going on here.
Well, it may be that these people, after seeing everything, go, we have a client that keeps lying under oath, and we're kind of ready for this to all be over. Yeah.
I didn't know that his attorney could do that. It seemed like he would be in trouble. I thought he was supposed to
he may be.
Go to the wall to defend him, but there may be a point where he thinks I'm just being lied to, and I'm sitting here in court watching and I don't know. I'm just assuming based on what we're seeing, and that's a tiny clip of the whole court case. But it does appear that that's not a positive moment for.
Didn't look good. That look on his face.
For Alex Jones,
I don't know where to go here. Yeah, he looked busted. That
did look like a busted moment, didn't it?
That was the guy that was denying something was going on and was told, we've been tapping your phones, right? And then he's like, oh no, I didn't know that.
Well, they gave it to us.
Right.
Your lawyer gave us 2 years worth of text that you've been saying didn't happen.
I'm sorry, that what again? And so
well, yeah, we gave it to you. No, you said you didn't.
We've recorded every conversation you've had on the phone. I'll just come on. One more time.
Can we get a continuance?
But Bubba, I know, maybe, I don't
Secondhand
know. Now that his lawyers didn't consider it privileged,
or allowed them to carry on, maybe he can come do some sort of I don't have the proper representation, and maybe
I don't know.
throw a curve that way. I don't know.
Maybe that is their strategy to act like they don't know what they're doing, so they can get a retrial. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. Who knows? This is crazy because it's a defamation case,
right?
That the parents of Sandy Hook brought up against Alex Jones, right? Do I understand that right? Because he was saying the whole thing was a hoax.
Yeah.
It's a defamation civil trial. So this is a civil trial.
Right.
But I will say Alex Jones was right about the government turning the frogs gay. So there's that. You know,
Yeah, I forgot about that.
In his defense.
Get one right every now and then. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Version of it. And I like how he changed it up a little bit, kind of did it his own way. And then and Linda Ronstadt did well, but I don't know that she ever released it. She may have just done it in concert. I saw some. You know what I think I may have seen her do it on was the movie FM.
Okay.
You remember that movie FM?
Oh yeah, great movie.
No static at all.
Oh yeah, from
Tom Petty was in it doing breakdown.
I'm not sure I like that better than Gary Wright, but I like it. But I do like Joe Cocker, Get By With a Little Help From My Friends better than the Beatles, by far.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't even. I mean, you can't even.
Rick,
I mean, come on.
yes.
I mean, it's just,
classic.
I mean, Joe Cocker's version of that is so superior to the Beatles.
What about the Judge? Love Is Alive.
That's a different, not the right song. That's a different. That's a different song.
I'm just starting googling stuff.
What's next? Our cover of Grandpa Tells About the Good Old Days.
I'll tell you another. Have you ever heard? You haven't heard it because there's a live CD out there. It's Shinedown acoustic, and they do Get By With a Little Help From My Friends.
No, I've never heard it.
Outstanding.
They don't hold stuff like that.
Really
from me.
good.
I mean,
When you said that, Greg, and then took a big swig out of that cup with a buck on the front of it.
Well,
You like that? I like big bucks, and I cannot lie.
Another thing I like is when Greg's got a fact too. If you don't watch him, he'll stretch into it. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Hey Rick, have you heard Shinedown?
I mean, that's for a fact. That means I'm really locked into it.
That means I got something to say.
I got something you might want to hear.
I got some fancy things to say.
Rick, and I'm going to stretch it out and make you want more.
You might want to lean into what I'm about to say.
I'm giving you a second to pay attention.
Right.
I'm going to stretch and buy you a little time.
What's up with all the weird quirks in communication? Hey, listen, if there's a quirky communication situation, we got it here.
Oh, yeah.
I heard y'all talking about that in the kickoff hour. I don't know why we're even allowed to even come on to them. I truly don't. I mean, seriously, I don't even like
Did
it.
you hear us play Speedy's?
No, I didn't. I heard about it, but I haven't heard it.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard the ultimate lockup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just, brain to mouth, sometimes it doesn't work. Your brain knows what it needs to say, but it's just not coming out that way.
Speedy, you don't have to explain that to anybody here. Okay?
Nobody here. None of us are going, oh, really? Tell me about that. Rick.
Yeah,
Here's
and
what
I'm
happened.
being sharp going to break, wrapping things up.
Rick, here's what happened. He
Get
got to
lost.
going, and he couldn't find the word he wanted, and then he got to concentrate on that time was running out. The song was about
Rick, and then in my peripheral, I see that good one going, look, already laughing.
Well,
he sees you're pinned, and you don't have enough time.
Well, the thing is, it sounds like you got one of those where you keep thinking, I can save it. I can save it. And also, you know what? I'm jumping.
I'm out.
I can't save it. I can't reel it in.
We played it back, and he'd find a spot. He'd go, see, I could just stop right there. If
Yeah,
could
I
just
said, stop right there. Why go any further?
Because you wanted so bad
to go shop. I want to walk it.
I haven't heard it yet. Anyway, I can hear it.
Yeah, let's see here.
I mean,
Helms, do you still have it on your phone, buddy? I know you're in handle.
I know
over
you
there.
over in a big handle over there just a second ago.
Helms has
But,
got computer
I know it
issues.
looks like
it's
somebody's-
not good when your IT guy has
No, computer issues. I mean, how about that? That'll wreck a day.
computer issues. It will.
I mean, it will absolutely
That'll
wreck.
wreck Ralph.
Look, it'll get you that look on your on that face right there. Look at that look.
Sunburn needs a little lotion on it.
I know it.
You talking about that face? Was somebody hit him with a dog turd?
Serious business. I'm about to flip every one of y'all off. Okay.
I'm not saying a word, Ham.
Anybody that's talking about throwing their apple from rooftops, mad.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. He's got his phone. He's playing with it.
So you're the one who came up with it. I like that.
yeah.
Grabbed
This
it
is
for
good.
us.
Yeah. Ask somebody, then get back up.
And don't confuse everybody when we play.
Yeah,
They
don't go-
think we're going to break.
We're not going to break. We're making fun of Speedy. Let me be clear. This is not a break.
And we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Take a listen. Coming back.
I didn't do that.
Rick, get a catch there weekend.
Get a catch.
Start a conversation.
That will. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. And we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Now, let's see here. Can I go back?
And we'll discuss get a catch. But you don't understand when Rick immediately he turned the mic off and just screamed. He was so mad.
Idiot!
He was so mad. And we're late. And then Adler comes busting through the door because he heard it.
Not like you were driving in it.
I'd like to tell you where I should have just shut up.
Okay,
you know.
I don't do that.
There's the old middle finger.
I didn't do that.
That will do it.
Yeah. That'll start a conversation.
That will. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us.
Right there.
And
Just be done.
we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Take a listen. Coming back.
Speedy,
He's trying to fit so many words.
you know,
Oh, you kill Bully.
Bully.
No, thanks, baby.
after,
Take a catch
Greg,
there.
after he was done, was he madder than I was the morning in the kitchen after my tennis performance?
Boy, it was close. Gosh. And both of them were pretty vulgar, I'll be honest. That day. Yeah, I've had conversations. When he kept hey, they're neck and neck, by the way. Really? So right there? Oh, really? I've had conversations with myself before. I'm talking about where nobody's around. You step home. Okay, so that's what you're going to do today. Hey, I'm going to step over here. Didn't even put the brake on. You know what I mean? Hey, Rick, how hard was it to stop and put the brake on? You're sitting there trying to get whatever you messed up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, couldn't wait. Drop that glass in the sink. Couldn't just set it down nice. Is there? Hey, how about this? How about that feeling? If you ever decide, because we've said before, all the statements that have been created over time, some of them are just so spot on you can barely contain it, and that is that no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh boy.
Have you ever thought you're going to be sharp and be the guy that's going to go over into kind of it's not some big sacrifice or even big accomplishment. Look, I'm a husband and dad. I understand how silly it looks, Dad, like you've done something when you rinsed off. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, a brand new hour is upon us, and we are glad that you are here. I can feel your love fading. Woman is fading away from me. As we start the hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Doug Gray, Marshall Tucker Band, our guest this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. A lot to cover here in this hour. Several things we're not going to get to, sadly. But Rick, the economy, still out there forefront. Everybody's having to deal with it, the recession. We are in an official recession.
You sure about that?
We've had 2 quarters of negative growth. That's what a recession has been defined throughout most of our history, even by such presidents as Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. As a matter of fact, one of the worst things you can do during a recession is raise taxes. And, we have a new Democratic bill. Joe Manchin finally signed on, and we're going to get a tax increase, and they're going to use some of this for green energy and some of it for this. We were even told they're going to pay the debt down, which I thought was hilarious. I don't think we've ever had a Democrat want to pay the debt down. So we're going to see here a little bit about raising taxes during a recession. Who thinks it's a bad idea? Well, guess what? In 2008, Barack Obama did, and so did Joe Biden. He clapped in agreement with this. Take a look at this, 1A.
Listen now, I will cut taxes for 95% of all working families. Because in an economy like this, the last thing we should do is raise taxes on the middle class.
Joe Biden clapping. Dr. Jill Biden clapping.
Yay! She's an outstanding doctor.
Economy like this, the last thing you should do is raise taxes, and that is exactly what Joe Biden and the Democrats are trying to do right now. Okay, so let's look at 1B. We have a question here for the press secretary on that very subject.
Oh, yeah.
On the Inflation Reduction Act, so there's a corporate tax increase to a minimum of 15%. How confident is the president that the companies will not pass that cost on to people in the form of higher prices?
Look, the reason why we talk about we think the global minimum tax of 15 is, or the minimum tax, the corporate minimum tax of 15 is so important, is because you have 55 companies, corporate companies right now, who pay absolutely nothing, who pay $0, and by doing this, we are fixing the tax loophole. It is important to do that. It is important to have a fairer tax system, and it is important to just for people to pay their fair share. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars of profit that we are seeing these companies bring in, and not paying a cent, not paying anything for it. I cannot speak to your question that you're asking me. I cannot speak to that. What I can speak is to this legislation and why it's so important.
But if there's people paying none, just simply fix the hole where they're paying whatever the rate is.
Yeah.
Why do you have to increase the rate to get people that aren't paying anything to pay? That doesn't even make sense.
And look, we all agree, when you see Amazon with the kind of money they're bringing in and turning over, how can they not be paying taxes? So I'm all for examining that. I don't know that a 15% across the board is the way to go, because here's the problem. You can look at it this way, and this is the easiest way that I know to say this. Corporations don't pay taxes per se. Now, they do pay taxes, but that's just a cost of doing business, right?
Correct.
So that's figured into their profit margin they have to make and their whole operating deal. So if you raise taxes, you raise their operating cost, what do? They pass that along in the way of the price. That's the way it happens.
Well, we gave you the...
So are y'all all right with a 15% raise on some of the companies that a lot of you use the most? Or are you prepared for their prices to go up another 15%, which really means you pay that tax? See, that's what they want. They won't just be honest about it. It sounds good. Hey, we're going to beat this company up. We're going to beat that company up. But they're doing this across the board. And see, sometimes a corporation may have reinvested in the company. They may have had a big loss or whatever. That's all in the tax code. There may be a year that they don't pay a lot of tax. But I don't think this is the way to go about it. I think, as you said, Rick, you have to look at it a little more individually. I think this is designed to be a PR move.
Yep.
With the country to go, look, we're going to tax these corporations. They're raising the prices on you, so we're going to put a tax to them and blah, 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 when really they're just taxing you, the consumer.
And the thing that we've said on the show for, good night, over 20 years now, just so you know, fellow American, if the government really wanted to make sure that everybody paid taxes and nobody could skirt around it, they would be for a flat tax with no deductions across the board for everybody,
right,
including businesses.
But if
they don't do that.
But why don't they do that? That's the real question.
You can't play politics with that.
Well, that's right. You can't play favorites. You can't punish enemies. That way they get to pick and choose. If it was across the board, look, we can still fight about how we spend the tax dollars we bring in, but the fight about how we raise it would be over, because everyone would have the same burden. If you make a bazillion dollars, you're going to pay a certain rate. If you make $100, you're going to pay a certain rate.
No deductions.
There would be no free rides.
No deductions.
And there would be no deductions. So, you know, before we used to hear the word disenfranchised. I think people get disenfranchised when they don't get to pay into the system, because they don't care how it's spent, because they're not. It's not coming out of their pocket. Now, when it's coming out of your pocket, you're much more concerned about where they're spending every dime that they do, wherever they put it.
Yeah, if you don't believe that, go to any business and have somebody wait on you that has an investment in the company, and have somebody wait on you that does not.
Right.
And it's two completely different experiences. And so really what just happened, and it's going to happen, the reason why that Barack Obama, said you can't raise taxes during a recession is because of what you just heard. The products that you're paying for right now are costing you more, and we're struggling with the cost of everything. So
what do you not want? More cost.
So what they're going to do when they raise the cost on the businesses, now the product you bought that already is costing more because of inflation, now this tax will be added to it, to Bubba's point, which is exactly what they do, and now it's going to cost even more. You might as well hear this press secretary saying, we plan on raising the cost of goods,
because that's exactly what's going to happen. And we've given you the very simple, because I have to have these. I'm from Calhoun County. A very simple analogy. The arena that you're going to, or the amphitheater, is the government. Okay, the business that you're buying from is the band that you're going to see or artist. The merchandise is the products that you're going to buy from them. So the government, the arena, told the band merchandise person that to be at this arena, they will take 20% of all T-shirt sales. Now, the band merchandise coordinator just raised they want to get, say, $7 from the T-shirt. Okay, they probably want more than that, but I'll use $7. They're going to get $7 on the T-shirt. So if the arena, the government, tells the merchandise coordinator, the business owner, that to be here, we just increased your cost by 20%, he then increases the cost of the T-shirt by 20%, so he remains at the same profit level, but you, the consumer, just pay 20% more for it. That's how it works. And that's exactly what's going to happen across the board.
And then we get into all these games that we play with corporations and abatements and tax, preference and all that. And I know if you're competing with these people, it looks extremely unfair to you. I've been on both sides of this issue. But let's take it in case of the chip manufacturers, okay? Because we just had the big vote to help build more chips here in the country and quit depending on electronic chips built overseas. Do you think that those companies are not going to have an arrangement so they don't pay taxes for a few years to get started?
Of course they are.
Is that a wise thing for our government to do? I think it is to get it started because it's going to benefit us all.
Yeah.
But see, then they'll turn right around and complain about them not paying taxes. See, it's just so disingenuous.
And let me tell you who they're playing games with, you and me.
Yeah.
And when I say you, everybody watching and listening, and all of us here.
They can say what they want to say, but the money always comes out of our pocket.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter if it's direct or indirectly, we still pay for it.
Yep. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dishes and put them in the dishwasher.
Right.
I know that to think that's some
sharp.
big ordeal, but if you're going over trying to be sharp and break one of them, oh yeah. And then you really all of a sudden you become like a child. You're like, do I hide it?
What do I do?
Does she know how many of these plates she has?
Right.
I mean, trash.
Really, will she notice this particular glass gone? But they do. They know every.
Yeah, they do.
They know how many they got.
Yeah.
You know why, Rick? Because they want certain settings. Is that what they call it? Place settings.
Place settings.
Well, they're match sets.
Right.
Sure they are.
So if they got an MIA, they look for it.
And you got you every day. And then
No,
you got
hey,
your
no
special.
plate left behind.
Oh yeah, they got them all right there marked.
I mean, and you know what? They can look at a cupboard and go, "Hey, we're missing the glass."
Missing the glass.
Well, they know where they put it.
How do they know that? I don't even know where my pants are. But I mean, they know that
They
deal.
know it all.
Yeah.
You want to hear me really cuss myself out? You know, the one thing that I cannot stand when it happens is to lock my keys in a car.
Oh.
When that happens to me, I get so mad. I mean, I almost do like Jim Carrey in that movie when he started punching himself and beat himself up. You remember that? That's the one thing that makes me mad because that's a handle. That is a big handle, by the way.
Yeah, trust me, I've got so much time on my hands being mad at myself. I don't even have time to be mad at others.
No. My reaction was so bad. Greg really didn't have much to say.
Oh, I was dying.
He said, "Yeah, you need to apologize to yourself."
It was bad.
And he and Helmsy were bent over laughing, and of course Adler comes running in.
Did y'all hear that? So that and Bubba in the kitchen are right. I mean, that kind of anger.
I'll tell you off air what he said.
We're going out into space. Citizens around the moon.
Wow. Rick, the next few years are going to be fun in space. SpaceX is set to test their heavy launch vehicle, the Falcon Heavy, I believe is the name of it.
That was
test flights will begin.
That was my nickname in college.
Yeah, test flights will begin this summer. Once successful, the most powerful vehicle to reach orbit since the Saturn V moon rocket will start running tests, supplying astronauts to the space station. And they also say that they want to, in late 2018, carry 2 private citizens a round trip around the moon and back.
Bubba, this has you, and I think we were talking earlier. Definitely Adler's going.
Yeah, he's in
because he's not to the point where he has children yet. Your children are getting older and almost out on their own. Where are you? I mean,
Well,
will you join Adler?
It's probably a little early for me, but I definitely later on would love to take a flight once they get it dialed in. Now, it's a little more risky leaving Earth's atmosphere, flying to the moon.
Do you want to do this, though?
Oh, I think I would.
How much they say that ticket is?
Well, there comes in the problem. According to SpaceX, they've already contracted with 2 people who have paid to make this ride. They did not say how much it was.
Ooh, I bet it's a good one.
They said they've already paid a significant deposit to do a moon mission. Now, here's the good news because of the physics involved here. Once they leave Earth's orbit, they basically can take a shot at the moon. And if they don't go into orbit, they're just going to circle it one time. They can do what's called a free fall back to Earth. By going at the right angle and the right speed, they'll use the gravity of the moon to turn them right back around and shoot them toward Earth. So even it's a fairly safe trip because even if your engines go out, they can slingshot you back to where you need to be. And that's pretty cool. But now if you go into orbit, that's a whole nother thing. You got to do some burns to get in, burns to get out, and all that. But I think it would be cool for them to do that.
I just want to be clear on this. You just said that if I can be shot into space and I can be slingshot around the moon and free fall back to Earth,
yes,
that's a relatively safe trip.
Well, that part of it. Now the re-entry is a little hairy.
Right.
You got some
Because
burns.
you believe the whole thing. Because when I just said what I said in my headphones, it sounded quite dicey.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
right.
we get off the launch pad. We get into orbit at what? What's the number, Helms? About 17,000 miles an hour. We stay in orbit.
Helms, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
We need
You're
to do.
spot on.
We need to do. And I'm just. I don't know the exact figures. I don't remember them exactly. We need to do a quick burn to get up to about 21,000 miles an hour to shoot out of Earth's orbit.
That's what I got down.
And then they can predict a path. It's funny how all these moving things. You got the moon moving, the Earth, but they can rendezvous and slingshot around that baby. And
you got to really pay attention to the path.
Yep. Oh, the path's everything.
Yeah,
we got computers.
I saw
we
that
got
movie
computers can do that now.
Come on with that. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. And we got, speaking of great music, Marshall Tucker Band. 50 years of Marshall Tucker Band. Doug Gray, lead vocalist, with us next segment. Bubba continuing on watching. Walking together through the promised land. Bubba, you've been the Supreme Court taking Roe v. Wade and overturning it as unconstitutional, simply saying the federal government is not the place, nor the Constitution does not guarantee the right to abortion on demand to any citizen, and since it's not the business of the federal government, it then kicks out to the states, and we will let them decide for themselves. Now, you've been heard on this ruling, first of all, by the press secretary that the ruling was unconstitutional.
Well, we're about to hear that, Adler. If you can give us cut 2 ready to go, Rick. Here's the thing: the forefathers that drew this up, I think, in great wisdom, said we're going to address some issues here, and then there's going to be things come up that we haven't addressed, and we're going to leave that to the state.
Limit the federal government.
Because again, here's the thing, and I think this is where everybody forgets this: when the United States, and it wasn't the United States at the time, when England gave up its legal claim to the New World, it granted freedom to 13 individual states or countries, who later formed the United States of America. They each were their own country, so to speak, even though they were a colony, but they were given their own independence, their own right to govern themselves, and then they joined together to make a federal government, and they allowed the federal government to have some power over them, which we see in the Constitution, but they also retained the issues that were not outlined in this. They only gave up the things that they put on paper. They gave up. Some people look at it the other way around. It was the states first.
Right. They
and
wanted
they joined a conference and said, we'll allow you to regulate this, but everything that we don't put on paper here comes back to us.
And, Bub, if you look at it, if you look at the Constitution, what they really were agreeing on is let's allow the federal government these powers because these powers actually make us stronger than we would be as individual countries. But anything that would make us our individuality weaker, we don't want that.
Right.
And so it was.
And that was really the basis.
Military,
of the whole,
yeah, we'd be better together.
Right. Defending the
we'd
borders.
be better together.
Right.
Yeah.
So this was really the bottom line argument in this whole abortion thing. It was not as much about should abortion take place, should it be legal. It was where should we be deciding this? And incorrectly, as the Supreme Court recently decided, this was not a federal issue to decide. And that's all that this change that we had at the Supreme Court did. It kicked it down to the states. Now, if I'm passionate about the abortion issue, and we are, we can either argue that in Washington, D.C., or we can argue it in our state capital, closer to home, where I actually vote on the people who are going to be going there and have to deal with this and can get involved in the debate. And I think that's better for democracy, no matter how you feel about the issue.
Right.
And that's exactly what we've got here now. We're seeing this play out. But let's listen to the press secretary and her comments on this.
From day one, when the Supreme Court made this extreme decision to take away a constitutional right, it was an unconstitutional action by them, a right that was around for almost 50 years, a right that women had to make a decision on their bodies.
Stop the tape. She claims this was unconstitutional. I hate to tell you, the people who decide if it's constitutional or not is the Supreme Court. So if they said that ruling was an error, that means it is an error as of right now.
And I hate to bring this up to her. I hate to bring this up to her because the left love to say, well, it sat there for 50 years.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, especially you being a female who is a person of color. We had some things standing here for a really long time that you wouldn't be standing there getting to do what you do, and we decided that was immoral and wrong, and that was not constitutional. So I wouldn't really use that argument because we had some pretty bad things that were deemed constitutional for a law that were deemed okay, and then all of a sudden we looked at what we actually said in our Constitution and said we're denying liberty and freedom to people because of the color of their skin. And you know what we did? We changed it. Would you prefer that we just say, well, it's always been that way, so let's just keep going?
Well, let's look on the abortion.
Wrong is wrong.
Let's look on the abortion issue. She said it's been settled law for 50 years. Well, guess what? It was settled law that you could not have an abortion protected at the federal level for over 200.
That's correct.
So I don't know that we want to
use that example.
I don't know if we want to put that measuring stick out there because you're going to lose that argument too. They wanted this to be available, and you had activist judges that went out of their way to get it and make it a privacy issue in the original ruling. These judges cleaned it up and said, no, that's not where this should happen. They didn't say you couldn't have it. They just said this has to be decided state by state, just like we do other things state by state. You know what else wasn't covered in the federal Constitution, Rick? Driver's license.
Yep.
You know where that's decided? State by state.
Right.
So it is a state issue. Now you're seeing states pick this up, and you're seeing varying results, okay? Kansas had on their ballot the other night a more restrictive abortion law. It was voted down. Now, they still have abortion laws, but a more restrictive law was voted down. I don't think that's a good choice, but you know what? The people of Kansas made that choice, and that's where it should have been made.
They decided,
and they have spoken at the ballot box.
They decided they've limited it enough in their state, and they don't want to limit it anymore. Idaho goes the other way and says we want it to be limited more. So what you'll hear is Jean-Pierre will say Idaho's wrong,
right,
and it's the end of time, and this is why the ruling was bad, but she'll ignore what Kansas just did. I mean, when Kansas just said, no, we want it to be made available just like it is now. We don't want it to be more restrictive. That's the states deciding. So you can't say the state's deciding is bad in Idaho, but it's good in Kansas.
And the Idaho thing is very bizarre because the Department of Justice now under Merrick Garland has decided to sue them. And people are going, why are you suing them? This doesn't even make sense.
Thank you.
And because we just had a Supreme Court ruling that said it's their choice to decide. And he's saying, well, they forgot about federal law precedes state law when there is a conflict. But the Supreme Court still rules over you. This is what's odd to me when they keep talking about codifying Roe v. Wade, and if they did it in the Congress. Any law that the Congress pass, the Supreme Court can overturn. That's called checks and balances.
Well,
That's why they. So it doesn't matter what they do. If the Supreme Court says that this is a state issue, it doesn't matter what the Congress does.
Or Jean-Pierre says.
Yeah, they're still going to turn it back to the state.
Jean-Pierre.
That's why this is a ridiculous lawsuit, and I think it's just one to try to get election votes and say, see, we're standing up for you. But he's wasting your time and money because the Supreme Court is going to throw this out as quick as it comes back around.
Yeah. So
anything they do.
So are we going to turn around and sue Kansas?
No, because Kansas went the way we wanted it to go, so we're not going to sue them.
So as long as the states behave the way the federal government wants them to behave, they'll leave them alone.
Well, and that's not the way it's set up.
No, and you
the
said
states are supposed to be free from that.
And the Supreme Court on this stuff is the final word. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That hidden numbers?
Figures.
Yeah,
hidden figures.
What don't say hidden fences, everybody gets mad.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool though.
That's
You know that
phenomenal.
lady who was in that. They even put her into the Timeless series on NBC, so they've tied in several things to that. When she was bragging about how that computer, how much memory it had, and she was telling these people from our time about it, and they got to laughing because it was, basically the memory of a watch.
You got something like a little Timeless show, don't you?
Love it.
All comes back to Timeless.
I binged the last few episodes last night. I'm all up on it.
I heard him this morning talking about Timeless in there.
Yeah, he loves it.
You know what's funny though? The people they mention and meet during this, I find myself sitting there Googling the history to see these people, and it's funny. A lot of things happen I didn't know about. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
People going to be Googling us, Bubba, when we go check out the dark side of the moon.
So you're in.
That's going to be awesome, Bubba. And they're letting 2 people go, and you're like a person and a half. I'm a half a person. There you go. There's
perfect.
your 2
There's our
people.
2.
Okay.
Hey, that's done right
Boom,
Hey,
done.
and you know what? Maybe y'all get stranded out there. That'd really be awesome.
Oh, yeah, Space Brothers.
Or you could just be
Space
putting
Bros.
in Bubba's suitcase. You could go in his suitcase.
2 or 3 days to get there, 2 or 3 days to come back.
Perfect.
That'd be awesome. Ground control to Major Tom.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
So you're in. You're married now. You have responsibilities to a wife.
Well, I talked about it in the kickoff hour. I think she'd be fine. Her life would probably get better. I mean.
You're saying 3 days, so 6 days total?
Well,
give or take.
Depends
if we orbit or not.
If I were to perish,
she gets a week without
would
you.
Be better.
No, don't say that.
Well,
you don't
I'm not
mean
bringing much to the table. I'm bringing a little bit. I'm not bringing.
You think you're bringing
much.
more as the guy who died in space?
There you go.
Right.
Yeah. She could be like this hero.
She go around
go
speak,
gets a book deal. Gets a book deal. She gets the
Insurance policy.
Insurance.
Movie.
Boom.
My love went to the moon, never came back. Book.
My crooked little husband.
Followed by the movie. Yes.
And the movie ends with her looking up in the moon, and my face is in the moon, and I wink at her.
Kevin Howell's at the moon.
Your face is in the moon?
Sure, it'd be like, we'd make it look good. Like, special effects would look good. I like wink and be like, I'd take like a drink of coffee.
Get a little pop off of it. Yeah, I went to the moon, baby.
Yeah.
But she thinks you're dead, but you actually aren't.
I'm just living on the moon with Bubba because we're space bros. It's all comes back full circle. This is going to be awesome.
Second thought, I may wait a while on this.
Right. Yeah. So you're all in.
You're going to let somebody else go ahead of you.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the bleeding edge of this.
Right. Well,
I think it's going to be cool.
Yeah.
No, you can't argue with a view.
I think you could take another person because you could go on them pet taxis.
I could be like a half person.
Right.
And if Bubba lost like a little bit of weight, we could go 3 people, I think.
What are the health restrictions on this? I mean, there's got to be something that you're in. I don't think any of us could probably go. Maybe Adler. I mean, I'm being serious. I don't think any of us could go other than Adler.
Bubba's good.
Anybody who's the size of a jockey can go. I bet the rest of us can't.
Really think you, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, weight's important
great jockey.
when you're trying to get off the launch pad.
like
So
he's on
every
horse
pound counts,
You're
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
All right, you see these screens, right? All this going on. They go to breaking news, and it shows the launch.
Oh, my gosh.
And that son of a gun right there is in a spacesuit, and he's walking.
Oh, my God.
Got that big old dog in a helmet.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah.
Somebody screams out, look, it's a flashback to Fat Fest 1999. By the way, if you've never seen that picture,
Yeah.
you
The
need
baked
to.
potato
The baked
outfit.
potato was fantastic.
That was gold.
The baked potato.
But let me know if you want to apply, Bubba. I'm in, man.
Well, they said they've already got 2 people here. They've already cut them a check. So.
Oh, really?
Maybe you can be on standby.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to get in line.
We got to raise that money too.
Yeah.
Plus, they still have to test the Falcon Heavy. So. But I think it's good that we're getting back somebody going to the moon and beyond.
Space Bros flying through space.
We're Space Bros.
Hey, that coming.
Space Bros.
That re-entry. The re-entry's the thing that bothers me. You got to be just right to slow down.
Your phone calls are next. We'll talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba Hardy. We do, people have already photoshopped, if you were listening to the segment we talked about.
They are so talented.
With Space Brothers, and that is that SpaceX, they're going to send people to the moon. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The sound of the Marshall Tucker Band. We've been able to hear this sound for 50 years. Let's go. Heard it in a love song. Sing it, boys. Love song. Somebody say it. It can't be wrong. Well, it was 1972, Bubba, when Toy Caldwell, Tommy Caldwell, Doug Gray, Jerry Eubanks, George McCorkle, Paul Riddle came together in Spartanburg, South Carolina to form, which is now the Marshall Tucker Band. And, Bubba, you know, we always look at where in the world these names come from. I'll let Doug tell us himself, but it is interesting how they got the name. Doug Gray, he has been singing in the Marshall Tucker Band for 50 years.
5 decades.
5 decades, wow. And he joins us now. Doug, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Well, thank you very much. Can you imagine how much beer I've drank in 50 years?
I can't even imagine. You look around at Mick Jagger and Keith Richards and say, "Take that, boys. I'm still here too." Yeah.
I don't have to look around. I just want, all I got to do is kind of like blow a whiff of air and they fly away.
That's
Doug,
right.
I mean,
They ain't big boys like us.
That's right. Amen.
Doug, to do anything 50 years is incredible. How in the world have you kept going this long?
Well, I have no idea. I guess, first of all, I'm blessed. And second of all, my ability to talk to crazy people like y'all has become, I was just telling your guy that answered the phone, I said, look, this is Doug Gray, the Marshall Tucker Band. I'm calling to see if you have 200,000 miles on your insurance on your car. He had no idea who the hell he was talking to. I think it has to be humor. My guys in the band now, I mean, most of those guys have been there 25, 30 years. But, we lost Tommy in 80 and then Toy a little bit in 92 and then George not recently, but a few years ago. But as we lost people, our original idea of starting the band was, let's get out of the house, got the guys that are married, and then all the rest of us, we'd go buy the beer. And we'd meet at this warehouse, and then meeting at this warehouse got us to where we was playing better together, getting to know each other. Man, just trying, the things that every band comes to me today, what does it take to do that? Kenny Chesney come to me one time, said the same thing. I told Kenny, go buy Highlands. You know. Anyway,
Right.
I didn't really tell him that, but but he did. You know, he was opening the shows for us down through Florida, and you know, I think it's got a lot to do with the unity of people and the people. You know, people come see us now more than they used to a long time ago. No, we may not be as popular now as we was. We're with a huge company called UPA. They handle us. They got us out there. I could work 150 shows because people are calling in wanting to see. I don't know if they want to come see if I'm still alive or if they just want to come see, you know, what's going on. But we started that band, and we had one belief, and it's being from South Carolina and being from Spartanburg and being from the South. Has a deal to do with it, man. Obligation and hanging in there. Don't let nobody get in your way. And we was known for that, not letting nobody get in our way for about 20 years. And, you know, it's been an amazing ride. And then you go to the fans. The fans are always there. When we play in CMA, when we play the Grand Ole Opry, being invited to the Grand Ole Opry 6 or 7 times and just got invited again, you know, and then you get people like Whispering Bill up there he goes, that what y'all been listening to is a band getting an encore. Bands don't get encores in the Opry, you know, and I'm going, what? And he says, no, it's usually time. Everything's related to time. Everything moves right along. You know, I'm thinking to myself, you know, what a life to live. Now, I will say that Tommy and Toy would have been the ones. I did shed a tear going in there the first time, Grand Ole Opry, but I also thought about Toy and Tommy.
Yeah.
Because their family and them would have been the highlight of their life.
Doug, I was going to ask you, with 50 years of shows, and you just mentioned that, are there one or two that stand out that you go, you know, that were really memorable to you because of, like what you just said with the Grand Ole Opry, or where they are, or who you were with at the time?
Well, I remember playing one time in Birmingham with Hank Jr., so I ain't going to go into all the details, but that was a lot of fun. And, you know, next time I saw him, he was following the line to get to the stage from the jet, and all the girls were falling over left and right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was a long time ago. But then I guess Madison Square Garden was about. We come from playing, and I have to tell you the story behind it. We played 40. We played for 40 people. Not at Ebbets Field, but one of the places, Kenny's Castaway, I think it was, up in Manhattan. And that's right downtown. We had people spitting on our windows to clean them so we'd give them dollars. That was, and Toy almost reached out there and grabbed one. You know, we didn't realize that was something they'd do.
Right,
And,
not part of our culture.
Oh, yeah, no, I cleaned windows when I was 7 years old at a Texaco station, okay? I know what work's about, and you know, you met a whole lot of people, but you learn a lot down through the windshield. But my thing is we left that, played for 40 people. 2 months later, we were opening for the Allman Brothers sold out show in Madison Square Garden.
Wow. So
being led by some of the greatest people in the world, and getting accolades from Ray Charles and B.B. King. B.B. King always said, man, talking about Toy, he said, that Troy is some guitar player. And I'd go, man, yeah. And we got to be friends, and, you know, and Bo Diddley and people like that. Because, see, we was out a lot with a lot of black artists. I actually played with Sly and the Family Stone years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So you can imagine that's where my craziness part. You ask where it come from, there it is.
So is the legend of the name right, Doug? That this came from a blind piano tuner, and you guys were practicing in a warehouse without a name. Is that an accurate story where the name came from?
I'd say about 100%. You know, I have 13 different versions that I make up. especially if it ain't on live, because this guy named Marshall, he used to run by the door where we were rehearsing, and we said, the buyer said, well, I need a name to put up on the marquee, and we said, hey, wait a minute, and then Marshall run by, and then we said, well, we just name it Marshall Tucker for the night. That's a lie.
Yeah,
Okay? So,
right.
First of all, that's number 36.
Okay.
Number 36. But the true story is we have a wonderful technical college up there in Spartanburg, and it's called Glen Springs, for people that have disadvantages. Okay, and they get treated well, and I mean, it's huge. People come from all over the world to bring their kids there, or their other kids. They bring all of them, and so they moved into that place, and Mr. Tucker went there. There's a picture on our website of Mr. Tucker, by the way. He's 96 years old now.
Wow.
But he learned the trade because he was pitch perfect, and he learned the trade of tuning pianos. Well, back in the old days before y'all were born, pianos weighed almost as much as a condo. Okay?
Right.
So what they did is they would deliver them down to him, and one of the piano places in town would bring it down there. They'd unload it and leave it with him and let him get them tuned up right, and then take them back and then make them delicate. But he was blind, and him being blind, his wife was blind. They both met down at the school. And then after that period of time, he left and had a little key from the guy he rented from. On that little key had nothing but Marshall Tucker. That was all was on there. It's all they had enough room for. Okay, that's how small it was. And then we didn't think nothing about it. But this guy, and we'd been sitting there drinking for about 4 hours, and that was what our night of rehearsal was, okay? And then I think everybody had the guitars in their hand and stuff, but, we kind of had a good time.
Sure.
And, cars would get stolen out from the front because people would forget and leave their keys in them and things like that.
Sure.
But, I could go into this 40-hour thing with you, 40-hour of Doug Grant and Marshall Tucker Band and some humorous and dumb stuff we've done, okay? But this is the way it happened. The promoter came down there and said, well, let's do that. We looked around and we said, hell, let's just call it Marshall Tucker for the weekend. And that's what they put up there. I still have one of the first handbills, and it's totally unbelievable. I'm a collector, by the way. I see a poster somewhere and I have to steal it.
Sure.
Put it in the warehouse. And so, I mean, it was a group effort at everything that we did. And believe it or not, the first 8 years of Marshall Tucker Band, until Tommy passed, there was never an argument. There was never a thought of being angry at anybody. We never worried about what we were doing. Driving down a Dodge van, and then we was getting ready to go open for Joe Walsh and people like that across the country. Nothing bad ever happened, except for maybe getting stopped a few times, for hanging beers outside so they'd get cold out the window.
Sure.
And, and they frowned on that a long time ago. It was dangerous, to roll. What happens when you roll the window down and all the beer goes flying out the back. And, but I mean, we was that good. So one of the majors came in and flew in, and they said, let's get you and Marshall Tucker together. So we made sure where we were, and Marshall kept saying, we all answered questions. He got tired of answering. He doesn't talk about Marshall Tucker Band anymore, except for he loves us. Okay?
So he's done
hey, he could. Now, wait a minute now. I'm getting to the point for it, because he went for over 40 years teaching the choir at church, okay? So whenever he retired, we sent him a whole bunch of platinum records and gold records and stuff like that. Okay, and he's got a picture of him sitting there. But at any rate, I get so excited sometimes talking about him. And the thing he did is he told me while we was doing that interview, all these cameras was rolling. He said, "Let me know when all the cameras are off and all the microphones off." He whispered. He told me to come over. said, I just want to thank y'all for not screwing my name up.
Well, there it is, Doug Great. 50 years of the Marshall Tucker Band. You can go. We got the tour in our show notes at rickandbubba.com. Birmingham, Alabama, Sunday night, Avondale Brewing Company. Let me tell you, if you've never been there, Greg, we're talking. This is a great room.
Yeah.
It is a great room if you've never seen a Marshall Tucker Band. All the details at rickandbubba.com. See the 50-year tour and show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But go around the moon, Bubba, is that in?
Yeah, just take an
and
orbit.
then come back.
They didn't say if they're going into orbit or just going to loop around once and come back.
And Adler has suggested that you and he be the two people. And
that's two good-looking astronauts.
Yeah,
right
and people
there.
have now put together Adler and Bubba in their astronaut suits, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, we got that, and we also got one that says Space Bros. It looks like with us on the moon. So did y'all get that one?
No, I hadn't seen that one. But the one you just showed is a really good one. I mean,
That's really good.
If you don't make a poster out of that and put it up.
Oh, I know. I know.
Especially it's from the summer above. I mean, you look fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we talked about this a little bit earlier about how I and we had the teacher that called up, and I thought it was really a great point a teacher made earlier in the program today, said that he took on teaching students just about principles and did not say whether the principles were Democrat principles or Republican, conservative, or liberal. And he found out that most of his students, even if they didn't know it and declared themselves not to be conservatives, actually really were.
Yeah.
And he said if you remove all the labels and the teams and the political fighting and backbiting and just get down to principles, you find that people have a lot more in common than we act like. Now, there's exceptions to that, obviously.
Sure.
But this is another example. So we brought up the fact that Kellyanne, what's her last name? Conway. Kellyanne Conway is the first woman to ever head up a successful bid for the presidency in a campaign.
Now, that was a pretty tough job because, Rick, she was the third campaign manager.
Right. So you would think that women would be celebrating the accomplishments of Kellyanne Conway.
All right.
Now,
one of the biggest upsets, it probably is the biggest upset.
ever. And she's the first woman to ever do that. So you would say, well, first of all, if you think they would celebrate her, there's two things you don't know. You don't know liberals, and you don't know women. Okay, so anyway, but anyway, so now she's being nitpicked about things like this latest story, where now she's being taken to task because they were having a meeting there in the Oval Office, and she's trying to get good pictures of it. She actually put her knees and her heels set on her knees on the couch there in the Oval Office, and she's getting ridiculed for it, saying that was not appropriate the way she was getting her feet up on the couch and trying to get.
How dare her?
You see, she's on her knees and she's trying to get there when she can get a picture of all of these men that are there at the Oval Office with President Trump, and they're showing that look, her heels are digging into the fabric.
What's that going to hurt?
Well, you're just not used to seeing an adult sit like that a lot a lot of times. I'll be honest with you. It is a little bizarre, but I don't really think it's the end of the world.
No, well, it is different.
But
she had just been
looks
up
like she has no legs,
on her knees, leaning forward, and then she sat back
to
check-
look at the picture,
To look at
yeah.
the picture is what it is, and that's one.
Are they saying that's disrespect? What are they saying?
Yeah, well, they're saying first of all that that she could tear the couch up with her heels.
Well, whoopity do.
And
they can get another couch at the White House.
Well, this is part of that got you plan where they went after Sessions, they went after the national advisor. She is one of the people they want gone because they consider her successful, and to cripple Trump, you need her out of there.
Well, they said Sessions peed on the toilet lid.
Okay,
they're mad about that.
But I would. All right, so if we want to be apples and apples, would we be getting the same coverage if there was a historical meeting in the Oval Office while Barack Obama was President Obama?
Oh, wow.
And there was a historical meeting in there, and all these men or women or whatever, just any group, is standing around, and you can't get your cell phone to get everybody in the picture. So Michelle Obama, the First Lady, gets up on the couch, on her knees, leans out and gets the picture she needs to get, leans back and looks at the picture for a minute. Do you think we'd have the same coverage?
No, Rick. Heck no. No, they dislike this lady really bad because she has been successful helping Trump.
Yeah. Well, the
Bottom line.
The key is helping Trump. So we really don't want women to make history. We want women to be politically the way we want them to be.
Well, that goes back to my question
history,
earlier to the guy who called, Rick, in that what is really the core issue here? Because it's not women's rights, okay? Because we saw a lot of folks support Clinton. He was obviously did not treat women correctly in the workplace, and they supported him anyway. Now, they're against Trump because of what he did, which I understand, but yet they supported Bill Clinton. So we've got to say that wasn't the issue that was the deciding issue, right?
Yeah.
And so you keep going back to
let's
what
say,
could it be?
let's say, for instance, let's just say that she wasn't taking a picture and that's the way she was sitting. Does the politicians on the left not realize that's what they want America to be is real? The fact that she looks like a mom at home on the couch hanging out getting comfy.
Yeah.
We don't want that because it's real. That's what won Trump the election.
You're right.
They don't get it.
They're still out of touch.
They're so out of touch. They're the most delusional people I've ever met or seen.
This is Jack.
It is 6 minutes to the top of the hour. I'm gonna take a freight train down at the station, Lord. I don't care where it goes. Enjoy talking to Doug Gray. And again, you can go to rickandbubba.com under show notes.
What a story.
Oh, yeah. And all the stories behind it. Apparently, Southern rock bands, if you're anybody in their life, that they might name their band after you.
And they always have to go through the confusing times of people who are just kind of fans who think Leonard Skinner was a person.
Right, yeah.
Who think Marshall Tucker was a person. We all felt that when we were young.
Yeah, well, a person in the band. They were people. They just weren't in
Yeah,
the
but
band.
I'm talking about the singer. We all thought, well, that's Marshall Tucker or that's
Right.
Leonard Skinner.
Right.
So it originally came from finding the keychain with his name on it.
Yeah, yeah. The blind piano tuner.
Wow.
Is now that. And then, of course, with Leonard Skinner, it was the PE teacher that told him to cut their hair.
Yeah. Which is a good one, by the way. To use his name.
That's fantastic. All right, so a couple of things that we haven't gotten to. Oh, my goodness, we're running out of time. It looks like, and I know Helms had an update. No, I'm just kidding. He told us he said he didn't.
Well, we got the expert weighing in.
I just know how this room works.
Right.
And I didn't want to be put on the spot and not know what I was talking
This
about.
is your story. You've been on it all
You
night.
just keep singing, can't you see? You ain't worried about it. Anyway, there's an antitrust lawsuit against the PGA Tour on behalf of Phil Mickelson and other LIV golfers.
Yeah, 11 other golfers joined this. They filed an antitrust lawsuit against the PGA Tour over its indefinite suspension of members who have defected to the rival circuit over the past few months. This all according to the Wall Street Journal. So I saw this breaking yesterday, and I think this was just the natural
process,
evolution of where this conflict was going to go, because you had PGA pros want to join this other league. The PGA says if you play in their league, you can't play in ours, and you saw this coming. So this is kind of a playing out of that. Michael Helms, I go to you. What do you
try and live expert.
How do you think this is going to play out? I'm just curious. I know you watch a lot of golf.
I do think the live golfers have a good case here.
So they were permanently banned?
Yeah.
I thought it was just you couldn't do both at the same time. Oh,
Calm
my goodness.
And there's even extra things in there about Mickelson recruiting players and those things.
So they could still be in the majors because the PGA did not own the major events.
Correct.
So there's events that will have PGA golfers and LIV golfers in it. But for now, as the tour and the PGA Championship, they can't be in any of those events. They've been suspended.
Well, the PGA Championship is separate from all four majors are still okay with these golfers being in as of right now. Their reasoning behind that at that point was the fact that they had already qualified for it, so we're not suspending them.
Okay. But they could be in the future.
They could come back next year or in the next few months and say, "Hey, you're out."
Especially if you lose a lawsuit,
I don't think that's possible.
You're going to see that.
The other big thing that Liv's trying, Speedy, I don't want to put you on the spot here.
Here
but
you go.
You've mentioned it before too.
Here you come, Baldy.
Liv is fighting to get points for rankings for their tournaments,
right?
Because some of these guys, unlike Phil Mickelson and some of these major winners, Brooke Koepka, who have exemptions to play in these certain majors for so many years, need qualifying points to qualify for those majors. And if you're playing on the live event and you're not getting those rankings points, then you're not able to get in the majors. So they're fighting for that now. That's something that's going on. I don't know how that's going to turn out either, but
is it possible that Liv could start their own ranking system? And then, I mean, they're throwing around money. Why don't they buy one of these tournaments?
Well, the problem, who votes on these rankings for the majors are the PGA, the Master, Augusta National,
right?
Whatever it is, Royal and Ancient, whatever is over for the British Open, and then the PGA Championship, which is separate from the PGA Tour. They've all got a vote, and so I don't know how that's going to turn out.
And the reason the LIV has been, while it has been lucrative for golfers to jump over, is they just simply pay more money.
They do. There's guaranteed money.
Way down the list, they pay a lot more money.
Guaranteed money. Well, I gave y'all numbers.
Yeah, no, I unbelievable. Wasn't even close.
I mean,
wasn't even close.
It's nuts. So, if you're finishing dead last, you're making $120K and you're working less.
Yeah,
that's for 3-day work. Hey. Where the last person that had to make the cut and play an extra day, 4 days, made $16,000.
Yeah,
and had to play real well to do that, by the way.
Thanks for being with us. Bubba, you and your family have a great weekend.
Thank y'all.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.